2011's Alan Gregory is a f***ing awful cartoon. Having only 7 episodes made, it has quickly become one of the most notorious bad cartoons ever made. But is it really as bad as people make it out to be? Yes. Yes it is. Never before have I ever felt so desperate to laugh at something. I knew from the start that this would be a bad cartoon to sit through with a ton of offensive things from what I've heard, but I never expected it to be as boring as it is. And the fact that this has a big name attached to it, being Jonah Hill, makes this more insulting to watch. But what is it about Alan Gregory that makes it so bad? Well, let's find out. Okay, so admittedly, I had somewhat high hopes when I watched the intro, because, believe it or not, I was confident that the show wouldn't be as bad as people made it out to be. But oh dear, was I wrong. So the basic plot of Alan Gregory actually isn't that bad, to be honest. The plot involves a rich and snobby 7-year-old boy named, well, Alan Gregory, who has to go to elementary school due to the effects of the recession on his family's finances. He tries to fit in with the rest of the school, but he just can't. I'll be honest, that sounds like a pretty decent plot for an adult cartoon. I mean, it's no Rick and Morty or BoJack Horseman, but it's still good. The main problem with this show comes with how it was executed. This is one of the most boring f***ing cartoons I have ever sat through in my whole entire life. I have never seen a cartoon so devoid of any humor before. Somehow this show manages to be boring and offensive at the same time. I didn't even think that was possible, but Alan Gregory proved me wrong. The first episode starts off with Alan Gregory's 2 fathers, Richard and Jeremy de Longpre, throwing a party for Alan Gregory, as he is the only 7-year-old to win a Tony Award. By the way, I just want to say that Jonah Hill's voice does not fit this character. I cannot play an audio sample because the footage I recorded didn't record the audio, so the only way for you to know how unfitting it is to just imagine it in your head, or go watch the show yourself. Be warned though, it's bad. And really f***ing boring. Anywho, the 3 of them go outside to talk about how Alan Gregory has to go to school. They also bring up that the Tony Award thing was fake and that they just threw a party because they didn't want him to get pissed. Alan Gregory gets pissed anyways. What a funny XD joke. Laughing crying emoji. Later that night, they talk about whether or not Alan Gregory would fit into school. At this point, I was genuinely questioning what was all the fuss about with this show. I mean, this was a boring and unfunny show, but it wasn't god-awful or anything like that. Then, the big day comes, and Alan Gregory goes to school. And it is then when I truly understand why people hate this show. Alan Gregory enters a classroom and starts being a total to the teacher for absolutely no reason. Nothing funny happens. We cut to him at lunch. He meets a boy named Patrick and becomes friends with him. Also, Jimmy Neutron makes a cameo. Just wanted to bring that up to take a break from the boringness. He opens up his lunchbox and, oh, I get it. It's funny because he has alcohol in school and he's not supposed to. Ha ha ha. Anyways, he gets in trouble for having alcohol, and this is when the worst thing about this cartoon happens. Alan Gregory gets sent to the principal's office and he falls in love with her. This is when I lost all hope on this show being remotely decent. I could tolerate the show being a boring and unfunny piece of shit, and I could just barely tolerate the main character being a complete asshole, but this was crossing the line. Then he craps himself I think, and he runs home. Alan Gregory tells Richard that he doesn't want to go back to school. Jeremy comes in to talk, but Alan and Richard tell him to piss off. Jeremy is essentially the Meg/Jerry of this cartoon. In other words, he's the one character everyone hates for absolutely no reason at all. And because of this, he's also the least bad character in the entire series. Richard and Jeremy go to the school to fix the situation. Alan Gregory's adopted sister, Julie, comes in and has a talk with Alan Gregory about how he has to go to school. Meanwhile, Richard and Jeremy are talking to the principal and the superintendent about Alan Gregory crapping himself. Absolutely nothing funny or interesting happens in this scene. You know what? At this point, I just sound like a broken record. Later on, Alan Gregory is in a gym of sorts. Richard and Jeremy come in to tell Alan Gregory that everything is going to be better, but Alan Gregory has made up his mind and he's not going back to school. Jeremy has a talk with Alan Gregory, which finally convinces him to go back. That night, he breaks into Patrick's house to tell him that he's coming back. The next day, Alan Gregory goes back to school. The superintendent had an announcement where he lies that it was actually him that crapped his pants and not Alan Gregory. We get one more cringy part with the principal and the episode ends. Dear Lord, that was hard. I'm not even going to bother reviewing the other 6 episodes in that much detail, otherwise I'll die from boredom, so I'll just give a brief summary of each episode. Episode 2 is about Alan Gregory making up a lie that he has a sex tape with the principal. It's not funny, it's boring, and it's f***ing disturbing. Next. Episode 3, I honestly don't have a f***ing clue what the plot of this episode is, actually. There's a dance coming up in Alan's school, and Richard wants to make it a gay dance, but the principal doesn't want it to be a gay dance? I have no clue. I don't even know if it's homophobic or not. I'm that clueless. Next. Episode 4 is my least favorite episode of the entire show, and that's saying a lot because none of the episodes are remotely good. I find this episode to be even more boring than the other episodes somehow. The episode's about Richard finding out that he's not actually the super CEO of the company he works at, De Longpre International, and that his father only gave him that fake title because he thinks his son is not capable of running the company. Meanwhile, this bully character, who I didn't bring up, gets sick, and Alan Gregory spends time with his friends. However, the bully's friends start to like Alan Gregory more. It's boring. Next. Episode 5 involves Alan Gregory setting up a play about this Hispanic kid that he called a maid. The teacher claims it to be racist and tries to stop the play, but she wasn't successful. Again, it's f***ing boring and potentially racist. Next. Episode 6 is the best episode of the show. That doesn't mean it's good, but it's the episode that's closest to being good. The episode is about Alan Gregory trying to find his real mother. He manages to find her at a diner and sets up a date with her and Richard. She moves in with them. After a while, Alan starts to not like his mother and attempts to get Jeremy back, as he left after catching Richard attempting to have sex with Alan Gregory's mother. At the end of the episode, it turns out that the woman was not Alan Gregory's mom, and his mom is still unknown. There's a brief moment in the episode where they're at a fair and it's essentially just a Jeremy moment, but other than that, it's surprisingly not that bad. Well, for Alan Gregory standards at least. Next, episode 7 is the last episode of the show, as it was cancelled due to poor reception. The episode is about Alan Gregory going on a date with the principal. I don't think I have to go any further than that. Oh yeah, and Jeff Goldblum makes a guest appearance. Yeah, that's all I got. Alan Gregory is one of the most boring f***ing cartoons I have ever sat through in my life. A complete waste of time. And the sad part is, I see potential in this show. It could have been good. I found an old interview from Jonah Hill about this show, and I could tell that he was confident in this show being good. And it could have been good. If they made Alan Gregory a more likable character, completely removed the Alan Gregory ex-principal subplot, and included more funny jokes, then it could have been a decent, if not borderline mediocre cartoon. Though there are a couple redeeming factors about this show. Animation-wise, it looks fine, I guess. There's movement in the characters, and it doesn't look that stiff, so there's that. The artwork's alright. It's not the prettiest cartoon I've ever seen, but at least it's not the ugliest either. There's that episode involving Alan Gregory's mother that I actually kinda liked. There's Jeremy, who's the least annoying character in the show. And also, in the aforementioned episode about Alan Gregory's mother, there's this image, which is honestly f***ing hilarious. And I'm not even going to give you the context behind this image because I feel like that'll ruin everything. By far, the funniest thing about Alan Gregory isn't even in the actual show, but it's an article I found where Jonah Hill claims that Alan Gregory is a cartoon that both children and adults can enjoy. I find that f***ing funny because I just imagine some random 6-year-old kid watching this and just being bored to death while watching it. Let me also remind you that one of the running themes with this show is a 7-year-old boy is in love with the school principal, who is in her 70s or so. And let me also bring up that this show has an episode where that said 7-year-old boy makes up a lie that he has a sex tape with the principal, who, again, is around her 70s. Yep, that's real kid-friendly. The kids will love it. Other than that, Alan Gregory is a waste of time. It's not funny, it's offensive, the main character is unlikable, and most of all, it's so f***ing boring. To be fair though, despite all that, it's not the worst cartoon I've ever seen. It did go by fairly quickly given how it only has 7 episodes, and the more that I think about it, I think it's for the better that the first cartoon chosen in the search is a short-lived cartoon with 7 episodes, rather than a long-running cartoon with a lot of episodes. Still though, damn, what a bad way to start off the search. Jesus. I couldn't find a way to get rid of the hand without it being extremely obvious that it was edited out, okay? I don't care if that ruins the joke. I'm sorry, alright? Sue me. Sue me. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another Xerix Hood Classic video. You guys remember Sam Cat? Yeah, me neither. Sam Cat is a show that I can best describe as we have Drake and Josh at home. Alright, it's like the dollar store off-brand bootleg of Drake and Josh. Being serious though, Sam Cat was a short-lived Nickelodeon sitcom that ran for 1 season for a total of 35 episodes. It is a spin-off of both iCarly and Victorious. iCarly is a show that I used to watch a lot when I was a kid, and I have a lot of fond childhood memories of it. Fond childhood memories that have unfortunately been ruined for obvious reasons. I never watched Victorious as a kid, and unfortunately there is not a single chance that I will ever sit down and watch it and see what I missed out on as a kid because of, again, obvious reasons. As far as I'm concerned, Victorious is just nothing more than that show with Ariana Grande and a bunch of other people that just mysteriously disappeared off the face of the earth as soon as the show got cancelled or it ended or whatever. Well, actually, no, I know this guy though. I know this guy because he was in that Resident Evil movie that, like, nobody remembers. He was Leon Kennedy. Yeah, that was a thing that happened. You know, everyone always talks about how, you know, like, oh, it's so weird, they got Chris Pratt of all people to voice Mario, but I think this is just as bizarre of a video game movie casting decision, honestly. I'm not gonna lie though, when Nintendo makes the next Smash Bros game, I hope they include Leon Kennedy as a playable fighter, just so we could technically have Chris Pratt fight the guy from Victorious. I think that would be pretty epic, guys, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, Sam Cat was a spin-off crossover thing for both shows, and it's critically acclaimed as one of the greatest shows ever made. It's still going on to this day. Ever since it was first released in 2013, it has gotten numerous accolades, and none of that is true at all. This show got cancelled after one season, and barely anyone remembers its existence. Unsurprisingly, I have never watched this show, and it's not just for the obvious reasons, but it's also because we're not talking about it today. That's right. We're not talking about Sam Cat today. No, we are talking about the very obscure web cartoon spin-off of Sam Cat. Yes, Sam Cat had a cartoon. Because of course it did. Why would it not have a cartoon? Am I right, guys? Am I right?
The Little Sam Cat Show!
Yeah, I have no idea what this abomination is either. Don't worry, you're not alone, okay? I just randomly stumbled upon this thing, and as soon as I came across it, I knew it would make for a banger video, so yeah, here we are, guys, here we are. Before I begin, I just want to say that if you enjoyed this video and you want to see more videos like this in the future, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, then be sure to subscribe, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us dive into this thing.
Welcome to the very first Lil Sam Cat Show!
Oh, Dios mío, what have I gotten myself into today? Okay, so the video that I chose has very laggy frame rate, and like, so you can't really like judge the animation from that, but I can assure you the animation, when it's like not laggy, it looks bad. Just trust me on that. The art style looks terrible though. Listen, if this was like some 9-year-old's Newgrounds YouTube animation from like 2007, 2008, then yeah, this art style would look okay, it would look cute, it would look charming, but no, this is from like a big animation studio, and it came out in 2013. I mean, I wasn't expecting a cartoon based on Sam Cat of all things to have great animation, but like, still, man, this looks trash. But anyways, let's just go ahead and meet our dynamic duo.
Ow! Woo, that was a fun way to start our first show.
Wait, that's not Jeanette McCurdy.
For you? How come I didn't get a parachute?
Wait, that's not Ariana Grande either. Guys, what is this? What unholy abomination have I just stumbled upon? What is this?
We have Ariana Grande and Jeanette McCurdy standing by to talk to us live from the set of the greatest TV show in the world, Sam and Cat.
Ah yes, Sam Cat, the greatest TV show in the world. You know, Breaking Bad is trash, awful show, complete and utter garbage. Everyone knows it's all about that Sam Cat sweep. That's where the real money lies, baby. That's what it's all about. Okay, so before we continue talking about this show, let us discuss the elephant in the room. I regret to inform you all that yes, there are indeed feet jokes in this show. Because of course there are. Why would there not be, am I right? This is a Mr. Schneider production. Of course there has to be those things. God.
Those other award shows are all about talented people and their amazing feats. I've got amazing feats. Different kind of feats. Oh.
Bro, I swear to God, if I go in the comments section of this video, I see one person be like, actually, Xerix, it's perfectly fine for there to be these kinds of jokes in this show, because you see, it's a cartoon, and they're not real, they're fictional. See, it's not the real actress, it's not Ariana Grande herself that's being involved in these jokes. No, it's a cartoon version of her that's involved in these jokes, so that means it's perfectly fine and okay for there to be these kinds of jokes in this show, alright? Bro, if you're gonna comment something like like that, I swear, you might as well just unsubscribe. I don't even care. Unsubscribe, dislike, bomb my videos, man. I don't care. Get the f off my channel, please. Please. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let us talk about the plot of the Lil Sam Cat Show. There is no plot. Nothing happens in this. This is gonna be a really hard show to review. This is a variety show, basically. There are various segments in this show, in addition to animated segments that are really, really unfunny. You also have stuff like behind-the-scenes moments for the real Sam Cat, where, they show off how they do certain stunts in the show. And honestly, that wouldn't be that bad. It would be honestly kind of cool to see if, this wasn't a Dan Schneider show. You have challenges with the actors where they do all kinds of like weird stuff that I'm 99% sure Mr. Schneider is into. And then you have what is probably the most disturbing one to me, the mugshots. I'll just let Ariana explain it because I cannot explain it at all. Again, this wouldn't be that bad, but considering the fact that this is a Dan Schneider show, yes, I am very much against it, and I hate it with a passion. I very much do hate it. Thank you very much. God, and that's the thing, a lot of people submitted their pictures. There are people that have won, real people that have won, real people that have their face appear in Sam Cat, in a fucking Dan Schneider show. Almost every episode of this thing, they show off this, like, who won the photo and whatnot. They show it off, and I just know for a fact at least one of those people, years later, they find out about, like, everything that Dan Schneider has done. They find out about what Jeanette McCurdy went through. They find out about all that stuff, and, like, they're forever going to be part of that by submitting their photo to salmoncat.com. They're a part of that forever. They are forever going to be part of that, and they can't do anything about it. Oh my god, that's not even funny, man. This video is meant to be more like, haha, funny jokes, but that actually makes me angry. That actually disturbs me. That shit is not funny at all. Good god.
I've got a spooky story. A fan submitted their picture to salmoncat.com, and then that picture appeared in the episode. Not one bit of this story is spooky.
Well, I mean, considering the fact that they appeared on a Dan Schneider show, yeah, that is really scary. That is absolutely horrifying, nightmare fuel right there.
I haven't gotten to the scary part yet. And then, when their face showed up on TV, their friends were really happy for them. How is this scary?
His friends didn't know any better. They were innocent, and so was he. They didn't know about Mr. Schneider's actions. They were innocent. They were oblivious. Truly, the scariest story I have ever heard in my life. In general, though, this whole thing is just not funny at all. Like, straight up, it's not funny. There's a lot of jokes relating to Sam and food, which have aged really poorly now that we know about the eating disorders that Jeanette went through on the set of iCarly, and presumably Sam Cat as well. A lot of it has aged poorly because of what we know about Mr. Schneider now. And the jokes that haven't aged poorly because of Mr. Schneider, they're unfunny as well. There's a puppet skit in one of the episodes relating to a cat-salmon hybrid named Salmon Cat, which honestly just reminds me of those names sound-alike memes, the Bronze Jade, Bitter Coleslaw, Multiplier, stuff like that. But anyways, this thing wants to be referred to as Salmon Cat, but constantly gets referred to as Salmon Cat instead, which greatly aggravates him. It is the most unfunny thing I have ever seen in my life.
I swear, if one more person calls me Salmon Cat, well, hi there, Octopiggy and Salmon Cat. Yeah! Yeah!
Okay, I understand that I'm not the target audience for this thing. Really, I'm not sure who the target audience is. I cannot see anyone of any race, gender, age, whatever, enjoying this garbage. But this is the most unfunny thing I've ever seen. This is not funny. This is anti-humor, is what it is. I had to sit through God knows how many episodes of this thing for this video, and I don't even know how many episodes there are of this thing, but I'm pretty sure there are more episodes of this than there are of the Real Sam Cat. Now for comparison, the Real Sam Cat only lasted for 35 episodes. This thing for sure has more than 35 episodes made, and that is actually insane to me. I came across a playlist that has 61 videos in it, which is actually insane. I mean, to be fair, there's a good chance that most of those are just duplicates, but still, even if some of them are duplicates, there's probably still a lot of like original episodes. And it just baffles me that that many episodes were made for this thing. Oh my god. As some of them are in Spanish as well. And I watched them. I don't even know Spanish. And I watched the Spanish ones just because I felt like it. I don't know why, but the voice acting is much better in the Spanish version than it is in the English version. Have a listen.
Welcome to the very first Lil Sam Cat Show!
Hola, bienvenidos al primer show de las pequeñas Sammy Cat.
You know, we could argue about this, or we could get right to the good stuff.
¿Sabes? Podemos discutir eso o podemos ir directo a lo bueno.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's better, but it just is. That's just how it is, okay? We can't really do anything about it. I want to go into a little bit more detail about the challenges because they are really uncomfortable given what we know about Mr. Schneider. What initially seems like, you know, random, weird challenges immediately become much more disturbing when you think about Mr. Schneider. These include sipping orange soda with a straw and then spitting it into a bowl to see who fills the bowl up first. Picking up eggs with your mouth only and putting them into a glass and seeing who can fill the glass up first. And perhaps the most disgusting of them all, trying to get out dice from large buckets of spaghetti and seeing who can get out the most die first. Yes, seriously. Every day I think about him. Every day, I miss him more and more. Every day, I think to myself, why did it have to be you and not him? Why is life cruel like that? Seriously, it's not fair. You guys ever take the time to think about how the only good people that have ever worked at Nickelodeon are both named Steve? Like, in a cesspool filled with human garbage like John Kay and Dan Schneider, you just had these two great men who wanted to entertain children and not traumatize them. And they're both named Steve. That is such a weird coincidence, seriously. The Lil Sam Cat Show is the worst thing ever made, seriously. A long time ago, I set off on a quest to find the worst cartoon ever made. For a long time, the only cartoon that I ever had the courage to tackle was Alan Gregory, a short-lived Fox cartoon from 2011, and although Alan Gregory was bad, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. Honestly, if you paid me a lot of money to sit through all 7 episodes of Alan Gregory again, I'd probably do it. I'm not gonna lie. For a long time, though, I never made a follow-up episode. That all changes now. I am continuing my quest to find the worst cartoon ever made because, trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go, okay? Trust me. So the main question is, how does the Lil Sam Cat Show compare to Alan Gregory? It is worse. It is infinitely worse in every possible way. Mr. Schneider aside, I felt much greater pain watching this than I did watching Alan Gregory, and although I could find a few redeeming qualities about Alan Gregory, I could find almost nothing redeeming about the Lil Sam Cat Show. The closest thing to a positive that I can say about this thing is that this might be the only Nickelodeon show in existence that I can make videos on freely, and I don't have to worry about Viacom breathing down my neck. Every video that you've seen here from this show, it's just YouTube re-uploads. Nickelodeon's official YouTube channel never uploaded these episodes. These were all on the Sam and Cat website, which is obviously long defunct. And in all honesty, I really doubt that Viacom or Nickelodeon remembers this thing's existence, and honestly, I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to remember this thing's existence either. So yes, the Lil Sam Cat Show currently is the worst cartoon I've seen, but we've only looked at 2 cartoons, so there isn't really a whole lot of competition. If you enjoyed this video, again, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. No, I will not show what the next cartoon will be. I would rather keep it a secret. I think it works best if I keep whatever cartoon I look at next a secret. For the time being, I'm just gonna leave you with this dumb meme video that I made. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Before we go, here's a very important Christmas tip that might save your life. Never! Oh, it's just Weezer. Weezer? Oh my god, it's Weezer!
Guys, if Fred is canonically a fan of Weezer, then that means he has most likely listened to Pinkerton at one point in his life, and considering the lyrical subject matter of that album, as well as the fact that one of the running gags of Fred is that he has a massive crush on a girl named Judy, yeah, I think the jokes write themselves. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm starting to wish Judy was a half Japanese girl, because then everything relating to Fred would make a lot more sense. What's up everyone, welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it is not Teen Titans Go. You guys remember Fred? Yeah, he was a thing that happened. Fred was a big part of YouTube's golden age in the late 2000s and early 2010s. It was just this kid with a really high-pitched voice going on all kinds of various adventures and whatnot. Really, these were mostly normal videos. The only gimmick was that, oh, this kid has a high-pitched voice and that's it. But they were massively successful. These videos, they garnered a lot of views. And in addition, Fred was the first YouTube channel to ever reach 1 million subscribers, which was very huge for early YouTube. So, love him or hate him, you cannot deny that Fred is a very important part of YouTube history. Although these videos have aged like milk, I won't lie when I say that I do have a little bit of a soft spot for them, just because of nostalgia. That's what nostalgia can do to you. I can never truly hate these videos, even if they are unfunny looking back on them. But I'm not here to talk about the original YouTube videos. In addition to the YouTube videos, Fred also had not 1, not 2, but 3 movies made. And he also had a very short-lived Nickelodeon show, as well as another Nickelodeon show starring Lucas Cruikshank, the creator of Fred, which was also short-lived and received generally negative reviews. Yeah, there really was a period of time in the early 2010s when Nickelodeon tried to make Lucas their next big star, but I'm not here to talk about those either. Everyone already knows about the YouTube videos and the movies and the TV shows and whatnot, but there's another piece of Fred media that has become largely forgotten about, never receiving the same level of infamy that the movies and shows have garnered. The cartoon. Yes, I wish I was joking, but I'm not. Fred had a cartoon. Oh boy, today's gonna be a very interesting video.
I also want to tell you that for the future of Fred videos, I'm gonna be a cartoon! Alright, well I'm gonna go film the first episode of the animated series. Here we go! This is going to be hackin' awesome!
Yes, indeed, Fred. It will be hackin' awesome. This is It's Fred, the Fred Figglehorn cartoon that nobody remembers. This was a short-lived show, only having 9 episodes made, not counting the 2 introduction videos, and all of the episodes are fairly short, so at least this was an easy thing to get through. At least it was easy for me to get through this show. It's important for me to note that unlike the first two cartoons that I reviewed in this series, I actually watched this when I was a kid. Yeah, I'm embarrassed about it, don't worry. But when I started brainstorming potential future episodes for this show, I suddenly remembered that this was a thing that existed, and the general obscurity of it really fascinates me. Like, why did this never receive the same level of infamy that the movies and shows have garnered? So, with that said, allow us to dive into the Fred Figglehorn cartoon that nobody remembers. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe as well, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us begin looking at this thing. So the first thing I want to say is that I actually really like the art style of the show. I like the paper cutout look that it has. It's got a lot of charm to it. I'm honestly surprised a cartoon based on Fred, of all things, actually has like a pretty good art style and good animation, but I guess I've learned a lesson. Just because a cartoon is based on a weird source material doesn't mean it has to have bad animation and or a bad art style. The people behind the Lil Sam Cat Show unfortunately did not take note of this. Another positive that I will say is that, again, this is an extremely short cartoon to sit through. Only 9 episodes were made, and they are all very short. The longest episode is only 4 minutes and 27 seconds long, so that's an extra plus. And if I were to be honest, I kinda see why this doesn't have the same infamy that the movies and TV shows have. It's Fred is not a good show in the slightest, but honestly, for being a cartoon based on Fred, it could have been much, much worse. I didn't feel miserable when I finished watching it, which is a massive surprise. I thought I would have hated this more. Maybe it's nostalgia bias that prevents me from hating it, but I doubt that. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that of the 3 cartoons I've looked at so far, this is easily the best one. Again, I'm not saying that this is a good cartoon at all, far from it, but I would much rather watch this than f***ing Sam and Cat, okay? I can tell you that much. I'm not going to be reviewing all 9 episodes. I'm probably only going to look at like maybe 2 or 3 episodes and that's it. So I figure a good episode to start with would be the very first episode of the show. Our first episode, and to an extent the series as a whole, begins with Fred being a massive creep, which is a surprisingly recurring thing in this show. I mean, I guess this might have been present in the original YouTube videos and the movies and whatnot, but like, here it's even more blatant. Like, good God. Well, we're already off to a great start. God help us all. Listen, this is the best cartoon of the 3 that I've reviewed so far. It's still trash. Don't ever forget that, okay? So anyways, we cut to a flashback where Fred finds out that the family of Judy, a girl that he has a massive crush on, is planning on adopting a new child. And of course, he finds out about this in a perfectly normal and not creepy way. Dude, this motherfucker creeps me out, for real. Like, it's not even funny, honestly. I know damn well Fred over here is gonna grow up and become just like the Joker or Patrick Bateman or whatever. It's all fun and games until he starts lecturing Judy about Huey Lewis in the News, or more accurately, Weezer in this case. Yeah, for sure, Pinkerton is Fred's favorite Weezer album. There's no way that's not the case. We then cut to what is actually a pretty decent joke, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, it's not a super funny joke or anything like that, but the fact that it has at least one decent joke in it automatically makes it miles better than Alan Gregory or the Lil Sam Cat Show, okay? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. Guys, I'm sorry, the Fred's mom is hot, okay? I just need to get that out of the way. Lord forgive me. Have I really reached this point in my life? What have I done to oh my god, what all of everything that's ever happened to me in my life has led up to this moment. Good god. Yo, nobody told me that Fred takes place in Alabama. That's so crazy, guys. What the heck? Can I say the I word without getting demonetized? I probably cannot, so that sucks. I swear if people in the comments tell me, oh no, it's not actually the I word because they're being adopted, bro, I don't care, it's still f***ed up, so don't ruin the joke, please. Bro, what did I tell y'all? I told y'all, Fred takes place in Alabama. This is undeniable proof of that. Wake up, babe. New Fred lore just dropped. Shit's getting real intense. So to quickly summarize the rest of the episode, Fred gets adopted by his foster family, and he ends up hating it there. He manages to find a way to escape from his foster family and return back to his real mother. The episode ends. Okay, so this isn't good at all, but honestly, it could have been so much worse to sit through. It's not boring like Al and Gregory. It's not miserable to sit through like Sam and Cat. It's just whatever. It's fine, I guess. I could bring up that, oh, Fred is annoying, his voice is annoying, but honestly, I never felt that annoyed. And it's not just for this episode only, it's for the entire show at all. I'm genuinely surprised about that. I don't know if it's because they genuinely made him less annoying in this cartoon when compared to in the movies and whatever, or if it's just because of the guilty pleasure nostalgia that I have for the original YouTube videos in the first movie that gives me some sort of immunity against his annoying screaming, but I didn't feel that annoyed with Fred in this cartoon. And really, aside from him being a creep at the beginning of the episode, this was just, it's fine, I guess. There isn't really a whole lot for me to say about this episode. I'm really starting to see why this doesn't have the same reputation that the movies and shows have. There's nothing like truly god-awful about it, but it's still a bad show, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna be completely honest and say that this is much harder for me to review than Al and Gregory, or especially Sam and Cat, because it's not as bad as those two shows, but it's also just, there's just less stuff for me to say about it when compared to those two shows, because it's not as bad. There's a lot less material for me to work with, which is really surprising. I would have thought a cartoon based on Fred would have been the most agonizingly awful thing ever in the world, but it's not. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Again, I do think that this is the best cartoon of the three that I've reviewed so far, but considering the other cartoons I've looked at, considering what I looked at in the last episode, that's not really saying much. It's not like there's any competition. Again, there's a chance that it's just nostalgia that prevents me from, you know, really hating it, but I really don't know, honestly. The show is honestly just mediocre at worst, honestly. Like, yeah, there's a few cringy moments, but aside from that, it's just, like, whatever, you know? Like, who cares? I'm honestly disappointed. I really wanted this to be really awful, like the shows and whatever. I'm really disappointed. But it is what it is, I suppose. Hopefully whatever I look at next in the search for the worst cartoon will actually be genuinely atrocious, because that's where the real juicy stuff lies. So anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing. It would be greatly appreciated. I'm sorry this video is really short, and admittedly I'm cutting it abruptly just because there isn't a lot of material for me to work with this show. Less material than I expected. But I hope you all enjoyed this video regardless of this, and yeah. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios.
Kevin is fat. He abuses cats. He kisses dolls. He also plays with train cars. Loser!
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, Every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent. And that's why I fight for you, Albuquerque!
Better call Saul.
What an interesting fellow. I sure hope he has never done any wacky shenanigans involving a sunroof before. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. I don't watch a lot of TV shows, so it might not be fair for me to say this, but Breaking Bad might be the greatest TV show that I've seen. I started watching this show earlier this year because of both the critical acclaim that it has garnered and the numerous memes that have been made of it in recent times, and I must say, holy shit, what a show. From the pilot episode all the way up to Felina, it's just this absolutely perfect show with tons of intense, memorable moments. Just always, I was on the edge of my seat watching it. It's just, I cannot describe it. Words cannot describe how good this show is. It truly deserves its title as one of the greatest TV shows ever made. Arguably the greatest TV show ever made. And then you have Breaking Bad's spin-off series Better Call Saul, which, although Better Call Saul is a great show, I don't love it anywhere near as much as Breaking Bad, which I imagine is not an unpopular opinion. Better Call Saul for me feels much more slow in comparison. Like, the pacing is much more sluggish. There's not as many intense edge of your seat moments like in Breaking Bad, which is kind of understandable, but at the same time that does suck, you know. The general consensus that I have is Breaking Bad is a masterpiece while Better Call Saul is a really good show. Breaking Bad is a straight 10 out of 10 while Better Call Saul is more an 8 out of 10. Obviously, it's still a show that is very much worth your time, but don't go into it expecting, you know, the intensity, the edge of your seat moments like in Breaking Bad. But none of this matters though, because today we are not talking about Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul. No, we are talking about Vince Gilligan's true magnum opus, Better Call Saul presents Slippin' Jimmy. An animated miniseries from 2022 that acts as a prequel to Better Call Saul, which in turn is a prequel to Breaking Bad. So what we basically have here is a prequel of a prequel. Bravo, Vince. This may very well be the shortest episode of the Search for the Worst Cartoon thus far, because this show kind of disappoints me. I went into this show with very high expectations. I thought that it would either be so bad it's good, like really bad but enjoyable in an ironic way because, you know, it's Better Call Saul, or it would be the most god-awful, atrocious thing I would have ever seen. Something that would make me think, you know what, animation was a mistake and I wish it never existed. What I end up getting is the most nothing cartoon ever. This is not a good show, not by any means, but I don't really like feel anything watching it. I don't feel angry watching it. I don't have this strong hatred towards it. I'm not yelling being like, how could they do this to Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? How could they ruin two masterpieces like that? I'm not laughing at it unironically or ironically. It's not legitimately funny, and it's not ironically funny either. It's the most whatever thing I've ever seen in my life. This might also be the hardest cartoon I have to review in this series as a result of this. There is nothing for me to say about this show. The other cartoons that I've looked at in the Search for the Worst Cartoon, there's stuff that I could say about them. There's points that I could bring up about them, both good and bad. With this, I literally have nothing to say about it. It is a nothing show. Let me at least give you a brief synopsis of this show. As stated before, this is a prequel to Better Call Saul, featuring Saul Goodman, or Jimmy McGill, which is his real name, and I will be referring to him as such for the remainder of this video, during his childhood. In addition to Jimmy, you also have Marco, who is his best friend. And a spoiler warning for Better Call Saul. Marco in the real Better Call Saul show only appeared in the first season of the show. He dies in the last episode of season 1 and he's never brought up again. You don't see him again in the rest of the show. To my knowledge, he's only really a kind of prominent character in the first season and that's it. There's also Trent, who is not a character that appears in Better Call Saul and is an original character made exclusively for this show. who acts as sort of a villain of sorts for this show, acting as a bully towards Jimmy and Marco, which, I mean, sure, I guess you have to have original characters in this show. You can't just have characters from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul be in this show, because it wouldn't make a lot of sense. It wouldn't make sense to have Walter White or Jesse Pinkman in this show. So, I can't really fault the show for adding in original new characters. Probably the closest thing to a positive that I will say about this show. This show also has a far more lighthearted tone when compared to both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I could criticize the fact that this show is nowhere near as well written as the aforementioned two shows because of that, but I'm not going to, because I don't really think it's fair to criticize the show for that. If this was a proper full-length animated series with 20-minute long episodes, then yeah, I would criticize it for that. But this is a 6-episode miniseries with episodes that are under 10 minutes long. So I don't really think it's fair for me to say, like, the writing isn't as good as it is in Better Call Saul or anything like that. It's not really that fair, honestly. And again, there isn't even that much for me to say about, like, the writing for this show, because there's nothing that's, like, truly abysmal in this show. It's just so aggressively whatever. I don't even know if I want to go into any detail about what these 6 episodes are about, because there's literally nothing for me to say about them. There's nothing for me to critique about them. There's nothing for me to praise about them. There is literally nothing for me to say about them. All I could do is describe what happens in the episode, and that's it. I don't say any positive or negative things. I just explain to y'all what happens in these episodes, and that's it, because there's literally nothing else for me to say about these episodes. I have to wonder what the reception for this thing would be like if it wasn't related to Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul. I feel like the only real reason anyone would truly hate this show is because it's connected to 2 of the most beloved, critically acclaimed TV shows of all time. If this wasn't associated with Better Call Saul or anything like that, this would just be seen as a mediocre adult cartoon, and that's it. Honestly, as far as bad adult cartoons go, Slippin' Jimmy isn't even close to being, like, the worst ever. I'm sure a lot of people watching this will agree with me when I say that bad adult cartoons are infinitely worse than bad kids cartoons. There will come a point in time where I look at legitimately awful shit like Velma or Big Mouth, and then it's gonna make me look at Slippin' Jimmy. It's gonna make me think, you know what, Slippin' Jimmy's not that bad. It's honestly just mediocre at worst, and that's it. At the same time, though, at least Velma and Big Mouth, I would have stuff to say about them because of how offensively awful they are. What is there for me to say about Slippin' Jimmy? Nothing. I would probably hate this show more if it was, again, a full-fledged proper cartoon with 20-minute long episodes, but it's not. 6 episodes, all of them are under 10 minutes long. This was a breeze. It ended almost immediately after it started. There's not really much of a point in really hating a show that just goes by super quickly like that. But at the same time, like, at least it could have given me something to talk about. This isn't an offensively awful cartoon. This isn't a so bad it's good cartoon. This isn't a legitimately good cartoon. This is just nothing. It really disappoints me because I went into this thinking it would be a so bad it's good show. Something that I can watch it and, yeah, it would be awful, but at least it would be, like, enjoyably awful. Something, funny. I really planned this out to be just full of, like, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul jokes, but there's none of that in this video. I know this feels like a rushed, low-effort video, but I genuinely struggle to think of what to say about this show. As of now, I consider this to be the best cartoon that I've looked at so far in the search for the worst cartoon, but that's only because there's nothing offensively awful about it. It's tolerable, I guess. I guess you could sit down and watch it and not have to, deal with immense pain and suffering while watching it, compared to something like the Lil Sam Cat Show. So, there's that, I suppose, but there's just nothing to say about this show at all. So I can't even hate it on the basis of like it being disrespectful or whatever to Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, because it has almost nothing to do with Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul. You could look at this as an almost completely separate entity from those two shows. I can only hope that whatever cartoon I look at next will either be a so bad it's good cartoon or a really awful, offensively terrible show, because at least then there would be something for me to work with. There would be material for me to work with such a show. This is the most nothing cartoon ever, and I genuinely had a very hard time trying to review it, so yeah, I'm sorry for that. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios.
Excuse me, will my PS2 play Xbox games? Excuse me, I need to know if Halo will play on my PS2?
I'm sorry, I don't speak stupid, and our translator called out sick today.
Wait, what are you—
Surely they must have video game stores in the great land of Stupidia, where you'd be able to purchase and be ignorant of all manner of games in accordance with your society's customs.
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins.
I can't believe that's a real song that actually exists. Seriously, what the f, man. Hello, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. I'm sure most of you watching this are familiar with Ctrl+Alt+Delete in some way, shape, or form. For those that are unfamiliar, Ctrl+Alt+Delete is a webcomic that has been going on since 2002. It is a gaming-based webcomic, and being that this is from the 2000s, that means there's a lot of very cringy humor. But perhaps most people know Ctrl+Alt+Delete as the comic that gave us the Lost meme. It's a very long story, and it's not really important to this video, so I'm not gonna go into the history behind the Lost comic, but yeah, for sure, most of y'all have seen this comic before at one point. I've never actually read Ctrl+Alt+Delete. I didn't read it like as a kid on the internet. I knew nothing about it. The only thing that I know about it for the most part is the Lost comic, and that's it. Now, despite the infamous nature of this webcomic, there's one thing about it that isn't all that well known, and that's the cartoon. Yes, indeed, Ctrl+Alt+Delete, the comic that gave us the Lost meme, had a cartoon. You know what, I don't know why I'm surprised about this, you know? Sam Cat had a cartoon. Fred had a cartoon. Better Call Saul had a cartoon. This shouldn't surprise me anymore, honestly. The Ctrl+Alt+Delete cartoon ran for 2 seasons from 2006 to 2008 for a total of 24 episodes. The episodes of this show are extremely short, which is always an automatic positive on the Search for the Worst Cartoon, as it makes things much quicker for me to sit through. And I'm happy to say that after the absolute nothingness that was Slippin' Jimmy, this show actually has stuff for me to talk about. There's actually material in this show that I could work with. So here's the main question. What kind of bad cartoon is Ctrl+Alt+Delete the animated series? Is it a so bad it's good cartoon, or is it just an awful, painful thing to sit through? And how does it compare to the other 4 cartoons I've looked at in this series? Well, let's find out. The first thing that I will say about this show is that the animation is unsurprisingly really bad. I don't want to be like super harsh about the animation because this is a web cartoon from 2006, and I imagine web animation was still like in its primitive stage during the making of this, but still I cannot deny that this does not look good at all. The show also shares the art style that the comics had at the time, which, yeah, it's not a good looking art style, but I won't lie when I say that there's kind of a charm to it. There's just something so mid to late 2000s about it that makes me like not really hate it for some reason. I don't know how to describe it. The best way that I could describe the animation for this show is it looks like a bootleg Brain Pop animation. You guys remember Brain Pop with the robot? yeah, I don't know, it just kind of reminds me of that. The weirdest thing though is, for some reason, the animation in the theme song is better than in the actual show itself, and I have no idea why this is the case, but like, you look at the theme song's animation and then you compare it to the actual show itself, and it's like why is that the case? Why does the animation look better in the theme song than it does in the actual show? It doesn't make any sense at all. I genuinely cannot think of a valid reason as to why this would be the case. If the show had this animation quality, it would probably still be garbage, but at least it would be slightly better visually. If you can believe it though, the animation gets even worse in Season 2. I presume something went down during the production of Season 2 that caused it to be different from Season 1, because not only is the animation different and worse looking in Season 2 compared to in Season 1, but also the voice acting is different. Have a listen.
Nobody glues my circle strafe hand to a doorknob and gets away with it.
Plus, if we eat here, I can get a pina colada Oreo mocha Red Bull Supreme orange smoothies.
Yeah, and I find it amusing that you have such a hard time believing it.
Why did you decide to go to the gym in the first place? You hate exercise.
I have no idea what happened to the voice actors for the first season. Maybe they realized how garbage this show was and they called it quits. Maybe they were finally freed and replaced by other innocent people that were enslaved into being part of this garbage. I have no idea, honestly. With that said, allow me to try and describe the plot of this show. The main characters of this show are Ethan, his girlfriend Lila, and his roommate Lucas. Ethan has a very unhealthy addiction to video games, and that is basically his entire character. There is nothing more to him except that he has an unhealthy addiction to video games. That's pretty much the only joke surrounding him. Just to give you an example, there's a 2-part episode where a storm knocks out the power at their house, and Ethan is required to do something else other than play video games. It's exactly as funny as you think it is.
Okay, now here are the rules.
Wait, where is the options menu? I want to adjust my controls.
Ethan, this is a board game. There is no options menu.
Screw that then. I'm not going to play if I'm stuck with the default controls.
If I were to be completely honest with y'all, this is the weirdest f***ing cartoon I have looked at on this series, easily. You know how earlier I asked what kind of bad cartoon this was? Was it a so bad it's good cartoon, or was it a painful, cringy cartoon? Yeah, guess what? It's both. It's the best of both worlds is what you get. There are some moments in this show that are absolutely hilarious in how bad they are, and then there are moments that are just really hard to sit through because of how unfunny it is. And I honestly don't know which one this show has more of. I don't know if there are more so bad it's good moments in this show, or if there are more painful, cringy moments in this show. It's like a perfect 50-50 of the two. This show suffers from having random equals funny humor. There are jokes that just, they happen for no reason. It's just because, oh, it's random, so that means it's funny. Ha ha ha. To give you an example, there's an episode where Lila tries to teach Ethan how to cook because Ethan has a massive fear of cooking, all because the Swedish chef from the Muppets just barged in to the Ethan's kitchen at one point, and I have no idea what the hell is going on. There's like Christmas music playing in the background. I don't understand it. It's not funny. It's not even like ironically funny. It's just like, what is this, bro? What is this?
I cooked in the kitchen once.
Oh yeah, in that same episode, there's a joke, I think, that like they set up and then like they never pay it off. Like there's no payoff for it at all. Just watch this clip, okay? I swear to y'all, I did not edit this at all. I didn't cut anything out. This is exactly how the episode goes.
Nice to meet you too. And that's my fiance, Ethan. I'd better go check on him. Lucas, would you mind entertaining Karen for a moment? What was that noise?
What noise? I didn't hear any noise. It was a TV.
Okay. Take the chicken out of the oven. I'm gonna go set the table. Congratulations, sweetie. You've just cooked your first meal.
I am genuinely so confused right now. I have no idea. They were setting up a joke and then they decided midway to just scrap it, but not remove what they made of the joke. Like, what was that? What was the deal with that? Was this cartoon made by human beings? Is this an AI generated cartoon from 2006, you know? That's pretty freaking ahead of its time, I'm not even gonna lie. These people were making AI generated cartoons all the way back in 2006. You gotta hand it to them. I know the whole AI art isn't real art thing, but like, you gotta hand it to them. It's impressive. They made an AI generated cartoon all the way back in 2006. You gotta hand it to them. That's real impressive. But I think now it's time to talk about what is easily the highlight of Ctrl+Alt+Delete, the animated series. The trilogy. These 3 episodes act as the final episodes of Season 1, and they are all intended to be parodies of the Star Wars original trilogy. Now, for some context, in the mid-2000s, there was a guy named Jack Thompson who, I have no idea who this guy is, but apparently he's the reason why the whole video games cause violence nonsense exists, or at the very least he played a big part in that. He played a big part in making that a thing. I have no idea. I have never heard of this guy before in my life, but yeah, these are 3 episodes that parody him. The first episode begins with 2 guys getting chased by Jack and his agents. In an act of desperation, one of them puts a DVD into a Splinter Cell case and throws it out of the car, where it conveniently lands on Ethan's doorstep. The next morning, Ethan wakes up and finds the game. He reads a note directed to Benjamin Kotarski, his next-door neighbor. I just want to briefly acknowledge this abrupt transition. Once again, I did not edit this.
Wait a minute. Benjamin Kotarski. I wonder if it means old Ben K from next door.
Anyways, Ethan talks to Ben and finds out that he was at one point a gamer. Not only that, but he was also a master of this show's equivalent to the Force. You want to know what the Force is called in this show? It's called the Ownage. I really wish I was kidding about this, but I'm not.
And a master of the ownage.
The ownage?
The ownage is a life force that flows through all games and gamers. It creates polygons and cheat codes and binds us all together.
Jesus, this is what people considered funny in 2006? I mean, to be fair, it's not like what we consider funny these days is any better. Right now, the biggest meme on the internet is a series of short videos where Half-Life characters pop their heads out of toilets and sing some random nonsense song. This is humor in 2023. You know, now that I think about it, maybe this ownage thing, it's not that bad, honestly. Anyways, they pop in the DVD and find out about Jack Thompson's evil plan to quote-unquote end video games. The evil plan in question: putting up a billboard saying video games are bad, which I guess changes people's minds about video games. Damn, this truly is a dystopian nightmare. We really do live in a society. Literally 1984. We then cut to Ethan, Lucas, and Ben, who are driving to pick up Lila. They pick up Lila as Ben confronts Jack. Ben then dies. It's clearly obvious that he's sleeping, and you'd think they'd do an unfunny and predictable joke where Ethan and the others think that he died, but it turns out he's actually sleeping. But no, they treat it like he actually died, and in all of his subsequent appearances in these episodes, he appears as a ghost. So why did they animate it like he was sleeping? Is this another scrapped joke that wasn't fully removed from the episode? What the actual f*** is this cartoon? Seriously. I also want to bring up how atrocious the pacing of this show is. Sometimes things just happen extremely fast, not giving the viewers any time to breathe and process what's happening.
Ben! No!
He kept farting in the car anyway. Let's go!
I'm sorry about Ben, hon.
Who?
I think I've got it. The weak point is here.
The episode continues on with this Xbox robot thing locating the weak spot of the billboard. As Ethan drives to it, we get what is possibly the greatest out-of-context moment in any cartoon ever, and a perfect example of how sometimes this show could actually be funny and how really bad it is. Anyways, let's move on to the second episode of the trilogy. Episode 2 begins with the ghost of Ben visiting Ethan, telling him that he will visit Bobo, the gamer master that trained Ben. Bobo is essentially the show's equivalent to Yoda. Meanwhile, Lucas and Lila are stuck in traffic, as Lila notices that Jack is behind them, in which all of a sudden they aren't stuck in traffic anymore. Don't question it, it'll only make your headache worse, trust me. We then cut to Bobo teaching Ethan the ownage, which then cuts to Lucas and Lila meeting up with an old friend of Lucas named Larry. As it turns out though, Jack got to Larry first. Ethan receives a text message about this and heads over to rescue them. It is then that Ethan finally confronts Jack.
Benjamin Katarski never told you what really happened to your father.
Why would we ever have talked about my father? That's just creepy!
Your father once vacationed in New Jersey.
I don't think I've ever had a bigger love-hate relationship towards a cartoon before in my life. Immediately after this cringy, random equals funny New Jersey joke, Ethan jumps out of a window and has this absolutely bored look on his face immediately after the predictable I am your father shock plot twist parody. It gets even better when you slow down the footage and you get to truly appreciate how garbage this looks. This is yet another instance where the show is so bad it's good. Anyways, Ethan runs into the car and finds out that Lucas has been kidnapped. The episode ends with Ethan and the others driving off to rescue Lucas. The final episode of the trilogy begins with the billboard being rebuilt as Ethan and the others head to a redneck courtroom in Florida. Okay, so apparently Jack Thompson lives in Florida, which is why this courtroom is in Florida. I know that this was made long before the Florida man memes and whatever, but when I think of Florida stereotypes, I don't really think of hillbilly rednecks. Whatever, maybe things were different back in 2006. Ethan walks in and confronts the judge, who is an obvious parody of Jabba the Hutt. He pulls out a Wiimote and moves the judge up and down, which again looks absolutely amazing when you slow it down. We then cut to Jack meeting up with Hillary Clinton, who I guess was also attached to the video games cause violence stuff. I don't know, okay? I didn't know who she was until the 2016 elections, and I completely forgot about her existence when she lost the 2016 elections. I'm not a political person, okay? I'm sorry. Sue me. After that, Ethan and the others are planning out to destroy this new billboard. I want to mainly focus on this one character because this is the only episode of the entire show that he appears in, and he has less than a minute of overall screen time. I bring this up because this guy appears in the theme song, and the theme song uses the exact same footage for every single episode. Why bother putting this guy into the theme song if this is the only time he ever actually appears in the show? What's the point? Maybe this guy has a more prominent appearance in the comics, I don't know, and assuming someone comes across this show not knowing that it's based on a comic, they're going to be really confused about who this character is and why he only appears for a few seconds in one episode despite being featured in the theme song. God, my brain hurts so damn much right now, like you got no idea. Anyways, Ethan sends the others out to destroy the billboard as he walks up to Jack, who then leads Ethan to Hillary.
Welcome, young Ethan. I have been expecting you. I look forward to completing your training. In time, you will call me President.
Damn, I can't believe Ctrl+Alt+Delete the animated series predicted Hillary Clinton would run for president exactly 10 years before it happened as well. You know, people make a big deal about The Simpsons predicting Trump becoming president, but I don't see anyone acknowledge Ctrl+Alt+Delete predicting this. This is so crazy, guys. What the heck? I'm so tired right now, for real. Anyways, Hillary betrays Jack by giving Ethan a Wiimote that would allow him to defeat Jack once and for all, while Lila and Lucas use the Xbox robot thing to break the telephone pole, which would also knock down the billboard. Jack sneaks up behind Hillary and hits her with a briefcase, before falling weakly onto Ethan. The telephone pole falls onto Jack and Hillary, and the gang celebrates them saving gaming. And there you have it. The greatest Star Wars parody of all time. A parody that would make George Lucas himself shed a tear. Now, this would be the part where I would make an unoriginal and predictable, oh, still better than the sequel trilogy joke, but considering the fact that I don't care about Star Wars, and that I am honestly turned off by it due to the shockingly high amount of people who can't handle the simple idea of Star Wars having a bad movie, I will not make such a joke. Thank you very much. Fun fact. This was originally supposed to be the second episode of the Search for the Worst cartoon. At the end of the Alan Gregory episode, I teased that the next episode would be on Ctrl+Alt+Delete the animated series. However, there was no follow-up episode made to the Alan Gregory episode. I just left it as a one-time thing. I was busy dealing with other stuff at the time, and eventually I just lost interest in this whole thing, and I just stopped caring about it. It wouldn't be until a few years later that I suddenly regained interest in the Search for the Worst cartoon, thanks to a certain cartoon that came out earlier this year that will be covered very soon on this show. I had the Sam Cat and It's Fred videos planned for a while at the time, however it was decided as a last minute thing to make them Search for the Worst cartoon episodes. They were originally just going to be regular, normal episodes, not attached to the Search for the Worst cartoon at all. It feels very surreal to think that this video has finally seen the light of day, and honestly, I'm kind of glad that it did. Because goddamn, this right here, it's definitely a cartoon. Ctrl+Alt+Delete the animated series, more than anything else, embarrasses me. I know I said earlier that this show was sometimes really painful and cringy, and other times it was so bad it's good, but after closely watching these episodes and thinking about it more, there aren't really that many so bad it's good moments. There are some instances where this show can be funny in its badness, but for the most part, this show is honestly just really embarrassing to sit through. I wouldn't consider this the worst cartoon I've seen yet, though. I still think Sam Cat is worse just because there were just so many things in that show that reminded me of Mr. Schneider. And again, at least this show has a couple so bad it's good moments. Unfortunately, they're not enough for me to say that this is a hilarious bad show that you should watch. It's not that at all. The novelty factor that should be there isn't there. It's just cringe to watch. I'm sorry. This is one of the worst cartoons I've looked at. This show embarrasses me. It's just embarrassing more than anything else. This is a terrible show, and I wouldn't recommend it at all. It's not so bad it's good. There are some instances where it is, but for the most part it's just really hard to sit through it, and I really wouldn't recommend it. It's not worth it going through this garbage. The only positives that I could say about it is that it's extremely short, and also there are some so bad it's good moments in it, but that's about it. It's not worth sitting through this show. I do not recommend it. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video and you want to see more Search for the Worst cartoons get made in the future, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Sam Cat is the greatest TV show ever made. Forget The Sopranos, forget Breaking Bad, forget Better Call Saul, get that garbage out of my face, okay? Everyone knows that Sam Cat, that's the good stuff right there. That's where the real money lies, baby. The fact that people will consider overrated, poorly written garbage like Breaking Bad to be the greatest TV show ever made is just, I'm flabbergasted at that. I don't know how anyone could possibly think such a thing, you know? Anyone with a brain, anyone with good taste will tell you Sam Cat is the greatest TV show ever made. I don't know how anyone could consider Walter White and Jesse Pinkman to be the most iconic duo in television history when Sam Puckett and Cat Valentine are right there, literally. Sam Cat truly is, without a doubt, one of the TV shows of all time. Bravo, Dan. Okay, I'm gonna be serious with y'all right now. I have never watched Sam Cat, and I have literally no f***ing intention to ever watch it. I've garnered this, like, really stupid, ironic love for Sam Cat because of today's topic. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. Sam Cat is a Nickelodeon sitcom that exists. It is a spin-off of two other Nickelodeon sitcoms, iCarly and Victorious. iCarly is a show that I used to watch a lot when I was a kid, and I have a lot of fond childhood memories of it, although unfortunately those fond childhood memories have been ruined for obvious reasons. I never watched Victorious when I was a kid, and I have zero intention to ever watch it because of, again, obvious reasons. For all I care, Victorious is just that show with Ariana Grande and a bunch of other people that just disappeared from the earth after this show ended or it got cancelled or whatever. Well, I mean, that's not entirely true. There's this guy. I know this guy because he was in that Resident Evil movie that nobody remembers. He was Leon Kennedy. Yeah, that's definitely one of the casting decisions of all time. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, when Nintendo makes the next Smash Bros. Game, I hope they include Leon Kennedy in it as a playable fighter, just so that we could technically have Chris Pratt fight the guy from Victorious. I think that would be really epic, guys. I don't know about you. Sam Cat is a crossover spin-off thing of the two shows. I've never seen it, as stated before, and I have almost zero intention to ever watch it. However, very recently I've grown a sort of interest in the show, and I guess it's kind of like devolved into this ironic love for the show. I don't know what the f*** it's all about, but it's all connected to the thing that we're going to be talking about today. The Lil Sam Cat Show is a very obscure web series based on Sam Cat. It was only available on the nick.com page for Sam Cat and on the Sam Cat website, both of which are defunct because the original Sam Cat ended all the way back in 2014. Virtually nobody knows about this thing's existence. It might be the most obscure Nicktoon ever made, if you can even classify it as a Nicktoon. The Lil Sam Cat Show, much like the real Sam Cat, ran from 2013 to 2014, although interestingly enough, this has way more episodes than the real Sam Cat. The real Sam Cat only had 35 episodes made, while the Lil Sam Cat Show had 63 f***ing episodes, which is insane to me. I first stumbled upon the Lil Sam Cat Show earlier this year. I don't know exactly when or how I came across it, but as soon as I came across it, I knew it would make for a great video. Now, for those that are new here, just buckle up because this is when things are about to get a little confusing. This is a remake of an old video I made back in April. This video used footage from the Lil Sam Cat Show in it, which I'm not using in this video. I'm only using screenshots. And for a while, everything was just fine and dandy with this video until earlier this month in August. I wanted to do a bit of a project with the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a project revolving around every cartoon that I have currently looked at in this series. I'm not gonna go into detail on what it was just a quick, stupid thing that I would have done myself for fun. It wasn't gonna be anything I would make public, so don't worry about it. But it required me to look through episodes of the Lil Sam Cat Show. And I was very surprised to see a lot of the episodes that I found on YouTube had been taken down because of Viacom. As I said before, the only way you could watch the Lil Sam Cat Show was on the nick.com page for Sam and Cat and the Sam and Cat solo website, which are both defunct. And so at first I got concerned because this meant that my original search for the worst cartoon video could get affected by this, but then it didn't take long before I realized there's a strong chance the Lil Sam Cat Show could become lost media. And so I had to go and archive as many episodes of the Lil Sam Cat Show as possible to make sure it never became lost. I wanted to re-upload the original version of this episode onto YouTube, but with all the footage of the show removed to prevent it from getting taken down for copyright reasons. However, looking at the video, reviewing it couldn't work at all. A lot of the jokes in the video wouldn't work without the footage, so I had no choice but to just straight up remake this video from scratch. And so here we are now. Now I'm just gonna say this to clear up confusion regarding the episode order for the search for the worst cartoon. Episode 1 is Alan Gregory. Episode 2 is the Lil Sam Cat Show, the original version of the review. Episode 3 is It's Fred. Episode 4 is Slippin' Jimmy. Episode 5 is Ctrl+Alt+Delete the animated series. And episode 6 is this remake of the Lil Sam Cat Show. I didn't know if I wanted to like have this be episode 6 and keep the original video as episode 2, or if I wanted to retcon the original video and have this be the new episode 2, but I just decided to make this episode 6 of the search for the worst cartoon to prevent any confusion. This original video will most likely never see the light of day on YouTube. However, I do have it archived in a Google Drive alongside every episode of the Lil Sam Cat Show that I have currently archived. A link to the Google Drive will be in the description below, so be sure to check it out and download everything that's on it in case it gets, taken down. I've spent days trying to find every episode of the Lil Sam Cat Show that I could find. And I don't know what it is, but I think that's just kind of what gave me this weird obsession with Sam and Cat now. Now all of a sudden I have this weird thing towards a crappy short-lived Nickelodeon sitcom that nobody remembers. I now have a very strange fascination with a show that is essentially great value Drake and Josh. We have Drake and Josh at home. One thing I will not deny, though, is the Lil Sam Cat Show is not very good. Let's just put it that way. For starters, the art and the animation aren't all that well. At first I thought this looked like a really terrible show, but after looking at it a lot, I don't know what it is, but the art direction for it has kind of grew on me. It still doesn't look good, but there is a very little charm to it. Listen, if you were expecting a cartoon based on Sam and Cat to have like a good, like beautiful art style, then that's kind of your fault, alright? That sounds like a you problem, I'm afraid. The voice acting is not very good. I unfortunately cannot play a snippet because, I don't want Viacom to like get angry. But I will say that like whoever voices Sam in this is not Jeanette McCurdy, and whoever voices Cat in this is not Ariana Grande. I'll just tell you that much. This is a variety show. There's no like plot or anything like that in this show. It's just full of skits and segments and stuff like that. You have animated segments that are not very funny. You have challenges and whatnot where the actors and stuff on Sam and Cat, they do stuff that like I'm pretty sure Dan Schneider is into. And then you have what is easily the most disturbing for me, the fan of the week mugshots. Basically what it is I guess there was something on like salmoncat.com that would allow you to have your face appear in an actual episode of Sam and Cat, like have it appear like in a photo somewhere as like a small like cameo. And almost every episode of this thing, they would show off like who won fan of the week, and it's honestly really disturbing when you think about like, Dan Schneider and stuff, like everything like Jeanette McCurdy went through. I'm sure at least one of these people, like now they've grown up years later and they've learned about like what Dan Schneider has done, what happened with Jeanette McCurdy, and like they realize that they're going to be technically part of this forever. Like they're forever going to be connected to Sam and Cat. They're going to be connected to Dan Schneider forever, and they're just gonna have to live with that for the rest of their life. Like, you know what, I'm joking around and stuff usually in this video, but then like this is actually like it genuinely pisses me off, you know, like, I cannot joke about that, alright? At the time of making these first few episodes of the Search for the Worst Cartoon, I currently have the Lil Sam Cat Show ranked as the worst cartoon that I've looked at. But given how this has become, like, this was nearly on the verge of lost media, and I saved it from becoming lost media, I'm thinking of, like, going a little easier on it, even if this is a garbage show, even if it is made by a terrible person, or at least it's connected to a show made by a terrible person. I still don't really want it to become lost media. I have made 2 videos discussing, you know, my attempts to find the lost episodes of the Lil Sam Cat Show. I could go into detail about them here, but I'd rather you just watch those videos if you're new to the channel. I don't really know what else to say for this. I know that this is kind of a weak video, but I really am trying to make this better. I am acknowledging that this video is going to be nowhere near as good as the original Sam and Cat Search for the Worst Cartoon. I am going to fully acknowledge that. And admittedly, this video is kind of a little bit rushed just because, you know, I had no plans to make this, and I just wanted to get it over with and, like, focus on, like, new Search for the Worst cartoons, you know? Look at, like, other stuff. Because there is literally nothing new for me to say about this that I haven't said in my previous Sam and Cat related videos. So yes, I apologize for the kind of lackluster quality of this video. The original Sam and Cat Search for the Worst cartoon, again, is in that Google Drive. Link will be in the description below, so you can watch it, archive it, to make sure it doesn't become lost. You could be able to enjoy it far more than this video. Currently, I still am putting the Lil Sam Cat Show as the worst cartoon that I've looked at in this series, but I mean, to be fair, you know, considering the competition, that, you know, I just don't really have much of a choice. Slippin, Jimmy, and It's Fred are honestly, like, not even that bad. Like, I could sit through them again. Like, I could watch them again a second time and not feel, like, pain watching it. Alan Gregory is bad, but at the same time, it's only 7 episodes long, and I could probably sit through it as well. Ctrl+Alt+Delete is really embarrassing, and it's just a really bad show, but, like, there are rare instances where it can be, like, funny in how bad it is, so that's why it's not, like, the worst ranked cartoon. So yeah, I have no choice but to put this as the lowest ranked cartoon in this series so far. Again, I know this video is kind of rushed, but, like, I just didn't have that motivation to make this video, and I just wanted to, like, get it out of the way, so I'm sorry if it does have a sort of, like, half-assed feel to it, but that's just how it is. I'm sorry. You can watch the original video in the Google Drive, and you could be able to enjoy that far more than this video. I just wanted this because I wanted there to be an alternative that's publicly available on YouTube, even if this is, like, nowhere near as good. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Be sure to contribute to the search to find the lost episodes of the Lil Sam Cat Show. Be sure to check out my other 2 videos on it, in addition to both Search for the Worst cartoons. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm really tired right now. It's like 1:30 in the morning recording this, and, like, I'm tired. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I am so glad I'm making this video in 2023 and not 2019 or whatever, because I can only imagine how unfunny the comment section of this video will be if I made it during that time. You guys like that one funny anime that everyone makes all the epic memes about? You know, Johnny's Wacky Expedition, I think that's the name of it. You know, that's my favorite show. I love Jackson's Abnormal Quest. It truly is a TV show that exists. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. Jojo Siwa is a celebrity. That's the most that I will say. Basically, she's a Nickelodeon celebrity. In the late 2010s, they try to push her out as, like, their next big star. I know next to nothing about Jojo Siwa. Her music, her career, nothing like that. I am obviously not the target audience for her. The most that I know about her is she had a cartoon, and it's not very good. The Jojo and Bobo Shosho, which, God, I feel stupid just saying the name of this thing. It's a Nickelodeon web series. It's on Nickelodeon's YouTube channel. Only 12 episodes were made, and the show ran from 2018 to 2019. Needless to say, this is no Lil Sam Cat Show. They will never be as iconic as Lil Sam or Lil Cat, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be honest when I say that I'm making this as a quick replacement video because the original cartoon that I plan to look at instead I have to postpone for a multitude of reasons, and I was desperately trying to think of like a quick replacement cartoon, and then thankfully out of nowhere I just remembered, oh yeah, that one Nickelodeon celebrity has like an online cartoon and it's not very good. And so here we are now. I genuinely don't know if this is really Search for the Worst cartoon worthy. I mean, like, it's not a good show, obviously, but there isn't really anything awful in it. Watching this cartoon for this series made me really question, you know, what am I doing with my life? Which is something that I never questioned at all in any of the previous episodes. It is obvious that this is intended for both a young audience and fans of JoJo Siwa, in which I am neither young nor a fan of JoJo Siwa. Obviously, I will find this to be dumb and cringe and whatnot, but like, is it really like bad? Like, for what it is? Is it like truly terrible? Or is it just like, I just find it cringy, but like, you know, I understand that it's not made for me. I have a rule with the Search for the Worst cartoon where like I don't look at cartoons that are obviously intended for a much younger demographic because I don't really think it's like fair. This is meant to be a series where I try and find the worst cartoon ever made. And I mean like bottom of the barrel stuff. I ain't talking, you know, mediocre at worst stuff like Fanboy and Chum Chum or whatever. I mean like bottom of the barrel trash, you know? Not even bottom of the barrel, but below the barrel, you know, that's the stuff I'm looking for. There is literally nothing wrong with this show except it's cringy and dumb. But that can just be chalked up to me not being the target audience for this show. There are like cringy, how do you do fellow kids moments in this show. There's a picture of a laughing crying emoji in the background, which is just, of course that's there. There are a few instances where hearts pop out of JoJo's eyes, which I know that's like a really cliche like thing that's appeared in numerous cartoons, yet for some reason it feels really cringy here. I don't know why. One of the episodes references the Running Man challenge, which I have no idea what the f that is. I guess that was a thing that people did in 2018. I don't know. This whole show is basically told in a vlog style, so reviewing this will be nearly impossible for me to do because how are you able to successfully review what are essentially animated vlogs? Especially since this somehow isn't the worst thing I've ever seen on this series. Like, if I reviewed this, if I made this video back in like 2019 or something, when this show was brand new, I probably would have been like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever made. It's so cringe, guys. It's so cringe for real. But then I look at it now and it's like, I mean, like, yeah, it is cringe, but like, you know, it's not like the worst thing ever for like a kid to watch it, you know? If you have kids, then I guess it's a little okay for them to watch it. There's nothing like necessarily terrible about it aside from it being dumb and cringe, but that's just me not being the target audience. If you have kids, then I guess this is an okay thing for them to watch. I mean, I don't know. Listen, I'd rather have kids watch this over f***ing Gacha Life or those random equals funny toilet animations, okay? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Probably the closest thing to proper criticism that I can give this thing is that Jojo and Bobo's voices can get annoying at times. Aside from that, there is almost literally nothing for me to say about this show, positive or negative. Again, if I had made this video back in 2018, 2019 when this show was running, it would probably be a lot different. I'd probably be like, this is the cringiest thing ever made, oh my gosh. But looking at it now, it's just like what the f*** were you expecting from this, honestly? I gotta be honest with y'all, between this and Slippin' Jimmy, I'm just getting really bored of these nothing bad cartoons, you know? These cartoons that there's nothing to say about them at all. They're not funny bad, they're not painfully awful. They're just uninteresting is what they are. I need more stuff like Ctrl+Alt+Delete, because at least that was like something I could say about it, you know? There was material that I could work with for Ctrl+Alt+Delete. I think for the next episode I might look at an infamous bad cartoon just to, you know, to just have something to say about it, even if I'll just regurgitate the same stuff that other cartoon YouTubers have said about it in the past. Anything, man. I'd rather that over just this. Like, what is there to say about it? I consider this to be a little bit better than Lil Sam Cat, but Lil Sam Cat was more interesting. Even if, you know, the whole, like, lost media stuff didn't happen, I still would find Lil Sam Cat to be, like, a more interesting thing than this. Because there was actually stuff about it that I can talk about. As it stands, this is just a boring nothing burger of a cartoon, and I'm getting sick of looking at these, even though I've only really looked at 2 of them so far. I'm sorry for the very short video, but there is literally nothing I could say about this. If you really sat down, if you really went into a cartoon based on Jojo f***ing Siwa, and you actually expected it to be good in any sort of way, that's kind of your fault. I'm sorry. What were you expecting? Very safe, honestly kind of corporate, soulless, nothing at all to say about it. Again, I had intended for this to be a replacement video for another search for the worst cartoon that I had to postpone. I'm not really like that upset that like this is just like an underwhelming thing, because this was just a quick replacement video that I just thought of. You have no idea the writer's block that I suffered working on this video, trying to think of something to say about this show. Anything that I could say. With that said, there's one question that's been on my mind. Could the Jojo and Bobo show potentially become lost media, similar to the Lil Sam Cat Show? The answer to that is no. I find that very unlikely. First of all, this was only 12 episodes long, and not 63 like the Lil Sam Cat Show. Second of all, every episode is easily available to watch on Nickelodeon's YouTube channels. Third of all, and this is actually quite interesting, this has a DVD release. There's a Jojo Siwa DVD. I have no idea what is on it, but it contains 6 episodes of this as a bonus feature. So that's basically half of the show. So there you have it. There you go. This show cannot become lost media. I find it highly unlikely compared to Lil Sam Cat. If this video gets 30 likes, I will buy this DVD just for the novelty of it, you know? Why the f not? You know what I'm saying? Chances are I probably will buy this DVD regardless of if this video gets 30 likes or not, but I don't care. If this video gets 30 likes, I will buy this DVD. I don't care, you know? Money well spent. Anyways, that's about it. I just wanted to make this as a quick replacement video. I'm sorry for the slower, like, uploads. I started school recently, and that's obviously going to take away a lot of time, and I've got a lot of stuff going on in my mind that prevent me from, you know, focusing on videos. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Hello everyone, and welcome to the series finale of the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. Yes, you heard me right, series finale. I'm sorry, this is the last episode I can make, because, oh boy, I think I might have found it, guys. I think I might have found it. Listen, I'm sure Velma is terrible. I'm sure Ren and Stimpy's whatever is terrible. I'm sure those are terrible. There is no way it can get worse than this. There is no way it can get worse than this. Y'all voted for this, okay? I hope you realize that. This is your fault. This is blood on your hands. What I'm gonna have to look at today. Oh my god, you know, after 2 admittedly underwhelming episodes, it's like, now we have an absolute doozy of a cartoon to look at here. Something absolutely irredeemable. Every other cartoon I've looked at in this series so far, there's at least a few positive things I could say about them. This, nothing. Nothing at all. So let's talk about it a bit. You guys remember when NFTs were a thing? Yeah, they were. NFTs are basically these ugly drawings of like monkeys. Well, sometimes they could be for other things, but most of the time they're these ugly like monkey drawings, ape drawings, whatever, and they're like really bad for the environment. I'm gonna admit that I don't know exactly why they're bad for the environment, and I'm too lazy to look up why they're bad for the environment, but they're bad for the environment, and even if they weren't bad for the environment, they still look ugly, so like it doesn't matter. They're still garbage even if they didn't harm the environment. NFTs are a part of cryptocurrency, which is another thing that I know next to nothing about because I'm not a nerd, and that's basically it. That's all the knowledge you're gonna get of crypto and Bitcoin and all that stuff. NFTs, that's all the knowledge you're gonna get. There's your history lesson from me, okay? Throughout 2021, NFTs have gotten a very awful reputation online, but as time went on, NFTs started to die down, and you basically just never see anyone like acknowledge them anymore. They are nowhere near as big as they were in 2021, which is a good thing. And that leads me to my next point. In late 2021, an NFT cartoon was released. Yes, an NFT cartoon. A cartoon featuring NFTs. A cartoon that was released as an NFT. This is the Red Ape Family. This came out in late 2021, and it is... words cannot even begin to describe this thing. My god. A few things that I would like to note. Number one, this is currently the shortest cartoon I've looked at in this series so far. Only 3 episodes have been made of this thing. 3 episodes. And that's it. And the weirdest thing as well is that every episode, there's a really long gap between the episode releases for some reason. Episode 1 came out in November of 2021. Episode 2 came out in April of 2022. And episode 3 came out in May of 2023. I have no idea why it takes so long for these episodes to come out, but whatever. That is beside the point. That is the least of my problems when it comes to this thing. It's also worth noting that this is the first search for the worst cartoon to be on an ongoing series. A cartoon that is still going on, assuming we get a 4th episode in 2024. Every other cartoon I've looked at has either been cancelled, or it was never intended to get a 2nd season, or it just disappeared with no explanation. So you might be thinking, okay, this can't be that bad. It's only 3 episodes. How bad could it be? Oh, it's something, alright. It is definitely something. I'm just gonna say this right now. The Red Ape Family might be the worst cartoon ever made. Not the worst cartoon I've ever seen. The worst cartoon ever made. I cannot imagine it getting any worse than the Red Ape Family. I can't even begin to describe why this is terrible. This might be the hardest video I've ever had to make, not just for the search for the worst cartoon, but just in general, making videos. Because I am so flabbergasted at the quality of this thing. This could be a perfect counterclaim to the whole animation is art thing. This is something else, okay? This is... oh my god. Even if this wasn't related to NFTs, even if like this had no connection to NFTs, or like NFTs weren't bad for the environment, even then, this is still abominable. It's only 3 episodes long, and they are some of the most painful episodes you will ever sit through. I have to rewatch episodes of this thing in order to, like, you know, write down notes, you know? I initially watch the episode, and then, like, I record a little bit of dialogue, and then eventually, when it's time to, like, describe the episodes and what happens in them, I have to rewatch the episodes and, like, make notes and do all that stuff. This is something that I am physically unable to do for this show. Not only is it near damn impossible to describe everything that's wrong with this thing, but it's also near damn impossible to even describe what happens in this show. What is this show about? What is the plot of this show? Of the 3 episodes, episode 2 is the only one that has a fairly understandable plot. Episodes 1 and 3 are just, I cannot understand what happens in them. I cannot even comprehend what happens in these episodes. And the most ironic thing about this is that episode 2 is easily the worst of the 3 episodes. Yes, that's right. The only one of the 3 episodes that actually has like an understandable, comprehensible plot is also the worst of the 3 episodes. That is the level of quality we're dealing with here, folks. I'm just saying, y'all voted for this. Y'all could have voted. There were 3 other cartoons that y'all could have chosen instead. You chose this. This is blood on your hands. I hope you realize that. Alright, y'all. I think I've delayed the inevitable long enough, and now it is time for me to sit down and try and explain the Red Ape Family and what happens in it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. And with that said, let us dive in to the first episode. The first episode begins with the titular Red Ape family flying off from one planet to another planet. We then cut to a flashback scene from 2 days earlier, where Chucky, the main character of the series, and the only character whose name I could actually be bothered to remember, is sneaking into a museum. While sneaking through, you can see just how much care was put into this entire project, you know? There really was a lot of dedication and passion put into this entire series, and it's just an absolutely beautiful thing to see, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, Chucky finds what initially seems to be a bar of gold before a group of RoboCop lookalikes with RoboDogs appear. I don't know either. I don't know. Maybe this show is set in the future. I have no idea, okay? This is never explained at all in the show. We then get what is probably the best running animation I have ever seen in any cartoon ever. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I wish this show had more stuff like this running animation and the detective misspelling in it, because I could actually easily see this being a funny bad cartoon. It's instead of being the worst thing ever made, you know? This could have been a funny bad cartoon. This could have been something that's garbage, but at least I would have a fun time watching it and just making fun of how bad it is, you know? Anyways, Chucky escapes the museum, returns home, and shows what he stole to his wife. It turns out that what Chucky stole is a USB drive that contains the most valuable NFT in the world. The RoboCop lookalikes find the family, which prompts them to fly off to another planet. We then get a random cameo appearance from Laurel and Hardy, an old famous comedy duo. I have no idea why they're here. I don't know what Laurel and Hardy have to do with NFTs or anything even remotely related to cryptocurrency. They're just here because it's random, and as we all know, random equals funny. The flashback ends as we cut to the family in line with a bunch of other random characters that I presume are also NFTs. Donald Trump being one of them, because again, random equals funny. It's worth noting that in addition to Chucky, his wife, their 2 sons, and their dog, there's also a lion doctor thing that's just part of the family for some reason. This is something that is never explained in this episode or in either of the 2 succeeding episodes, and I don't think it will ever be explained if this show gets more episodes. Hopefully it doesn't. There's also a talking skull with them, and again, it's never explained who this character is or why they are with the family. Literally nothing is explained in this. The episode ends with 2 other apes spying on the family. Who are these apes? Why are they spying on the family? I don't know. Again, it is never explained. I also love how abrupt the ending of this episode is. For this video, I'm trying to show as little footage of the cartoon as possible, not only to prevent potential copyright issues, but also because of the whole thing where, like, you know, you take screenshots of NFTs, and so I thought it would be funny to take screenshots of this instead of showing footage of it, you know? But I'm gonna make another exception here, and I swear to you, I did not edit this in any way. This is actually how the episode ends. The only edit that I made was I muted the end credits as it contains a potentially copyrighted song. Other than that, I've done nothing. I did not edit this at all. This is actually how the episode ends.
Let me see. What's happening out there?
There is at least 4 apes out there, mi amor.
No way.
We cannot let them all in, surely. But if we do, they can hang around. Get it?
You're kidding, mate. Here, give me that. Hey, neighbours. Who the hell are ya?
I don't know if it's because it's significantly shorter than the other 2 episodes, but episode 1 is easily the least bad of the 3 episodes, and that's saying a lot. Upon re-watching the episode numerous times, God help my soul, I am somewhat able to understand the plot, but stuff like the random Laurel and Hardy cameo and the unexplained other members of the Red Ape Family make it really hard to comprehend what's going on. It's just things happen and they're not explained why they happen. It's not explained like why are these characters with the Red Ape Family. Nothing is explained at all. The fact that this is the least bad of the 3 episodes should really set off some alarms in your head. Trust me, it gets way worse from here on out. Episode 2 is almost 20 minutes long, and as stated before, it is easily the worst of the 3 episodes. God help us all. Episode 2 begins with a flashback of the first episode's events, before cutting to a collage of videos criticizing the show. There's then a cameo of Jake Paul for some reason, followed by whoever the f*** these are supposed to be, and then we get 2 elderly red apes, which are not explained at all, and then it turns out that this was all a nightmare that Chucky had. What then follows is a problem that is especially present in the latter 2 episodes of the show.
Jesus, it was awful. We were in a universe where we had no backstory or character arcs, and you had a British accent.
What's wrong with that?
People hated it. I saw another universe too, royally by the way, creatures called trolls, who were trapped in a thing called YouTube.
Poor things.
No, they were virgins making reaction videos in their mother's basements, all talking about how we are.
Ah yes, not taking criticism. Roasting the haters, if you will. What a certified epic thing to do, am I right, guys? Now, some of you could say that this is an intentionally bad cartoon, and that the creators of this put this into the show because they knew that it would piss people off, and that by bringing it up here, and actually by extension making this entire video, I am taking the bait and falling into their trap. I am doing what they wanted me to do. On the one hand, that is a very plausible theory, but on the other hand, I feel like that isn't 100% the case. Episodes 2 and 3 feel like they were made to intentionally piss off detractors, but episode 1 feels serious. Episode 1 doesn't have that, yeah, we're gonna make a cartoon that's intentionally bad, and we know it'll get a lot of hate from people on the internet vibe that episodes 2 and 3 have. I truly believe that the creators of this garbage were being completely serious with the first episode, and then due to the backlash they received from it, they decided to disguise every future episode as being quote-unquote intentionally bad, and that includes cheap references to the people that criticized the first episode. Anyways, we then cut to a bar where I will give the second and third episodes a very, very, very tiny bit of credit. The animation in the second and third episodes, although still not very good, are slightly better than in the first episode. In the first episode, the animation is absolutely awful. The mouth movements of the characters look so f***ing terrible, and they are extremely distracting and hard to not notice, making the already hard to understand plot even harder to understand. In the second and third episodes, the animation is slightly better, and as much as I hate to admit it, considering the subject matter of this show, there are extremely rare instances where it actually looks kinda decent, but for the most part, the animation still looks bad, and the consistently terrible art style doesn't help either. Yes, I'm a cartoon YouTuber that actually knows the difference between animation and art style. We exist. So we then cut to one of the Red Ape sons hanging out with this big pink ape. As the family arrives and confronts the pink ape, he warns them that the golden NFT they stole will have everyone hunting them. We then cut to a bathroom door with another typo on it, this time intentional, referring to it as a meme typo. This is definitely a reference to the detected typo that was in the first episode, and it only further strengthens my theory that the first episode was made with serious intentions, but the second and third episodes were made to be quote-unquote intentionally bad. They're in on the joke. They're self-aware that this is a bad show. Basically the Birdemic 2 approach. Make something that's so bad it's good, or in this case, something offensively bad with serious intentions, and then follow it up with something that's self-aware that it's bad. That's definitely not going to make this even worse than it already is. Totally not. Anyways, in the bathroom, the lion doctor is trying to hypnotize itself. I guess he has hypnotizing powers now. This was something that was not hinted at all before this, but whatever. Outside the bar, you have the white ape couple from the end of the previous episode, who I guess just so happened to work at the bar. The female mentions how the Red Ape family have the golden NFT, which they didn't know about beforehand, which only makes it even more confusing as to why they were spying on the family in the first episode. The male claims that he no longer lives that life and doesn't want anything to do with NFTs, which is again something that wasn't elaborated on before. I don't know about you guys, but when these two appeared in the first episode, nothing about them screamed, I think these two have an interest in NFTs. The Red Ape family leave the bar, the two sons get into an argument of sorts, and one of them leaves while the others go into an elevator back home. I love how not a single one of the family members questions where the son is going or leave the elevator to get him. It's just quality story writing right there. The kid walks away depressed before getting ambushed by the two white apes, and then Laurel and Hardy show up again, and it turns out that they are working with the giant pink ape, because of course they are. Also, in the previous episode, Laurel and Hardy noticed the Red Ape family escaping the planet that they were on, so how and why are they now on the same planet that they're residing in, if it was implied that they were on a different planet? I'm just so confused right now, okay? It never ends with this thing, okay? It never ends. The giant pink ape ends up kidnapping the Red Ape's son. Back home, the Red Ape family receive a message from Dr. Jeeves, the main antagonist of the show, and the only other character whose name I can remember. The lion and the skull point out that Dr. Jeeves steals all kinds of NFTs. This is supposed to be the first time the family meets Dr. Jeeves, so how they know any of this is, surprise, surprise, never explained. Dr. Jeeves explains that he has kidnapped the Red Ape's son, and that if he doesn't get the golden NFT from them, their son will die. After that, we get a brief diss at Saberspark, another cartoon YouTuber who had made several videos on the Red Ape family, and this is meant to be some kind of epic roast. I don't know, honestly. Listen, man, I'm tired, and I really want to get this done with, okay? We then cut to the family flying to rescue their son. They arrive at an auction ready to confront Dr. Jeeves. Dr. Jeeves is holding a presentation with the kidnapped son, showing off a remote that could turn any living being into an NFT, and he plans to use it on the son. The family then ambush the place as they fight off the security, who are a bunch of blue cats, for some reason. You know, I just realized something. If by some chance you went into this, like you stumbled upon this show without knowing a single thing about NFTs, you would have no idea what the f is going on. This is all stuff that would only make sense to a very, very niche group of people. Anyways, the family all throw cucumbers at the cats, which scares them away for some reason. What the f is this show? Seriously, like, what is happening in this? Why the f what is this thing for real? Eventually, Dr. Jeeves summons what he claims to be his most dangerous NFT, which is, and I really wish I was kidding about this, a baby version of Elon Musk. One of the sons throws a Bitcoin at baby Elon, and just as Chucky starts to escape, baby Elon is suddenly able to talk because of the Bitcoin, claiming that it freed him. He gives Chucky a mushroom, telling him that it will quote-unquote reveal his origin and show him his true path. And it is then revealed that Dr. Jeeves somehow managed to get the golden NFT from the family. As the episode comes to an end, Chucky's wife tells him to throw the mushroom away. However, secretly, he eats the mushroom. We then get the only scene in the entire show that actually has good animation and a good art style. Chucky gets a vision of the Robocops and Robo-Dogs from the first episodes attacking a village of apes. A family sends their child away to safety before becoming the golden NFT, I think, and then being eaten by a fish. And the hallucination ends, and by extension, the episode as a whole finally comes to an end as well. Episode 2 is, as stated before, the worst of the 3 episodes, bar none. It is also the longest of the 3 episodes, and the only one to have an actually sort of comprehensible storyline. So do what you will with that information. It took me at least an hour to write down the script for this part of the video, because there is so much stuff wrong with this episode. Almost every issue that I have with this show is present in this episode alone, and if more episodes of this garbage ever get made, I can only hope that none of them, not a single one of them, come close to being as bad as this episode. With that said, let us move on to the third and hopefully last episode of the Red Ape Family. The final episode begins with Chucky's wife asking why he stole the golden NFT in the first place, and it's revealed that he was sent out by an anonymous individual to steal it. It is also hinted that in addition to baby Elon, there are also baby versions of other billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. Guys, listen to me, okay? I know this is painful, but listen, this is the final episode, and should a 4th episode ever be released, I will not make a follow-up video discussing it. We will get through this, I promise. Anyways, it turns out that baby Zuckerberg, God, I feel like an idiot just talking about this thing right now, has taken over Earth with his cyborgs in order to find the family. The Lion Doctor pulls up a documentary on the quote-unquote war on Earth and selects Morgan Freeman as the narrator. I have no idea if they got an impersonator to voice Morgan Freeman or if it's one of those AI voice things, but I genuinely wouldn't be surprised at all if it was the latter.
For eons, they all continued to pass on their knowledge to their clones. Clones that exist even until today. Just think of Baby Zuck as Darth Vader, Baby Gates as Emperor Palpatine, and Dr. Jeeves as, well, Jabba the Hutt.
Anyways, this great war on Earth consisted of 4 baby versions of billionaires. On one side, you have baby Jeff Bezos and baby Elon Musk, and on the other side, baby Mark Zuckerberg and baby Bill Gates. Of the 4, baby Zuckerberg was the only one to win the war on Earth. There's a bunch of other stuff that I am not going to talk about at all, because the last thing I want to do with my life right now is talk about Red Ape Family lore. So as it turns out, the family is now moving away again because they're being tracked down, I guess. Baby Elon then contacts Chucky telepathically and tells him that Dr. Jeeves has captured him again. We get another shot of this show owning the haters, and guys, I can't do this anymore. This is too much for me. Episode 3 is a nothing burger episode, which is somewhat of a good thing considering how disastrous episode 2 is, but still, it's just, there is nothing in this episode that's worth talking about. I will just be repeating the same stuff that I've said on the first 2 episodes. It's just, there is nothing to say at all. You know, when I was about to go into this thing, I had one question in my head. Would this still be a terrible cartoon if it wasn't related to NFTs? Like, how bad would it be still if it wasn't related to NFTs? Or if NFTs weren't bad for the environment? I went into the Red Ape Family thinking that the only bad thing about it would be that it's about NFTs, and that's it. As it turns out, there is so much wrong with this entire thing. Nothing in this show works. Nothing at all. This would still be the worst cartoon I've looked at on this series, even if it wasn't related to NFTs, or NFTs weren't bad for the environment. Easily. This is only 3 episodes long. This is the shortest cartoon I've looked at in this series so far. But it is also the hardest show that I've ever had to sit through on this series. There are extremely rare instances where this could be a funny bad show, but it's just, for the most part, it is just so hard to sit through this thing. I can't even talk about any of this stuff, you know, golden NFT, baby Elon Musk. I feel like a f***ing idiot right now. Like, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? It is genuinely really hard for me to sit through this thing, and I cannot go on anymore. I'm sorry. You want to know how bad episode 3 is? Watch it yourself. Or maybe, like, just, I'm sure there's like a YouTube video talking about it somewhere, but I cannot be bothered to talk about it. I cannot. I don't care if it's the final episode. I don't care if we already got the worst out of the way, the worst of the worst out of the way at least, and now we're entering slightly less worse territory. I don't care at all. I'm done. The Red Ape Family is easily the worst cartoon I've looked at in this series so far, and it could very easily be the worst cartoon ever made. I cannot see it getting any worse than the Red Ape Family. There is no way that, like, Velma or whatever is worse than this. There is actually no f***ing way. I refuse to believe that. I knew at some point Lil Sam Cat would be dethroned as the worst cartoon I've looked at in this series so far, and here it is now. It's officially been dethroned. There are tons of other cartoons that I have planned to look at on this series, because you never know. There could always be something worse than the Red Ape Family. It is possible. It is very unlikely, but it is possible that there is a cartoon worse than the Red Ape Family. This cartoon made me angry. Like, I genuinely got angry watching this. I never felt this way with any of the previous cartoons that I've looked at in this series. Not even something like Ctrl+Alt+Delete didn't even make me angry, you know? Ctrl+Alt+Delete is not good at all, but like, what makes Ctrl+Alt+Delete different from this is that a lot of the questionable writing and whatnot in it could just come off from it being a very incompetent, poorly made cartoon. Whereas with this, it's just, nothing makes any sense at all. It is just genuinely baffling to me. I don't doubt the possibility that there are other NFT cartoons out there, other like crypto-based cartoons. I'm not gonna look at them. Red Ape Family is enough, okay? I will review a million Family Guy clones on this channel before I ever review another NFT cartoon. I genuinely hate this show. It is awful. If the Red Ape Family isn't the worst cartoon ever made, I'm not sure I want to know what is. But it cannot be Velma. It cannot be Ren and Stimpy's whatever. It cannot be any of those. I'm sorry. So anyways, that's about it. I know this is a bit of a long video, but man, I had a lot of stuff to say about this thing. So yeah, I was not prepared for how bad this thing was gonna be. So yeah, there's that. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to this channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be very greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye. When I was a kid, the only live-action Nickelodeon shows that I watched were Drake and Josh, iCarly, and Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, and that's basically it. And I am most likely going to keep it that way because in addition to a vast majority of live-action Nickelodeon shows being from Dan Schneider and, well, I mean, if you know, you know. But in general, stuff like, you know, Zoe 101 and Victorious just don't interest me at all. They didn't interest me when I was a kid, so I don't see why they would interest me now. I just don't see any reason for me to like watch them at all. Basically, aside from these 3 shows, there were no other live action Nickelodeon shows that I cared about at all. However, in early 2019, I'm actually a bit embarrassed to admit this, but I had a very short-lived Henry Danger guilty pleasure phase. I don't know what it was, okay? In early 2019, I would watch Henry Danger as a guilty pleasure and I wouldn't hate it somehow. I acknowledge that it was junk television, but I still somehow managed to find enjoyment in it despite that, or maybe because of that. I have no idea. This was all the way back in 2019, so chances are if I sit down and I watch Henry Danger now, it's going to be like the worst thing I've ever seen, but I don't know. Henry Danger truly is one of the TV shows ever made. Okay, we can say that. That's the most I can say about it. But I'm not here to talk about Henry Danger. I'm here to talk about the short-lived cartoon spin-off of Henry Danger, The Adventures of Kid Danger from 2018. This was notably the final Nickelodeon show to be made by Dan Schneider, as he was fired from Nickelodeon earlier in 2018, and this would also end up being his only cartoon made for Nickelodeon. So how does The Adventures of Kid Danger stand when compared to the other cartoons that I've looked at in this series, especially since the previous cartoon I've looked at is the worst cartoon I've ever seen, and possibly the worst cartoon ever made? Well, allow me to explain. I naturally went into this with very low expectations. I thought that this was going to be another nothing burger cartoon, something that was obviously not good, but there was literally nothing for me to say about it at all. It would be near damn impossible for me to talk about this show and why it's bad, because there is nothing noteworthy about it. I expected something akin to Slippin' Jimmy or that Jojo Siwa cartoon. Stuff that's just, they're not good at all, but like, there is literally nothing for me to say about them regarding why they're bad. As it turns out though, I was only half right. For the most part, this show was just really average. Like, for bad cartoon standards, it's not good, but I wouldn't really call it worst cartoon ever made levels of bad. Like, it doesn't even deserve to be considered like on that level. For the most part, it's just really average and there's just nothing to say about it. However, what makes this different from Slippin' Jimmy or that Jojo Siwa cartoon is that there are occasions, there are episodes where this thing is just completely f***ing unhinged. I went into this expecting a generic superhero cartoon, and although that is kind of what this show is, it's also really f***ing insane. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of love this show. It's kind of a masterpiece. This show can be really f***ing stupid at times, but weirdly enough, it's kind of entertaining in how stupid it is. This show is so unfunny that it turns around and becomes funny again, but not in the intended way. A phenomenon that I refer to as the damn Daniel effect. When something is so unfunny, so devoid of humor, that it somehow creates humor. Like, it becomes funny, but not in the intended way. Other examples of the damn Daniel effect include Ugandan Knuckles, Big Chungus, Mr. Incredible becomes uncanny, Eddie Murphy's 2007 masterpiece Norbit, Thor Love and Thunder, Skibbity Toilet, which, actually no, never mind, I'm not really Skibbity Toilet. If it weren't for the Elsa gatification of Skibbity Toilet, I would probably put this in as being so unfunny, it's funny, but the Elsa Gate crap, the nursery rhymes and whatever, the Skibbity Toilet sucks. How the f*** did we allow this to get popular? Seriously. There are 3 particular episodes that I want to talk about, and I think these 3 episodes perfectly exemplify just how unhinged this show is, and why I believe that it's kind of a masterpiece, actually. So yeah, let's dive into that. If you enjoy this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us dive in. The Adventures of Kid Danger follows the titular Kid Danger and Captain Man, otherwise known as Henry and Ray, respectively, alongside Schwoz, an inventor that works for them, and Charlotte, Henry's best friend. The first of the 3 episodes that I wish to talk about, as well as the first episode of the series as a whole, begins with Ray analyzing various pieces of popcorn in order to find 2 pieces that are exactly the same. After being unable to find any exact matches, he and Henry head over to a movie theater, all while completely ignoring a school bus that has been hijacked. Now, if I was literally any other cartoon YouTuber, I would criticize the fact that they would focus on something stupid like the popcorn instead of something serious like the school bus. However, I have this little thing called dignity, and I know better than to take a cartoon based on Henry f***ing Danger of all things seriously. Listen, animation deserves to be taken seriously. There are animated movies and cartoons and whatnot that should be taken seriously. The Adventures of Kid Danger is not one of those cartoons. I'm sorry. And again, this show is so unhinged, it's so absurd that it is nearly impossible for me to be angry at it, much less take it seriously. Anyways, Henry and Ray head to the movies and go through different buckets of popcorn in order to find 2 pieces that are exactly the same. While doing this, Charlotte successfully saves the school bus. After having no success in finding the popcorn, Ray pulls out a duplication gun that can create 2 exact pieces of popcorn. They duplicate a piece of popcorn, the duplicated piece becomes sentient, runs off into a tub of butter, explodes into various pieces of popcorn, which all morph together into a giant popcorn creature. The creature goes outside and starts destroying cars. There's a Back to the Future reference for literally no reason. It has no effect on the plot, and it isn't done in a clever way. It's just, oh, here's a reference to a famous movie pointlessly shoehorned in for no reason. I think this random Back to the Future reference perfectly exemplifies what I meant earlier when I said that this show is so unfunny that it's funny. This reference serves no purpose, and it isn't even done in a funny or clever way, yet for some reason it becomes funny because of how unfunny it is. It's so pointless and so unfunny, it becomes funny because of how pointless and unfunny it is. Anyways, as Kid Danger and Captain Man try to stop the popcorn monster, Charlotte drives the bus into the popcorn monster and defeats it. As the kids from the bus eat the popcorn, the duplicate piece jumps onto a bird and flies away, claiming that he'll be back on Christmas Day. No, I don't get the joke, nor do I know what it's referencing. Don't worry, you're not alone. The episode then ends. This was the first episode of the series, and I've gotta say, it is definitely one of the pilot episodes of all time. It is extremely stupid, but also weirdly entertaining because of its stupidity. I think that I was so badly scarred by the Red Ape Family that at this point, I'd take literally anything else. If I never watched Red Ape Family, I'd probably be like, oh man, this is the worst thing ever, I hate it, or something like that, I don't know. But now I'm just like, sure, I'll allow it, I'll take it, I don't f***ing care anymore. With that said, the next 2 episodes, I believe, further exemplify just how unhinged yet strangely entertaining this show can really be. The next episode we are going to look at starts off with Captain Man and Kid Danger as entertainers at a kid's birthday party, and it turns out that the kid's father is the richest man in town. Big Dingus, yes, that is his real name, who is probably my favorite character in all of media, even if he's essentially dollar store Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Yo, on a side note, I'm sorry, I gotta vent out a bit. How come nobody has ever, like, considered the idea of Doug Dimmadome in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2? Like, seriously, how is he not one of the most requested characters for the game? It doesn't make any sense at all. You know, people are asking, you know, like, where's Timmy Turner? Why is there no Fairly Odd Parents representation in these games? Bro, Doug Dimmadome would be perfect. I need him. I unironically want him, alright? If we could get Hugh Neutron into the first game, we can get Doug Dimmadome, okay? I don't care. Nothing is impossible. Nelvana can f*** off. I want Doug Dimmadome in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Anyways, the boy and Big Dingus tell Captain Man and Kid Danger that if they go and pick up 1,000 wieners from Texas Wieners, they'll get paid even more money. The two then embark on the 45-minute drive before eventually arriving at Texas Wieners and ordering the wieners. Just then, a sheriff arrives and finds out that there are no more wieners left. A chase sequence between Captain Man and Kid Danger and the sheriff then follows. There's like this joke country song playing in the background that's describing what's happening. I can't play it for obvious reasons. And then Kid Danger starts trying to blast away the sheriff's tires and accidentally blasts away the top of the car instead. And I think this was the exact moment that I realized I am unable to truly hate this show. It's such a stupid cartoon, but it's so stupid and so absurd, and it's obviously not something that's supposed to be taken seriously, that it would honestly be redundant to like hate on it. I don't even think the original Henry Danger, from what little I remember about it, was as unhinged or absurd as this. Say whatever you want to say about the adventures of Kid Danger, but for better or worse, there has never been another Nickelodeon show like it, and there will most likely never be another Nickelodeon show like it, and it just keeps getting better. Just you wait. In the same way the previous episode had that pointless and forced Back to the Future reference, this episode has a pointless and forced Van Halen reference. The two stop at the quote-unquote David Lee Roth Bridge, which is out of order, and there's a reference to the Van Halen song Jump, in which a cartoon version of David briefly appears. I guess it just reinforced that, yeah, this is a Van Halen reference, in case you somehow didn't know that already. I mean, I want to imagine the target audience for this thing won't know Van Halen at all, but like still, this is just, it's stupid, man. It really is. It is once again such an unfunny and poorly executed reference that it ends up becoming funny because of how unfunny it is. This would have actually been a pretty decent, cute little reference if it was just the signs and nothing else. But the pointless David Lee Roth cameo turns it around into being so unfunny that it's funny. The two drive off the bridge during the predictable slow motion scene when they're in the air, and it's like, oh, are they gonna make it or are they not gonna make it? And while this is going on, there's some kind of love ballad that plays for a few seconds for some reason. I don't know, okay? And then they crash into the party with the wieners, and everyone lives happy ever after, I guess. The end. This episode definitely shows off more of the unexpectedly surreal tone that this show occasionally has, and even though I've said it a million times already, I still can't help but weirdly love it. You know, it's crazy to think that I went into this expecting a generic superhero cartoon, and what I get instead is, it's definitely something, alright, that's for sure. Upon rewatching the third episode, I didn't find it to be as funny as I did the first time around, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to cut it out and just cut straight to my final thoughts on the show. Sorry about that. The Adventures of Kid Danger is easily the weirdest cartoon I have looked at in this series thus far. I know I previously said Ctrl+Alt+Delete was the weirdest cartoon I've looked at, but there's a big difference between this and Ctrl+Alt+Delete. Ctrl+Alt+Delete was just some really low-budget, obscure web cartoon made in the mid to late 2000s. This is from the late 2010s. It's from a professional animation studio, and it's just, to have it be the quality that it is, it's insane to me. Amongst the very surreal, absurd sense of humor that this show has, there's also unfortunate reminders of who made this show scattered throughout, which does hinder the ironic enjoyment that I get out of this show. But for the most part, the absurdity of the humor can really get to me. It's worth noting as well that in addition to the pointless pop culture references like Back to the Future, Star Wars, Van Halen, whatever, there's also tons and tons of references to other Dan Schneider shows, and even characters from these other shows appear briefly in episodes. One episode features a villain who dresses up as Gibby from iCarly, one episode briefly features Drake and Josh, and one episode features Goomer, yes, that is his real name, from Sam and Cat. I regret to inform you all that Lil Sam and Lil Cat never once appear on this show, which is a shame because this could have been the greatest crossover ever if that ever happened. My favorite thing about this is that if you've never seen these other shows, you would have no idea who these characters are or why they're in this at all. So like there's an episode that features like a girl from Game Shakers. And it's like, if you've never seen Game Shakers before, you would have no idea who this character is or why they're evil. I've never even seen Game Shakers myself. I know next to nothing about it. The most that I know is that it's basically iCarly if it was bad. And that's about it. That's literally all I know about it. You gotta be real deep into the Schneiderverse in order to understand these characters and where they're from. After closely examining this show, I'm not sure what it's trying to be. There's a part of me that thinks this is trying to be like a satire of like superhero movies. Like it's trying to be a parody satire of the MCU or the DCEU or something. But I'm not even sure if that's what it's even trying to be. There's an episode where they try and fight off a monster, and like the episode just ends with them not like chasing the monster, stating that like it would be better if it had like an abrupt, underwhelming ending or something along those lines. And it actually ends just like that. And it's I don't know why it does that, but it's weirdly funny despite being lazy. I'm genuinely really confused as to what to say about this thing. It's kind of like, it's like a masterpiece of bad animation. After looking through 8 cartoons, we finally have something that's funny bad, instead of just being either boring or like not awful but not good, just inoffensive, or just straight up offensively bad. It's like finally we have something that, even though sometimes it could be just really average, other times it can be absolutely unhinged with like how bad it is. It's like funny bad. And after having to sit through the Red Ape Family, this was a much needed thing. I went into this expecting it to be one of the better cartoons that I look at in this series, but I didn't think that it would end up being the best cartoon I've looked at so far. I actually don't really hate it all that much. It's like borderline guilty pleasure. That's genuinely how I feel about it. Kind of crazy how in the previous episode we looked at the worst cartoon I've seen, and then this is the best cartoon I've seen in literally the next episode. It's really insane. So there you have it. The Dan Schneider cartoons reviewed just like that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, it's worth noting as well that there were 2 episodes made of the Lil Sam Cat Show that like reference Henry Danger in it, or like they briefly feature Henry Danger in it. And unfortunately, one of the episodes is currently lost, while the other episode has been found and archived. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there. So there is technically a crossover between these 2. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna end the video now. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. It was only a matter of time before we looked at one of these bad adult cartoons that try and emulate Family Guy's style. Arguably the most prominent kind of bad cartoon. I may have criticized Alan Gregory and Slippin Jimmy in the past, but to give them a little bit of credit, at least they weren't Family Guy clones. At least they tried doing their own thing. That doesn't mean they're good, of course, but, you know, I can give them credit for not trying to emulate Family Guy's style. The fact that Alan Gregory and Slippin Jimmy don't try to emulate Family Guy's style automatically makes them leagues better than a lot of other bad adult cartoons, including the cartoon that we are going to be looking at today, The Prince, a short-lived HBO Max show from 2021 that is about the royal family, which I know next to nothing about because I'm not British, I'm American. I feel like I don't need any like knowledge or whatever on the royal family to know that this show is complete trash. The Prince was originally supposed to come out in, I believe, either April or May of 2021. However, it ended up being postponed because of Prince Philip's death that occurred around that same time. It ended up coming out in July of that year. It received tons of negative reviews, and was eventually cancelled in February of 2022. I brought up before how The Prince is one of these Family Guy-esque adult cartoons, but another great way to describe it is it's Alan Gregory, except British. And a million times worse, partially because it's British. The first thing to take note of is the art style. It looks awful, unsurprisingly. A lot of the minor background characters have that pseudo Family Guy look to them, further, pushing the whole Family Guy clone thing that this show has. But the main highlights are the caricatures of the royal family, which looks terrible. Like, what are these character designs, bro? Why are adult cartoons like this for real? This is another cartoon that will be near damn impossible for me to review. This is kind of like the polar opposite of Slippin' Jimmy. With Slippin' Jimmy, it was hard to review it because there was nothing to say about it at all. There was nothing noteworthy about it. It wasn't so bad it's good, but it wasn't offensively awful either. This, on the other hand, kind of speaks for itself as to why it's terrible. Like, you just look at the art style and it's like, yeah, you already know it's garbage. There's no point in legitimately criticizing it, It just speaks for itself as to why it's bad. And the humor that this show has only further shows how bad it is, really. The titular prince is literally Stewie Griffin. Like, that's it. It's Stewie Griffin. You know Stewie Griffin, you know the prince. It's just as simple as that. Like, down to the voice. It's like, it's so fucking blatant, Apparently the creator of this show actually worked on Family Guy on like a few episodes, or like he was a writer, I don't know, but like he has done work on Family Guy, so that could explain why it feels so much like Family Guy, but at the same time, like, bro, get your own identity, bro. The queen's whole shtick in this show is she swears a lot, and that's it. Almost every scene she's in, almost every line of dialogue, she just drops the F-bomb, and that's meant to be funny, because she swears a lot, and that's funny and hilarious, guys, am I right? I don't even know what to say for the rest of these characters, because I genuinely just have a hard time describing them, because you just look at the character designs and I think it just says everything, honestly. Bro, Meghan Markle in this show looks like a fucking Go Anime character. Like, how do you do that, man? How do you straight up do that, I keep talking about like pseudo Family Guy. Like, bro, no, this is straight up, this is pseudo Go Anime. And Go Animate already is pseudo Family Guy. It's like the pseudo Family Guy to end all pseudo Family Guys. To give this show a very, very, very little bit of credit, there is one subplot in this show that I actually think is not that terrible. In one of the early episodes of the show, the queen requests flum tarts, which are apparently her favorite treat. It turns out underneath the castle are a bunch of creatures that make the flum tarts. I believe these were humans that were enslaved into just making the flum tarts, but I have no idea. In one episode, the queen decides that she doesn't like the flum tarts anymore and she doesn't want them made, which prompts the servants to basically get rid of the creatures and burn all of them. Only one servant survives the burning and decides to take revenge on the royal family and also avenge those that were burned. He disguises himself as a servant named Kevin. In the final episode of the show, the queen requests the flum tarts again, which concerns the servants. The episode and the series as a whole ends with Kevin putting poison into the flum tarts and moving the cart up to the castle. Now, even though this is a terrible show and I definitely don't want a season 2 to happen, it does honestly kind of suck when a show ends with a cliffhanger. Regardless of how bad a show is, it always sucks when it ends with a cliffhanger, At the same time, though, I don't think there is a single human being in this world that wants a second season of this garbage made because, well, I mean, look at it, bro. Look at it. I feel like this whole Kevin subplot could actually work if it was in a better cartoon. I find it more interesting than the main plot involving the royal family doing God knows what. And I hate that it's wasted on this when this deserves to be in a much better show. Unfortunately, this subplot is not enough to save the show. While making this video, I made a realization. In retrospect, this could very possibly be the first of many, many, many HBO Max L's. All of the crap that HBO Max has done in the last 2 years or so, it started with this. I mean, think about it, okay? This came out in the summer of 2021, received largely negative reviews, and then it was canceled after 1 season because of the negative reviews. And then after that, you had the cancellation of that Batgirl movie, which was supposed to come out on HBO Max and was basically finished, to my knowledge, before just getting canceled, unreleased. And then shortly after that, you had the removal of various different shows on HBO Max, with Infinity Train and Close Enough being the most notable ones. I wouldn't be surprised at all if The Prince was still up on HBO Max. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if that somehow survived the great HBO Max purge of 2022. And then following that, HBO Max brought us 2 of the most hated shows of 2023. Yeah, it's genuinely crazy how many L's HBO Max has taken in the last 2 years or so. And it all started with this. You cannot convince me otherwise. You cannot tell me that this wasn't the beginning of the end for Warner Bros. And HBO Max. I'm aware that this is actually a Fox cartoon and not from HBO Max or Warner Bros. It's just simply distributed onto HBO Max. And I'm aware that this cartoon came out in mid-2021 before the Warner Bros. Discovery merger happened. But I don't care. I still want to stick to my conspiracy theory that this is what caused the downfall of HBO Max and Warner Bros. This is what led to Velma and The Idol and the removal of a bunch of shows. You know, this led to that. You cannot convince me otherwise. We all pin the blame on David What's-His-Face over here, when in reality, Gary Janetti over here, he was the real criminal mastermind behind it all. He was the one that started it. Yeah, I might be stretching it a bit, but I won't lie, it is very interesting to see this be like the first of HBO Max's many L's. Like, it's actually insane. Anyways, I'm gonna try and describe what happens in at least one episode, the first episode of the show, just so you can get an idea of how truly awful this show is, for real. Every episode starts off with a message stating that the show is a parody that shouldn't be taken seriously, and that certain recent events, referring to Prince Philip's death that occurred shortly before the release of the show, won't be brought up because the show is, again, a parody. All that's good and well, but unfortunately, being a parody doesn't change the fact that this is one of the most agonizingly unfunny things I've ever watched, and if I were to be honest, I think this show actually kind of fails at being a parody. You would think that because this is a parody, there would be like critiques of the royal family, a political satire of the royal family, if you will. I mean, the show would probably still be trash if it was like that, but at least it would be, you know, something. But no, that's not what it is at all. This is literally Family Guy, except with the royal family, which is that sure is a hilarious and original concept. That's so crazy, guys. I wish Clone High didn't get canceled when it first came out. Like, you have no idea. I've never even seen Clone High, but I just wanted to say that. I have this gut feeling in me that if Clone High, like, kept going and became, like, a long-running show, it would probably have, like, the same, like, impact on adult animation that, like, The Simpsons and South Park and whatever had. Because it doesn't feel like, it feels different from, like, all other adult cartoons, you know? I have a conspiracy theory that if Clone High didn't get cancelled, the world of adult animation nowadays would be far different from what it is now. I don't know why, but I feel like there's a correlation between Clone High getting cancelled and most modern adult cartoons trying and failing to emulate Family Guy's style. I don't know how to further elaborate on this either. It just something that makes sense to me for some weird reason. Anyways, the first episode involves Prince George, the titular prince of the show, trying to get Kelly Ripa to follow him on Instagram. So he sets up an event where she and several other people can get knighted and become dames or something like that. I don't know, British people stuff. I'm too American to understand. Now, I want to imagine most of you watching this are going to be asking, who is Kelly Ripa? And I have no clue, to be honest. Apparently she's a talk show host. She's appeared in a few shows that I'm familiar with, but her name straight up doesn't ring a bell to me, so I don't know why, of all people, they went with this literal nobody. I initially thought that she was like someone famous in the UK, and that's why I didn't know who she was, but nope. She's American. Just, alright, sure, I guess. Whatever the case may be, Prince George hopes that by making Kelly Ripa a dame, she'll follow him on Instagram. There's a lot of different subplots in the show. It's not just the Kevin subplot that I brought up earlier. I'm not gonna bring up all the subplots in the show because it's not worth it at all. And because the show got cancelled after only one season, essentially all of them end with like cliffhangers never to be resolved. But I will bring up that there's a subplot involving Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, with the former trying to find a job and the latter trying to adjust to life in America. It's not a funny subplot or anything like that, but honestly I kind of see potential in it. I don't know, I have this feeling that like this probably could work, you know, a couple that used to live in the UK and like now they have to try and adjust to life in America, something like similar to that could possibly work. I'm not sure. It's not as strong as the Kevin subplot, but it could maybe work somewhat. I don't know. This is probably the only show in existence where the subplots are considerably more interesting than the actual plots. Eventually, near the end of the series, Meghan and Harry moved back in with the royal family in the UK, so yeah, that ended up being pointless. Anyways, the ceremony begins, and in addition to Kelly Ripa being there, Greta Thunberg is also there, because why the f*** not? And of course she looks like that. I gotta love him, man. I love adult cartoons so much. They're so good, guys. They're so great. I also want to bring up that she is in this for essentially no reason. Like, if they included her to satirize her climate change stuff, then at least that would be something, but no. They do literally almost nothing with her at all. The only thing they do with her is a joke at the end of the episode where Prince George claims that it was freezing that day, meaning Greta didn't have much to say. And that's it. She's in this just for the sake of being in this, because it's a famous person. Laugh. The episode ends with Prince George unfollowing Kelly, which I guess is supposed to be funny. It's not very funny, like at all. And that's it. Admittedly, this was very brief, but I just really cannot be bothered to go into more detail about the episodes of this. This honestly does kind of speak for itself as to why it's bad. And I gotta be honest with y'all, in addition to this show being awful, part of the reason why I have like this really bitter, cynical attitude towards it is because this video has been in development hell for over 2 months. I started working on this video in early August and it was supposed to come out in the middle of the month, but numerous things caused me to delay the video over and over and over again, and eventually I just reached a point where I just wanted to get this garbage over with and just move on to other things, which is thankfully happening now after all this time. Something big came up in early August that forced me to postpone the video, and I wanted to have it out by the end of the month, and then the 1-year anniversary of the Queen's death was coming up, and I didn't want to deal with the whole like, oh, it's disrespectful, bad timing, whatever, so I had to further postpone the video, and then I had like this, just a lot of stuff came up, and it basically just made me think, you know what, I'm just done. I just want to finish this and get it the f*** over with now. So here we are now. The Prince is one of the worst cartoons I've ever seen, easily. I've genuinely never seen something just so unfunny like this. Something just so devoid of humor. And I swear, there are literal moments in this show where there is no jokes at all. They reference something and then like they don't follow it up with a joke at all. In one episode, there's a scene where Prince George brings up Demi Lovato coming out as non-binary, and that's it. That's the joke, if you can even call it that. He just acknowledges, oh, Demi Lovato is non-binary, good for them, and that's it. It has no effect on the rest of the episode. It's in there just because it serves no purpose. One of the episodes ends with a musical number involving all of the main characters of the show, and it is one of the hardest things I've ever had to sit through in my life. It goes on for like 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes, I believe, and it just never f***ing ends. It is awful. I really have a hard time trying to explain why this is bad. I think you just look at the character designs of the royal family, and that just it explains everything for you. I had a really hard time deciding how this compared to the Red Ape Family, especially given how this was meant to come out much earlier on. This was, I think, meant to be like the 6th episode or so of the show, and then it became the 7th, and then it became the 8th, and so on and so on. And like during that time, I watched this. I watched the Red Ape Family. And that became the worst cartoon. This was the worst cartoon I looked at prior to Red Ape Family. And upon rewatching it, I had a very hard time deciding if this was worse or if Red Ape Family was worse. I cannot decide it now. I've come to the conclusion that both are tied for being equally terrible. It is impossible for me to decide if I think this is worse or if I think the Red Ape Family is worse. And I'm probably gonna, like, you know, switch it around. Like, sometimes I'll think Red Ape Family is worse, sometimes I'll think The Prince is worse. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, this is a terrible show, and it is awful. Listen, you know, Family Guy is not a bad show, but like, I cannot deny the negative impact that it has had on animation history. I cannot ignore the large amount of garbage that it has spawned, and this is just the first of many. There are other Family Guy-esque cartoons that I have to look at on this series, and I am not looking forward to any of them. I can only hope that none of them come close to being as awful as The Prince. And I must bring up how crazy it is that this was the beginning of the end for HBO Max, the beginning of their downfall. It was this, and then it was the cancellation of Batgirl, and then it was the removal of various shows like Close Enough and Infinity Train and whatever. And then it was Velma, and then it was The Idol. It's genuinely mind-boggling to me. I hate this show. I really hate this show. It is one of the worst cartoons ever made. My god, this is... I don't care if it's satire. I don't care if it's parody. It doesn't even work as a parody, because again, if this was like a political satire or something, then like sure, but it's not even that. It's literally, it's Family Guy, except with the royal family. That's such a great concept, oh wow. Yeah, this is garbage. I'm so sorry. I want to get this video out of the way because this video has been in the works for like 2 months now, and I just want to finish it right now. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Well, that didn't take very long. Only 2 episodes later, and I've already found something that has dethroned the Red Ape Family as being the worst cartoon I've looked at on this series, and quite possibly the worst cartoon ever made. Just wonderful, seriously. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. Today we're going to be talking about a cartoon based on this extremely obscure musician who you've probably never heard of, named Eminem. He was this rapper. He's not very well known. He never really had any hit songs. He's very obscure. You've probably never heard of him. He had a couple songs. He had this one song called Lose Yourself. It was alright, I guess. It wasn't a big hit. It didn't win any historical awards or anything like that. It was an average song. Nothing special. Nothing to write home about. In all seriousness though, Eminem needs no introduction. He is one of the most famous rappers of all time. He's had a lot of hit songs. I know that his career is a bit of a roller coaster. His first album came out in 1996 and it is extremely obscure. Not a whole lot of people know about it. His second, third, and fourth albums are all regarded as classic rap albums, and then everything after is a mixed bag, to say the least. I've heard that these 3 in particular are really bad, but I don't know anything about them, so I'm not going to go into any further detail. I just know that, like, these are bad albums, apparently. I admittedly don't listen to Eminem all that much. This isn't me saying, like, I don't like his music or I don't like him. Of course, I know the big hits. I know Lose Yourself. I know The Real Slim Shady. I know My Name Is. I know all of that. If you want to count it as well, I know it might be a little controversial, but I know his later, more poppy hits like Rap God and The Monster and Love the Way You Lie, if you want to count those. But I've never like listened to Eminem like an album of his. I only know like the big songs whenever they come on the radio, and that's it. I guess that could just be attributed to me not being like super into rap music. No, this isn't going to be a lay wrong generation, rap is bad, rock is good, nonsense thing. Don't worry, it's just a personal taste. I don't doubt that there are amazing rap albums out there. It's just not a genre that I'm really like too familiar with when I get like really deep down into it, okay? I don't hate rap music, okay? I'm not gonna go on a pretentious 17-minute long lecture on how Bohemian Rhapsody is the greatest song ever made. I'm not gonna waste my time hating on mumble rap, a genre that I'm 99% sure doesn't actually exist and is a made-up genre, and say like today's kids need to listen to real music from the past, and the real music from the past in question is lame crap like the Eagles or Aerosmith or whatever. Guys, I'm sorry, I gotta say this right now. Aerosmith sucks. Okay? They suck. They're lame. Listen, I love classic rock. I love Led Zeppelin. I love The Who. Aerosmith sucks. They're lame. Okay? Dream On is the only good song they ever made, and that's it. I suppose maybe they have a couple other songs that are okay as well, but a grand majority of their songs are complete trash. I'm sorry. Boomers will say Gucci Gang is a terrible song that represents everything wrong with modern music or whatever, and then they'll go and listen to Crying or Dude Looks Like a Lady or I Don't Want to Miss a Thing, all of which are infinitely worse than Gucci Gang. I'm sorry. On a side note, I love how boomers and late wrong generation nerds frequently bring up Lil Pump as proof that modern music is bad, as if Lil Pump is this extremely famous rapper that everyone's listening to now, and not a one-hit wonder from 2017, 6 years ago. It just goes to show how out of touch they are, seriously. Oh yes, clearly modern music is bad because of a 6-year-old song that nobody cares about anymore, and a 3-year-old song that nobody cares about anymore, because that makes sense. I'm sorry for going off on a bit of a tangent. It's just, you know, I hate late wrong generation people. I hate that stuff, boomers and stuff. I hate listening to like old music from like the 70s or 80s, and the comments are just people whining about how today's generation is really bad and whatever. But yeah, to make a long story short, Eminem, I know the big hits. I got nothing against the guy or his music. I'm not a fan, but it's more just like I'm not like super deep into his discography. I'm sure like the 3 albums that he made during his peak are all amazing albums. But I'm not here to talk about Eminem. I'm here to talk about the cartoon about Eminem. This is the Slim Shady Show. This is from the very early 2000s. I don't know the exact date this was made, but I presume this was made in 2000, 2001. It's definitely one of those 2 years. This is apparently an online cartoon. It was released on the internet. A total of, I believe, 9 episodes were made for the show. I'm not exactly sure. There isn't really a whole lot of information out there for the show, so I'm just going with what I know. And what I do know is that this is one of the worst things ever made. Oh my god. You know, I feel like I frequently say this a lot, but this might be the hardest cartoon I've had to review on this series. But this time it's for something different. It's not because it's a nothing burger cartoon where it's like nothing noteworthy happens, nothing notably bad happens. Believe me, there's a lot of notably awful things in this show. But it's not like with Red Ape Family where it was just like words could not describe it because it was just really hard to understand what happens in it. With this, like I could understand what happens in this show. Like I could understand the plot and whatever, the storylines of the episodes. I could understand them. The execution, though, is so awful. It's genuinely insane to me. My god, this is something right here. Like, oh man. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us dive in to the Slim Shady Show. Possibly the worst cartoon ever made. For real this time. There are quite a few main characters in the Slim Shady show. None of them I can be bothered to remember their names for because almost none of them have any sort of personality or character. The only two characters who I'll remember their names for are Slim Shady, obviously, and Marshall Mathers. And now I am aware that Marshall Mathers is Eminem's real name, and I am aware that from what little I know, apparently Slim Shady is like an alter ego for Eminem. It's not like a nickname or like anything like that. It's not a nickname or a second stage name for Eminem. It's an alter ego. They're meant to be different people, which is fine, I guess. But what makes this confusing is that in one episode of the show, there's a scene where Eminem himself appears, and it's just straight up just like that. It's like a cameo or something. It's Eminem making a cameo in his own cartoon. Like, that's basically what it is, and it's really confusing. I would have thought that Marshall Mathers and Eminem were the same person, but I guess not. It's like really confusing, man. It's like that SpongeBob episode where it's like, you're Squidward, he's Squidward, I'm Squidward. Are there any other Squidwards that I need to know about? Like, that's literally what this is like. It's so confusing. Eminem lore is way more complex than I thought. Goodness gracious. Given how the two have very similar physical traits, I have to wonder, are they like related in some way? It's never explained at all. Are they friends? Are they brothers? Is this like a up father and son thing? I have no idea, honestly. The main thing that I want to focus on with the Slim Shady show is the humor, or rather the lack thereof. There are only 2 jokes in this entire show. The first joke are celebrity jokes. In almost every episode of this thing, there's a scene where Slim Shady and this other guy go up to a celebrity and basically insult him and sometimes violently beat him up. Exactly the same for all of them. There is no joke at all. It is entirely possible to satirize, celebrities and whatnot, but this is not how you do it. There's like not even an attempt to make it good. Some celebrities parodied on the show include Ben Affleck, Leonardo DiCaprio, Christina Aguilera, one of the guys from House of Pain. You guys know that song Jump Around? Yeah, this is meant to be a parody of like one of the guys that made that song.
Hey, Neverlast, what happened to House of Shame, huh? Can't jump around with the homies no more, can ya?
A literal one-hit wonder from the early 90s. That's the barrel they're scraping here. None of these are done in a funny, humorous way at all. This isn't me being like offended or whatever. It is entirely possible to satirize celebrities, but like this is not how you do it. And there's imagery in this show that I just straight up cannot show at all, because if I do, if I show the imagery, if I even describe it, the video will get taken down, just straight up. It's worth noting as well that I watched this on YouTube. There's no age restriction or anything like that. It's just completely free to watch on YouTube, which is insane to me. I mean, that says more about YouTube than it does the show, but it's still... There's also a lot of really edgy humor in this show, and like, listen, I have nothing against offensive humor. I have nothing against black comedy, but this isn't even that. This is just trying to be as edgy as possible. It's like a high schooler or something, like some like edgy 14-year-old made this. I know that back when this was made, Eminem, like his whole shtick was that he was like really edgy and whatever, and he was like causing controversies and stuff in his lyrics, but like this is genuinely really hard to watch because of that. I'm not trying to say like, oh, we gotta cancel Eminem or whatever, because I guarantee you, he either doesn't remember this show's existence, or he does remember it, but he deeply regrets it. There is no way he could still be like proud of this thing. I'm sorry. This isn't me being like, oh, it's problematic, we gotta cancel Eminem. It's just like, you could do like offensive humor properly. There is a way for it to work, but it just fails so badly, The animation and art style are really bad, but given how this is a web cartoon from the early 2000s, this was back when like the internet was in a very primitive state, I guess I could give it a pass. I'm not sure. But the humor of this show is the main problem with it. It's genuinely just really unfunny. To give you an idea of the edgy humor that this show has, there's an episode where Slim and the others play around with a Ouija board, and one of the ghosts that they summon is Kurt Cobain. I don't think I can show it without like getting demonetized, but Kurt doesn't have a head. Yeah, that's nice. That's great. A good, nice reference. Very, very funny. Hilarious, man. This isn't me being like, oh, I'm so offended, I'm so sensitive, whatever. I don't have a problem with offensive, like, humor. I have a problem with offensive humor that's done poorly. And this is just done poorly. This is like edgy middle schooler humor right here. This is like something like a 14-year-old would find this funny. I also find the constant celebrity insults thing to be really ironic. There's a scene in one episode where one of the characters is like talking about how like celebrity culture is pointless and stupid and whatever, and like I don't disagree with it necessarily. Like it could be like there could be valid points there, but it's definitely aged like milk given how Eminem is basically a celebrity now. I feel like he was arguably a celebrity when this came out as well, because this came out in like 2000 or 2001. By the time this came out, he was already really popular. The Slim Shady LP came out in 1999, and that was a massive success. I don't know if this came out before or after the Marshall Mathers LP. This definitely came out before the Eminem show, but I don't know about the Marshall Mathers LP. But regardless, he was really popular. He was a really famous, he was famous, basically. He was really popular. And then, like, shortly after this came out, he had that movie 8 Mile, and then that had Lose Yourself, and that was a massive hit as well. That the first rap song to win the Oscar for Best Original Song, Even when this came out, I'm pretty sure he was a celebrity. So this just comes off as being really hypocritical and poorly aged.
Dave, why is it that if more people see your face, like on a magazine or television or something, people think you're like more important all of a sudden?
Yeah.
I mean, what makes one person better than another person just because he's seen by more people?
Uh-huh.
I mean, most of these actors, models, they never went to a top college. They never do anything for anybody.
Yeah.
What about doctors, architects, fine literature? Why don't we value that?
And then on extremely rare occasions, there are moments where the show can be really funny in how bad it is. Some of the animation can be funny because of how terrible it looks, even if this is an early 2000s web cartoon. There are moments in this show that are genuinely comedy gold when you take them out of context.
Robert Downey Jr.
That's what bothers me, to be honest. Like, this could have been a funny, bad cartoon. Instead, it's just really hard to sit through. I'm getting really sick of these, actually. I'm sick of looking at these cartoons that, on some occasions, they can be funny bad, and then for the most part, they're just really hard to sit through. There's Ctrl+Alt+Del, there's the Red Ape Family. It's just getting, like, I'm just so sick of it. When am I gonna get something so bad it's good? When am I gonna get, like, The Room of cartoons? When is that gonna happen? How is it that the Henry Danger cartoon of all things, the last cartoon that I would expect to be funny bad, and it is funny bad? Like, that's genuinely crazy to me. How is that possible? The Slim Shady show reminds me a lot of The Idol, that really awful show from the weekend that came out earlier this year. Both shows feature a heavily respected musician in them. Both shows are offensively awful, and both shows somehow didn't end the careers of their respective musicians despite being offensively awful. I know that this came out in the early 2000s. I know that, like, Eminem's whole thing back then was that he was, like, edgy and offensive, but, like, still, people thought this was good? Seriously? Like, this isn't even like, oh, I'm offended, I'm a offended liberal snowflake millennial, whatever. Like, this is just unfunny. Like, there's no way to put it. Even if you like dark humor, this is just crap, for real. The very first episode of the show involves Slim and the gang going to the South Park cast to get revenge on them because I guess they lost a basketball game to the South Park cast. Why is it South Park specifically? I have no idea, but it's South Park. I just don't know at all. I'm gonna assume this is like a diss at South Park. I'm gonna assume it's like, yeah, bro, this is the next big thing, you know? South Park is old news. South Park is irrelevant. It's all about that Slim Shady show sweep, baby. That's what the kids are into now. I don't know. At the end of the episode, they kidnap Kenny, and then at the beginning of the second episode, Mr. T comes out and kidnaps Kenny from them. And then that's just it. That's the last time you see like anything South Park related in the show. Okay, so as it turns out, there are 3 types of jokes in the Slim Shady show. Celebrity bad, ow the edge, and random equals funny. That's just lovely. I feel like I'm not going into enough detail as to why this show is bad, but the thing is, there's a lot of imagery in this show that's genuinely really disgusting, and if I show it like uncensored, or if I even describe the imagery, I'm pretty sure the video will get demonetized or even taken down, and I don't want to take that risk. I feel like this is kind of something that, like, you have to see it to believe it in order to get an idea of how bad it is. This might be the first cartoon where that's the case, where like you gotta watch it to truly grasp how bad it is. I originally couldn't decide how this compared to The Prince and the Red Ape Family, which in the previous episode were both tied together for being the worst cartoon that I've looked at on this series. If you can believe it, despite how offensively terrible this show is, it didn't make me as angry as The Prince or the Red Ape Family. The Red Ape Family pissed me off a lot just because like I couldn't even understand what was going on in it, and the stuff that I did understand just made me feel like an idiot, ironically enough. At least with this, I could understand what happens in it, even if it is, again, really stupid. And The Prince pissed me off mainly just because of the development hell that the video for it went through. It's a long story and none of y'all need to hear it. I'm sorry. In terms of quality though, this is easily the worst cartoon I've looked at. Like, somehow Red Ape Family is higher quality than this. The f***ing NFT cartoon is higher quality than this. That's genuinely sad. I think about it more and it's just, there is literally nothing good about this show. I mean, yeah, there's a couple so bad it's good moments, but like, I have to wonder, should I consider those positives or not? I thought about it more and I realized, yeah, this is garbage. This should be at the bottom. Why would this not be at the bottom? So here it is. Just like that, the Red Ape Family has been dethroned as the worst cartoon on this series so far. And I have a feeling the Slim Shady show will hold that title permanently because I genuinely cannot see it being worse than this. I genuinely cannot see it getting worse than the Slim Shady show. While we're at it, I've also decided that The Prince is no longer tied with the Red Ape Family, and it's slightly less bad than the Red Ape Family. The bottom 3 cartoons are still some of the worst things I've ever seen, but somehow The Prince manages to be the least bad of the 3. I have no idea. Eminem has made many milestones throughout his career, and one of those milestones that I feel like should be talked about more is that he created, or at the very least, he was involved with the creation of the worst cartoon ever made. The next time I hear a song from him on the radio, the next time I hear Lose Yourself or Rap God or whatever, The Monster on the radio, I just think to myself, the man who created these songs also made the worst cartoon ever made. This isn't supposed to be like me saying like I hate Eminem or whatever, but it's just an observation that I will have to make from now on whenever I hear an Eminem song. But hey, even if this is the worst cartoon ever made, at least Weight magazine loves it. This is what they have to say about the show on the back of the official Slim Shady Show DVD. The Slim Shady Show makes South Park look like the Smurfs. So true, Weight magazine. So true. Anyways, that's about it for this video. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Hello everyone, happy Halloween, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. I want to imagine that ever since I decided to bring back the Search for the Worst Cartoon, this was a video that a lot of y'all had been wanting to see me make, and well, it's finally here. I feel like this video couldn't have come at a more perfect time. In addition to this being uploaded on Halloween Day, I've also had a really awful streak on the Search for the Worst Cartoon so far. We've just been looking at a lot of garbage on this series, genuine bottom of the barrel animation, and with all of this in mind, especially after looking at the worst cartoon ever made, literally in the previous episode, I was kind of prepared for this. I wasn't dreading looking at Velma. So I sat down and I watched it. I watched Velma. And, how do I put this? This might be a bit different from how you would expect this video to be. Now hear me out. I know that, you know, by saying that, people are gonna make, you know, ideas of what this will be, and I just want to show you something. Velma is not a good show. Not at all. I am not saying that Velma is good. You know, I love being a contrarian, but, you know, I got standards, okay? I know that, like, you know, that would be crossing the line. But honestly, after sitting through the Red Ape Family, after sitting through the Prince, after sitting through the Slim Shady Show, the f***ing Slim Shady Show, I am not joking when I say this. Velma is actually one of the better cartoons I've looked at so far. I'm not joking when I say this. This isn't like me being a contrarian or anything like that. I'm being dead serious. I want to imagine that if I hadn't watched like any of these three shows before Velma, I probably would have hated Velma more, but it just the sheer lack of quality of these three shows just made me kind of, you know, not hate Velma that much. I feel like watching Velma and making a video on it long after the backlash surrounding it had died down could have helped with this, but I don't know. Again, listen, I am not saying that Velma is good. I am not saying that at all, but like, it's not 1.6 out of 10 levels of bad. Like f***ing Slim Shady Show somehow has a higher rating than this. That's just, like, how do you do that, man? How do you explain that? This is not a video of me defending Velma and being like, oh, it's actually good, guys, we're all just overreacting. But, like, it's not the worst thing ever made. Like, even when I went into this, even before I started watching it, I just knew that, like, no matter how bad it was not going to be, like, the worst cartoon. The bottom of the barrel. There was no way this would have been worse than the Slim Shady Show. So let's dive in a bit onto Velma and how I somehow don't hate it as much as I probably should. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us dive in. I'm gonna say this right now. I actually like the idea of like a Scooby-Doo cartoon that's radically different from all other versions of Scooby-Doo. Like, that is not a bad thing. Velma being completely different from all other depictions of Scooby-Doo, that is not a bad thing. In fact, that should be considered a positive. That is something that should be encouraged, given how notoriously formulaic Scooby-Doo is. This isn't me saying, like, I hate Scooby-Doo or that Scooby-Doo is bad or whatever, but, like, you cannot deny, regardless of if you love Scooby-Doo, that, like, you cannot deny that it is f***ing formulaic. Almost every iteration is exactly the same thing. It follows the exact same plot structure. You watch one episode of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? You've basically watched every episode of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? As well as every episode of What's New Scooby-Doo, as well as every episode of A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, as well as every episode of Be Cool Scooby-Doo, as well as every episode of Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, as well as the 2 live-action Scooby-Doo movies, as well as the many, many direct-to-video Scooby-Doo movies. It's a mystery, no pun intended, how Scooby-Doo became one of the most famous cartoons of all time, given how repetitive and formulaic it is. Seriously. I mean, obviously, yeah, there are exceptions to this. You have stuff like Zombie Island and Mystery Incorporated that try and add a darker tone to Scooby-Doo, but for the most part, every iteration, exact same thing. no differences at all. So Velma wanting to do something radically different with the Scooby-Doo characters, that is not a bad thing. The problem just comes with the execution. And you know what? Making it an adult cartoon, that's not a bad thing either on paper. Taking a kid's cartoon and turning it into an adult cartoon, that could work. Especially like something like Scooby-Doo. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I feel like an adult-oriented black comedy about Scooby-Doo, like that could work. That could genuinely work. It's just not well executed. That's the problem. There are ideas in this show that I think could actually work. There are ideas here. Like, I actually see a good cartoon in this. I don't think I've ever said that about any of the previous cartoons here. I think like maybe Alan Gregory, but like that's it. None of the other cartoons I could like ever envision like actually being good. I've heard people theorize that this was originally going to be like something completely unrelated to Scooby-Doo. Like there was going to be no Scooby-Doo characters in it at all. But then Warner Bros, HBO, whatever, rejected the pitch. And so they went and like edited it slightly to be Scooby-Doo related. And then that was what got the project greenlit. But I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think it works like that. I don't think, you know, pitching shows and whatever, like, I don't think it works like that. I know David, what's-his-face, is, like, you know, bad and whatever, but, like, I doubt that he's that much of an idiot. I'm sorry. While we're at it, I just want to say as well, I really like the art direction for this show. This is easily the best cartoon I've looked at in terms of art style and animation. I actually really like the art style that this show has. I don't even mind like the character changes, like, you know, making Shaggy black, making Daphne Asian, making Velma Indian. Like, okay, that's fine. Like, I don't got a problem with that at all. I know people are going to be screaming like, oh, they made it woke and whatever, but like, you know, like, whatever, man. Like, if you genuinely get angry about, like, they made Shaggy black, it's like, there's no way someone cares about Scooby-Doo that much that they can get mad at this because they changed the races of the characters, you know? There are reasons to not like Velma, but the race swapping is not one of them. The fact that this has a really good art style honestly just makes me kind of sad as well, because there's clearly talent behind the animators and the artists behind the show. It's like, they could have easily given this that pseudo Family Guy art style that a lot of other bad adult cartoons have, but they didn't. They actually gave it a visually appealing, really good art style, and it just sucks that it's like wasted on this. I'm gonna assume as well that part of the reason why I don't hate this as much as I should is because this is a really infamous cartoon that literally everyone has already talked about. For the most part, on the search for the worst cartoon, I just look at really obscure, you know, cartoons that like nobody else would ever talk about. Like, I think like Alan Gregory is the only other infamous cartoon that I've looked at on this series, and even then it's not like super infamous. It's just like a somewhat well-known bad cartoon, and that's it. Most of the time I just look at really, like, you know, stuff that like nobody else has ever heard of, and I honestly prefer doing that because not only I get like it's more interesting to me. That's why it's more interesting to me to talk about this stuff. Like, I could make videos talking about like how Teen Titans Go is bad, how Ren and Stimpy's adult party cartoon is bad, but like I don't want to do that. You know, like, where is the fun in doing that? Where is the fun in talking about, you know, bad cartoons that millions and millions of other people have already talked about, you know? I'd rather dig deeper. I'd rather review weird, obscure shit that you will never see any other cartoon YouTuber talk about, because it's more fun. It's more interesting to me. If I ever made a search for the worst cartoon on Teen Titans Go, it's like, what could I say about Teen Titans Go that literally nobody else has already said about it? Oh no, I can't believe they ruined this show that I didn't grow up watching as a kid, and I quite frankly couldn't care less about it. How could they do such a thing? Have they no shame? I'm gonna go ahead and get angry at this episode that I'm pretty sure is like 10 years old and has already been hated on by literally everyone else. I can't believe that. Yeah, that. Let me talk about this obscure Better Call Saul cartoon that you didn't know existed. That's way more interesting to me. It is much easier for me to review the Lil Sam Cat Show or the Slim Shady Show compared to Velma, because like nobody's ever heard of Lil Sam Cat or Slim Shady show, whereas like everyone's already talked about Velma. So it's like, what is there for me to say about it that's new? I will say that a lot of the humor doesn't land, a lot of the edgy humor just fails, but like I don't know what it is. I think I've grown some kind of like, I think I'm desensitized to it. I think I have some sort of immunity from it. After having to sit through stuff like Red Ape Family, it's just kind of like it does nothing to me. Like, I'm not angry when I watch this show somehow. I don't get angry. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I don't think Velma is good. I'm not going there, okay? I love being a contrarian, but that's crossing the line, okay? I just don't think it's like the worst cartoon I've looked at on this series. It's bad, but it's not like the worst, okay? I'm honestly kind of disappointed with this show. I really thought it was going to be like as bad as people made it out to be, and although yes, it is not a good show, it's also not like the worst thing I've ever seen. I think the problem is that I have a stronger tolerance for like dark humor when compared to other people. I could very easily see how like the humor of the show can like anger people, but for me, it does nothing. Like, I don't get angry when I watch this show. I acknowledge that it's not like a funny show or anything like that. I'm not defending the humor for this show, but it doesn't make me angry to watch this show. Combine that with the fact that like there's almost no material for me to work with when it comes to talking about this show, because literally everyone has already talked about this show. What is there for me to say about it that nobody else has already said? There's more stuff for me to talk about regarding the hate surrounding the show compared to the show itself. I feel like it says something that the only new things I could say about Velma, the only original things I could say about it are like positives, redeeming qualities. You know, the fact that this is a different Scooby-Doo cartoon instead of being the same old song and dance, the same formulaic crap that we've been watching for like over 50 years. You know, the animation is good, the art style is good, you know, like positive stuff. That's the only new things I could say about the show. And I have to wonder, what would the reception for this show be if it wasn't Scooby-Doo related? I'm willing to bet that if this show had nothing to do with Scooby-Doo, it would have a significantly less bad reputation. It would probably still be considered a bad show, but it would have nowhere near as bad of a reputation. Barely anyone would care about it. It wouldn't have the infamous reputation that it has. This doesn't even like ruin Scooby-Doo for me or anything like that. Like, I could still watch Scooby-Doo. I could watch like any of the shows, any of the movies, whatever, and like I could still like enjoy them. The last thing that would be on my mind is this. This has almost nothing to do with Scooby-Doo, so it's not like it can ruin Scooby-Doo for me at all. You know, it's like with Slippin' Jimmy, where it's just like, it has barely anything to do with Better Call Saul, so it's not like, oh, it ruins Better Call Saul for me. Like, this is the exact same thing. The only other new thing that I could bring up about this show is my personal take on the whole hate-watching debate surrounding the show. Now, for those who don't know, hate watching is when someone watches a show or a movie and they know that it'll be bad. They know that it'll be garbage, and yet they decide to watch it anyways. When Velma was airing, there was this debate going on regarding hate watching the show, because people were worried that if people watched the show just to see how bad it was, then that would cause like the views of the show, the ratings to go up, and that would cause like the people behind HBO Max and whatever to think that the show is doing successfully, even if it has gotten like really negative reviews. That doesn't matter. The ratings matter more than the reviews. And lo and behold, a second season was announced for the show earlier this year. People are blaming those that hate watch the show as being responsible for this getting a second season, but at the same time, I kind of feel like not really. I feel like hate watching isn't really like the main reason why Velma's getting a second season, because hear me out. It's all because of another really hated HBO Max show that came out this year, The Idol. Velma and The Idol are very similar in that they're both HBO Max shows from 2023 that have gotten very awful reviews from critics and audiences alike. The only difference is that Velma got renewed for a second season, while The Idol got cancelled after only one season that consisted of 5 episodes. I want to imagine that when episodes of The Idol were coming out, people were just making videos talking about how bad the show was. There's tons of videos that were made on how like the show is garbage. So I want to imagine it was largely hate watched as well, similar to Velma. So if Velma got a season 2 because of people hate watching it, then surely the same thing should have happened with The Idol, but it didn't. The Idol got cancelled. So it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. I've seen some people claim that a second season for Velma was planned from the very beginning. I have no idea. I cannot confirm that at all. That's just going off of what I've heard, and it's just complete speculation. Whatever the case may be though, I don't think Velma got a season 2 because of people hate watching it. Because if that was the case, then the same thing should have happened with The Idol, but it didn't. And I want to say as well, unlike Velma, The Idol is genuinely f***ing awful. Like, it is actually as bad as people made it out to be. My god. Oh yeah, and just in case, I didn't watch either show on HBO Max. I don't have HBO Max. Yo ho ho, arg me mateys, if you know what I mean. That's the way to go when it comes to watching these shows. I'm probably gonna get a lot of backlash for this, but I don't hate Velma that much. And there's just a lot of factors that contribute to this decision. The fact that like everyone and their grandma has already made like a video talking about why it's bad, and so it's less like there's nothing new for me to say about it. And then in addition to that, you also have a lot of the recent cartoons I've looked at that are like infinitely worse than Velma, like the Red Ape Family and whatever, the Slim Shady show. It's just, I don't hate Velma that much. It is not a good show, but there are way worse cartoons out there, okay? I would much rather watch Velma than, like, The Prince, okay? I don't even care. The Prince is also an HBO Max cartoon, and it is... I have no idea how The Prince didn't receive, like, a fraction of the backlash that Velma received. Like, The Prince is, like, way worse than Velma. There is no way anyone could think Velma is worse. I'm sorry. I would rather watch Velma over The Prince. I don't care what people say. I don't care if people get mad at me for saying that. So yeah, that's about it. I know that I didn't once go into any detail on the show itself, but there's a 99% chance that you've already watched a video of someone explaining like why it's a bad show. So like, what is there for me to say about it? Nothing. If you're out of the loop regarding the controversy surrounding Velma, and this is like your first video to like see like what the deal is with this show and why it's so hated, then yeah, I apologize for it being a pretty poor explanation as to why the show is bad, but I just gotta be honest with y'all. This was just a really hard cartoon for me to review, but that's just because there is nothing to say about it, because everyone has done so many things on it. Everyone has said so many things about this show. So yeah, everyone, that's about it. If you somehow enjoyed this video despite how lackluster it was, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video. I hope you all have a happy Halloween, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I gotta be honest with y'all about something. I do not care for anime. I'm sorry, but I don't. I never grew up watching anime as a kid. I never watched like any of the big shows. I never watched Dragon Ball or One Piece or anything like that at all. I never cared for anime. It just never was my thing. And to be honest, I am aware that it might not be a good idea to generalize all anime as being like this. But then again, anime fans like to generalize all cartoons as just being unfunny Family Guy clones. So, you know, I might as well give them a taste of their own medicine. Certain kinds of anime turn me away from the entire art form. I don't know how much detail I could go into this, but if you know, you know. I'm talking about, like, you know, the high school crap, the L word stuff. That's like the stuff that I hate and I just cannot stand at all. You guys remember a few years ago, there was like that anime girl that had like gray hair or whatever, and she wore like a blue shirt, and like everyone made a big deal about her. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff that I cannot stand, okay? I'm sorry, bro, but like, bad cartoons are better than bad anime. I don't even care what people say. If I ever made a search for the worst anime, some of the stuff that I would look at would put me on a list, seriously. You know, people are gonna ask me, why do I like cartoons more than anime? What do cartoons have that anime doesn't have? Oh, I don't know. Waifus that both look like and actually are fully grown adult women. You know, that's something that we have, you know? We have Dexter's mom. We have Elastigirl. We have Danny Phantom's mom. We have that blonde girl from Billy and Mandy, you know? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. That's what we got. I'm sure there's great anime out there. I'm sure, like, the really famous ones like Dragon Ball and One Piece, I'm sure they're great shows. I'm sure, like, Spirited Away or whatever deserves its reputation as one of the greatest animated movies ever made. Yeah, I'm sure there's good anime out there. Me, personally, I just don't care enough for me to watch it. I'm sorry. Probably the only anime that I would say, like, I ever watched would be, like, I don't know, Sonic X, which, that was when I was a kid, and, like, I honestly cringe whenever I think about that, because it reminds me of my cringy Sonic phase back in, like, the mid-2010s. And then there was that show on Nicktoons Network. I'm not sure how many of y'all are gonna remember this. Y'all deserve a veteran's discount if you remember this. Kappa Mikey. And, like, that's it. You know what? No, you know what? Kappa Mikey is the only good anime ever made. That I'm just gonna say that right there. All anime in existence is trash except for Kappa Mikey. Kappa Mikey is peak anime. The only good anime ever made. But I'm getting sidetracked. I had to decide if this show should be in the search for the worst cartoon or not for numerous reasons. Number one, it is technically not a cartoon, I guess. It's on Crunchyroll, which is like this streaming service for anime, and I don't know if it counts. I feel like it feels like a cartoon heavily inspired by anime rather than like a full-on anime. I'm not sure. If y'all want to count this as an anime, then I mean, like, sure, consider this the only anime that I will ever review on this series. This is High Guardian Spice. This is a show that came out in 2021, only had 12 episodes made, and that was it. It has been almost 2 years since this show came out, and we have not gotten a season 2, so it's safe to say that, like, this show has been cancelled. I don't know. Apparently this show went through development hell. I don't know. It started development in 2017, yet it didn't come out until late 2021. I believe it was going to be set for like a 2019 release date, but it got delayed and postponed and whatnot, and I don't know what happened with this thing. All I know is that this has a very low score on IMDb, a 1.5 out of 10. Out of all the cartoons that I've looked at on this series so far, this has the lowest score on IMDb, so I knew right then and there, like, I had to check this out. I had to see what the big deal was. I went into this completely blind. I knew nothing about it. I had no idea why it was hated. All I knew was that it was hated. I was ready to see what kind of offensive garbage this show had in store for me. I was ready to see why this was such a widely hated show. What I was not prepared for was how f***ing boring this show is. This might be the most boring cartoon ever made. This is completely ignoring the whole, like, is this a cartoon or is this an anime debate? It's the most boring of either one, regardless. Of the 12 episodes that were made of the show, I only sat through the first 2 episodes. And then I decided, you know what, I think I've watched enough of the show to start work on this video. It is genuinely such a boring show to sit through. I am sorry. I don't think this show is hated because it's boring. I have no idea, truth be told. But my god, nothing could prepare me for how boring it was. Seriously. At first, I didn't hate this show that much. Like, when I was watching the first few minutes of it, I didn't see what was wrong with it. I didn't understand why it was so hated. I didn't think it was good, but I thought it was, like, at most a 4 out of 10 and not 1.5 out of 10 bad. I just thought that, like, okay, this is just a really mediocre show. It's extremely boring. It's not worthy of, like, the hate that it gets. And then I kept watching, and it is genuinely f***ing boring to sit through. I initially thought that this was not going to be search for the worst cartoon worthy because of how boring it was. And then ironically enough, it became search for the worst cartoon worthy because of how boring it was. This show is not funny bad, nor is it offensively bad. It's just boring bad, which is honestly the worst kind of bad. Because at least when something is funny bad or offensively bad, it's something that like you can talk about them, you know? The Adventures of Kid Danger was funny bad. The Slim Shady Show was offensively bad. But both shows, there was stuff in them that I was able to talk about. I was able to talk about things. There was material in both shows that I could work with, and they would make for great videos. This has nothing. This might be the most forgettable cartoon I've looked at on this series thus far. I've seen people complain about like the animation and the storyline and whatever, and I didn't really see like what was so bad. The animation looks fine. I see people frequently bring up like it looks bad and whatever, but I think like it looks fine. This is probably one of the better cartoons that I've looked at visually, but it's obviously not enough to save the show, of course. And the storyline is just like oh, I really don't care, honestly. It is hard for me to pay attention to it because of how boring this show is. Probably the only other real criticism that I can give this show is that the voice acting is really cringe. I can't play any clips because I don't want to like risk copyright, but like the voice acting and the dialogue is just like, ugh, you know. This is most definitely not a Japanese made show. This is definitely made in like America. I mean, it's a Crunchyroll original, so yeah, I'm pretty sure this is an American show and it's not like Japanese or anything like that. But I mean, like still, because I know like anime, it's like, you know, sometimes like English dubs can be quite bad, but I mean like here it's just like, oh, the dialogue, it's just the cringiest thing you will ever hear in your life, seriously. There's apparently a lot of LGBT representation in this show. I believe the creator of this show is transgender, and in one episode it's revealed that there's a character who was like a transgender, like female to male, and I mean, like, sure, cool, I guess. I really hope that this show isn't like widely despised because of the LGBT representation, because then that's like a... Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I'm really not sure. Because if you have a stronger tolerance for boredom than me, then, like, this is definitely not 1.5 out of 10 levels of bad. But, yeah, I worry now that a large amount of the hate for this show comes from it being just, like, homophobic stuff, transphobia, and whatnot. That's not how I roll, okay? I don't roll like that. I'm just gonna say as well that the LGBT stuff in this show does nothing for me. It doesn't make the show better, nor does it make it worse. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know what, maybe I'm too harsh on this show, maybe I should give it another chance just because of the LGBT representation. But at the same time, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know what, this show is even worse than I thought because of the LGBT representation. It does literally nothing for me, okay? I'm just gonna say that right there, alright? I'm just gonna say that. I don't know how anyone could possibly consider this show woke when watching it makes me want to fall asleep because of how f***ing boring it is, seriously. Anyways, I'm gonna go and try to describe the plot of this show as best as I can. Truth be told, I really couldn't care less about the storyline for this show. I think out of every cartoon I've looked at so far, this is the most, like, I don't care at all. Like, when it comes to the storyline. Like, I genuinely couldn't care less about it. So the show's about these two girls who go to, like, some school to become guardians or whatever. One of them wants to be a warrior. The other one wants to, like, you know, do stuff with magic and potions and whatnot. I don't f***ing care. Apparently Pinky over here, like, lost her mom as a kid, and, like, she has this sword, and this sword is, like, the only, like, remnant she has of her mom, and I really don't know, honestly. I genuinely cannot stress enough how boring this show is. It's just nothing interesting happens in this show. Everything is just, like, whatever, you know? The animation's fine. The storyline's fine. The characters are fine. Everything's just whatever. There's nothing interesting. This is not like an interesting bad show. You know how earlier in the video I brought up that I watched 2 episodes and I thought that was enough? Well, I went ahead and I watched 2 more episodes. I figured I might as well watch at least 1/3 of the show to see if like anything could get better, in terms of like if this could become like an interesting bad cartoon or if it could become legitimately good. Neither one happened, of course. Same old boring shit. There is nothing in this show that feels unique. I feel like there's a million shows out there that are exactly the same as this. There is nothing original or unique about this show, and I think that contributes to this being really hard for me to review. I think about this show more and more, and I actually kind of fucking hate it, because in addition to just being boring and unoriginal, it also has this kind of obnoxious feel to it. Pinky over here, I can't even be bothered to remember her name, is just annoying as hell. She's basically the stereotypical hyperactive girl. Oh my gosh, I'm so quirky, I'm not like other girls. And I don't want to like disrespect her voice actors or anything like that, but like the voice is, oh my god, her voice is f***ing annoying. You have no idea. I just really hate this show. I didn't think it was that bad at first, and I think about it more like, yeah, this is actually shit for real. This show just has like an aura to it that I just cannot stand. I don't know if it's because like I don't care for anime, but like I'm pretty sure like even if I loved anime, even if I was like the biggest anime fan in the world, I would probably still hate this. I mean, there's people out there that like they love anime and like they hate this. Like people would say like this is not a real anime or whatever. So if people that love anime hate this show, then like imagine what it would be like if someone who wasn't into anime watched this. It's like that makes it even worse, for real. It's an even worse experience for them. If I were to be honest with y'all, I think this might be the worst cartoon I've ever seen. Not the worst cartoon ever made, but the worst cartoon I've ever seen. Like, I'd rather watch f***ing Slim Shady's show over this. I don't even care what people say, alright? At least Slim Shady show, at least I can remember what happens in it, and at least I feel something when I watch the Slim Shady show. I feel an emotion watching it, even if it is a negative emotion. I feel nothing when I watch High Guardian Spies. I feel literally nothing. I'd rather be offended by how bad Slim Shady show is than sit through the boring nothingness of High Guardian Spies. I don't even care. In order to make this less confusing, I'm gonna just say this. The Slim Shady show is the worst cartoon ever made. High Guardian Spice is the worst cartoon I've ever seen. There is a difference between the two. There is a difference between saying this is the worst thing ever made versus saying this is the worst thing I've ever seen. There is a huge difference. I'm sorry, but a boring cartoon is the worst kind of bad cartoon. And you could say a lot of things about the Slim Shady show or the Red Ape Family or the Prince, but they're definitely not boring, that's for sure. I'm sure that there are good intentions behind this show, and I'm sure that like it could have worked, but it's just the execution is poor. If I was more into anime, I'd probably say something about like how, oh, this could have been a good cartoon, you know, this had the potential to be a good show, but I just really don't care. I just want to get this out of the way. I'm sorry. I want to look at something that's like funny bad or offensively bad. I cannot stand to look at this garbage anymore. I never want to see this show ever again. F***ing hell. Objectively speaking, The Prince, The Red Ape Family, and The Slim Shady Show are all worse than this, but at the same time, they're better than this because at least there's stuff in them that I could say about them. At least I feel something when I watch them, even if, again, it's a negative emotion that I feel when I watch them. I would rather watch these three shows over High Guardian Spies. High Guardian Spies is the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. Maybe it's not fair for me to put this at the very bottom of the ranking list, but I don't care. More than any other cartoon that I've looked at on this series, I feel like I wasted my time watching this. Like, not even with Slim Shady show or whatever, that I feel like my time was being wasted watching it. Because at least I knew that watching it would translate to a great video. At least I knew that the stuff that was in it would make for a great video. I can't even feel that for High Guardian Spies, you know? More than any other cartoon that I've looked at on this series, more than The Prince, more than Velma, more than anything like that, I sincerely feel like my time was wasted watching this show. The time that I spent watching this show, I'll never get it back again, no matter what, and I hate it more just for that. I originally had this above the aforementioned three shows, and then I think about it more, it's like, nah, the other three shows are worse than this, but I hate this more, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, I also wish to say, out of every cartoon that I've looked at in this series, this has the worst theme song. My god, the theme song is just like, oh god, the less said about it, the better. The credits theme is terrible as well. Bro, I wish I could play it, but I can't because of copyright, but like, the end credits theme has like some of the worst auto-tune I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's actually insane how bad it is. You have to hear it to believe it, seriously. Yeah, I hate High Guardian Spice. It's trash for real. Is High Guardian Spice an anime or a cartoon? It doesn't matter, Uncle Ben. It's shit either way. You know? Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. The internet in 2016 was a very surreal place, to say the least. This was the peak of edgy internet, cringe internet. You know, you had Filthy Frank, you had iDubbbz, you had Leafiest Here, Pyrocynical, Keemstar, the list goes on. This was the era of cringe. This was the era where we would look at something and be like, oh my gosh, guys, this is the cringiest thing ever. This makes me want to drink bleach, am I right, guys? When it came to memes, you had stuff like Damn Daniel, arguably the last big meme to come out of the Vine era, as Vine would shut down later that same year. The death of Harambe, which in retrospect I'm not sure why we made memes and jokes and whatnot about a gorilla dying, but sure, I guess. Again, it was 2016, it was a different time, okay? You had We Are Number One, which was actually a really good meme in retrospect, because not only did the song unironically slap, but it also gave a lot of people, myself included, nostalgia for Lazy Town, as someone that actually watched Lazy Town as a kid, and it was also for a good cause, as it was to help Stefan Karl, the actor that played Robbie Rodden, with his cancer. Unfortunately, in 2018 he would pass away, but, you know, at least we helped him out with these videos. At least these videos were made for a good cause. And then you have the topic of today's video, the Nutshack. The Nutshack is a Filipino-American cartoon, the first Filipino-American cartoon apparently, so yeah, this is kind of historical whether you love it or hate it. It ran for only 2 seasons. The first season came out in 2007 and the second season came out in 2011. I don't know why there was a very long gap between the 2 seasons, but whatever. The show aired on this network called Mix TV, which I guess is like a Filipino version of MTV. I don't know. It was also the only cartoon to ever air on there, so like that's something interesting. And for a long time, this show was extremely obscure. Nobody knew about its existence. That all changed in 2016. You see, there's a YouTube channel named Siva Gunner that uploads quote-unquote high-quality video game rips, basically music from different video games and whatnot. However, all of these rips are usually edited to include like a joke in them, and there's a lot of specific in-jokes regarding Siva Gunner, and the Nutshack would become one of those inside jokes, mainly regarding the theme song of the show. I unfortunately cannot play the theme song for copyright reasons, but basically the theme song just mostly consists of the lyrics "It's the Nutshack" repeated over and over and over again, followed by like a small rap verse, and yeah, that's basically it. It garnered a lot of infamy, it became a massive meme, people were joking about how it's like one of the worst cartoon theme songs of all time. Yeah, it became a huge meme. Looking back at it now, the Nutshack theme song kind of slaps. I don't know about you guys, but it kind of goes. Like, if you look past the repetitive lyrics, the beat is actually like pretty good, and even if the lyrics are repetitive, I cannot imagine any other set of lyrics going alongside this beat, aside from "It's the Nutshack" being repeated a million times. You know what? F y'all, I don't care. The Nutshack theme song is unironically good, and I'm tired of pretending otherwise. I'm tired of Big Brother trying to gaslight me into thinking that this is one of the worst theme songs ever. Man, shut the up. Y'all, High Guardian Spice's theme song is genuine trash. That's what y'all should be clowning on. Leave the Nutshack alone. A lot of memes would be made about the theme song, most of which just consist of replacing the word Nutshack with something else. Like, I believe there was like a video that was like the Nutshack theme, but every time they say Nutshack is replaced with the B-movie script or, you know, something like that. Stupid stuff like that. And then on the other side of things, the Nutshack garnered a reputation for being one of the worst cartoons of all time. It went from being this obscure thing that nobody knew existed to being one of the most infamous cartoons ever made. One of the most infamous bad cartoons. And then, ironically enough, after its initial popularity as a meme in 2016, after its resurgence in popularity, it became forgotten about again. Like, literally, as soon as the clock struck midnight and it was now January 1st, 2017, people just forgot about the Nutshack. It was no longer like a funny meme or anything like that. I'm not gonna lie, I felt unusually excited to do this show on this series because number one, I actually did watch the Nutshack back when it was a big meme. I do remember watching it when it was a big meme, and I also remember it being pretty funny in how bad it was. And number two, given a lot of the stuff that I have sat through recently, some of the worst shit that I've ever seen, I was ready to like kick back and just go back in time to 2016 and see whatever the f this was all about. And I've got to say, for the most part, it did not disappoint. Not at all. I'm gonna start this off by saying that this is a f***ing weird show when compared to like some of the other shows that I've looked at. Like when you compare this to like Ctrl+Alt+Delete or the Slim Shady show, it's definitely weird to describe it. The thing with like Ctrl+Alt+Delete or the Slim Shady show is that like sometimes there were moments where they would be funny bad, you know, enjoyable in an ironic way, but there wasn't enough of those. Like in the Slim Shady show, there's moments where it can be funny bad, but then for the most part it's just really awful. It's like offensively awful. Ctrl+Alt+Delete is kind of similar in that sometimes it can be funny bad, but also for the most part it's just kind of embarrassing. Not really offensively bad, but just embarrassing and cringy to sit through. And then the Nutshack is a bit of a f***ing weird show in that case, because this show is kind of the opposite of Ctrl+Alt+Delete and the Slim Shady show in that for the most part it is really funny in how bad it is, but then there are rare instances where it's just really hard to sit through it. Like it's actually exhausting to sit through it. Thankfully though, the good outweighs the bad, and for the most part this is a beautiful train wreck of a cartoon. Adventures of Kid Danger was the only funny bad cartoon that I've looked at on this series prior to the Nutshack, and I must say it has got nothing on this show. I don't think I've ever laughed this much before when it comes to watching a cartoon on this series. Like, this is like a complete 180 from High Guardian Spice. High Guardian Spice is the most boring f***ing thing ever made. This is hilarious in how bad it is. It's so goddamn baffling that it's kind of entertaining because of it. It truly is the room of cartoons. Unfortunately, though, it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. Sometimes there are instances where the show can just be awful to sit through, and I mean like really awful. Sometimes there are moments where the show is just exhausting to sit through, and it's just like, oh god, you know, when will the pain end? But thankfully, that's not as common as the funny bad moments. This show, for the most part, is really funny in how bad it is. This is what I expected out of Slippin' Jimmy. This is what I expected out of the Red Ape Family. This is what I expected out of Ctrl+Alt+Delete, the Slim Shady show, any of those shows. I expected those to be funny bad. None of them were. On rare occasions they were, but for the most part they were not funny bad at all. Finally, after 14 episodes, we have finally found an honest-to-God, true, funny, bad cartoon. The best, worst cartoon ever made. So let's talk about it a bit. The Nutshack is about two cousins, Phil and Jack. Jack had recently moved from the Philippines to the United States, and alongside Phil, lives with their uncle Tito Dick, who I have to say is unironically and ironically the best character on the show. Tito Dick is quite possibly the greatest character in all of animation history. He just radiates so much Giga Chad energy, it's not even funny. In addition to these three, you also have Horatio, this thing that Jack has. It's like I believe it might be like an animal that's native to the Philippines. I don't know, but it's like a robot hybrid thing. It's honestly probably one of the worst things about this show, if I were to be honest. It has this really annoying high-pitched voice. Not only is it annoying as hell, but it's also like really hard to understand what this thing is saying sometimes. So yeah, that's an L there. I'm sorry. Rare Nutshack L. The only other main character that I'm gonna bring up is Cheetah, who owns this bar and is like Phil's friend, and Jack has a crush on her. I ain't gonna lie, guys, she's kinda, like, to be honest, I'm just saying, man, she's kinda, oh man, I'm just saying, man, I'm just saying. There's a bunch of other characters, but I don't want to go into detail about them. I'm sorry, there's too many characters to bring up, and it's not worth going through all of them, so I just went through, like, the main characters of the show. The first thing that I want to say is that I actually kind of like the art style of this show. I get that it's a really ugly and unappealing art style, but I also kind of love it because it's ugly and unappealing. It just has that trashy Newgrounds look to it that I kind of love. This show came out in 2007, and I mean this in a positive way when I say that this is probably the most 2007 art style I've ever seen. Funny story, I remember when I was a kid on Nicktoons, there was like this Rocket Power ripoff cartoon. I don't know if any of y'all are gonna know what I'm talking about, but there was this cartoon on Nicktoons. I don't remember the name of it, but it was like this Rocket Power ripoff, and it had an art style that looked very similar to the Nutshack. And I believe back when the Nutshack was a meme, people were like making comparisons to it and this weird Rocket Power ripoff. I have no idea. If any of y'all know what I'm talking about, then yeah, let me know in the comments. Maybe that show might be searched for the worst cartoon worthy as well. Who knows? To give you an idea of just how absurd this show can be, there's an episode where all of the weed in the world just disappears, and so Phil and the gang try to find this place that apparently has like the last remaining weed in the world. And it turns out the person that caused all of the weed in the world to disappear is Bob Saget for some reason. It's really stupid, but it's also like, it's so stupid and so absurd that it's honestly kind of funny. It might be hypocritical for me to say like this is funny, but then when Slim Shady Show does essentially the exact same thing, it's not funny. But to be fair, when Slim Shady Show does something like this where it's like, oh, celebrity bad, am I right, guys? It's not done in like an absurd way. Most of the time it's just surface level insults and that's it. Here though, it's just so random and so absurd that it kind of makes it funny because of that. I'm not sure though, but it's such a stupid thing that it is honestly kind of funny in how stupid it is. I'm sorry. It's honestly fitting that I reference the Slim Shady Show and its constant celebrity bad jokes here, because in one episode of the Nutshack, there's like a parody cameo whatever of Eminem, and the first time I saw it, all I could think of was Slim Shady Show. It is now my personal headcanon that the Slim Shady Show and the Nutshack take place in the same universe, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. On the other side of things though, there are moments where the show can be really hard to sit through. There's an episode, it's the final episode of season 1 actually, that is about, it's like a superhero parody basically. It features Phil and Jack as two superheroes named TT Boy and Kid Oot Oot. I have no idea what this means. Okay, this is definitely a Filipino thing that I'm not gonna understand at all. It basically has Phil and Jack as these superheroes, as well as like Tito Dick as like this villain, and on paper this sounds like it could be like a funny, entertainingly bad episode, but it's not. In fact, this is probably the worst episode of the show. It's filled to the brim with a lot of like gross out moments and whatnot, and it's just not funny at all. Like, it feels like it's trying too hard to be like offensive and whatnot, and it's honestly not funny. Like, it doesn't work at all. It's like Slim Shady Show levels of bad, you know? That's the craziest thing. Like, this can almost be as bad as Slim Shady Show. There's no moment in the episode where it's like, it could be funny bad. The whole episode is just really hard to sit through it. I'm not sure if I can even be able to explain, like, the plot of the episode because I don't want to risk demonetization. But yeah, that just gives you a little bit of an idea of how the Nutshack can be. Sometimes the Nutshack can be the funniest thing you've ever seen because of how bad it is, and then other times it is a f***ing nightmare to sit through it because of how bad it is. It's crazy how it could be like that. Again, though, the funny bad outweighs the offensive bad, thankfully. The voice acting in this show is really bad. I don't want to be like too mean because this is a Filipino show, so like there's obviously all the voice actors and whatnot are gonna be Filipino, so like I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but sometimes it is really hard to understand what these characters are saying. It's not just Horatio that's hard to understand. Sometimes a lot of these characters, like Phil, is like really hard to understand what he's saying. Sometimes he has this like nasal voice, like it sounds like he has like a cold or something. Sometimes the poor voice acting and the fact that it's like hard to understand what the characters are saying, sometimes that can add to the funny bad nature of the show, and then other times it's just like it's really hard to watch it because you have no idea what the the characters are saying. So again, it's like a 50-50. I must say, out of every cartoon that I've looked at on this series, this is easily the most entertaining one that I've sat through. There's just so much that is wrong with this show. This is probably the only time I'll have fun watching an infamous bad cartoon. To be fair though, this show was very obscure for a long time. From 2007 to 2015, it was just this obscure thing that nobody knew existed, and then in 2016 it became a large meme, it became highly infamous and whatnot, and then after that it just became obscure again. Like, I still frequently see people bring it up as like one of the worst cartoons ever made, but nowhere near as much. Its peak was in 2016. If I made this video back in 2016 when the show was a big meme, then yeah, there's a chance that this would be a much different video. But looking at it all these years later, long after it became a meme, it's honestly really funny in how bad it is. Out of every cartoon I've looked at on this series, this is easily the best one. Like, there's not even a competition. It's obvious where this should go on the ranking list. It must go at the very top where it belongs. The king deserves to be on top. The Room of Cartoons. The best worst cartoon ever made. I'd also like to take the time to announce that I have moved the search for the worst cartoon ranking list onto IMDb, as making the ranking lists myself has become harder and harder the more cartoons I look at and the more cartoons get added. So I wanted to make this list to make it easy. Eventually at some point I was going to use this list as like the main thing for the show, and well, now I'm using it, so yeah. The Nutshack is the weirdest cartoon I've ever seen in my life, but it's also probably the greatest cartoon I've ever seen in my life, and also sometimes it is the worst cartoon I've ever seen in my life. While I was watching the Nutshack, I felt every emotion that a human being could possibly feel. It truly is a special show. It truly is one of the cartoons ever made. And god damn it, that theme song is good, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. After sitting through the boring nothingness of High Guardian Spice, this was like a much needed breath of fresh air. Finally, something that's funny bad. Something that I can watch and I can make fun of it for how bad it is. I can enjoy it in an ironic way. Thank goodness for that. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. And you know what, at this point, if you're still convinced that Teen Titans Go is the worst cartoon ever, then y'all need to like dig deeper, because Teen Titans Go is nothing compared to this. Teen Titans Go is on the tip of the iceberg compared to some of the stuff that I've seen on this series. If anyone that says like Teen Titans Go is the worst cartoon ever made, if they watched like fucking Slim Shady show or whatever, they would not survive it. I'm willing to bet. I have to wonder how many people that hate on Teen Titans Go, I wonder how many of them have actually watched the original Teen Titans from 2003. Because I swear, I never saw anyone talk about this show until after Teen Titans Go started getting hate. And even then, Teen Titans Go didn't get hate until like a few years after it came out. Teen Titans Go came out in 2013, and the hate for it didn't start to kick in until 2017. That's like 4 years after the show premiered. Where the f*** were y'all between that time? I'm sure there are people that hate on Teen Titans Go that actually did grow up with the 2003 series, but I'm willing to bet that a grand majority of people that hate on Teen Titans Go have never seen the 2003 series, and they only pretend to care about it just so that they can be cool and hate on Teen Titans Go, because that's the hip thing to hate on, you know? Mr. Enter said it's bad, so that means I gotta hate on it. It's the cool thing to hate on, y'all. If Teen Titans 2003 never existed, none of y'all would hate on this show. If this show was based on like an original cast of superheroes and not the Teen Titans, none of y'all would hate on this show. Seriously. The fact that in the year of our Lord and Savior 2023, people are still hating on this show is just mind-boggling, okay? It's actually crazy. Teen Titans had a finale. Get over it, please, okay? It's been 17 years, okay? The final episode of Teen Titans is older than most of the people that hate on Teen Titans Go. You gotta move on, please. You gotta move on. I'm sorry for going off on that tangent, but after the show that we're going to be looking at today, I really don't care anymore. I have finally reached my breaking point when it came to bad cartoons. I'm gonna start this off by saying that I don't care what your political views are. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. Good for you, whichever one you are. Whatever floats your boat, okay? I don't have political views. I'm not into politics. I'm already depressed enough as is. Thank you very much. I am not reviewing this as a Democrat or a Republican. I am not reviewing this as a Trump supporter or a Trump hater. I'm reviewing this as someone that watches cartoons for a living. And I've got to say, oh mama, I think this is the one that broke me, lads. I think this is the one that broke me. This is our cartoon president. This is a show that ran for 3 seasons from 2018 to 2020. It's meant to be a satire on the, at the time, president Donald Trump, who, we love him or hate him, you cannot deny he was one of the presidents of all time. Out of all the presidents that we've had in America's history since 1776, you cannot deny he was definitely one of the presidents that America has had. Undeniable. This show was created by 5 people. Yes, 5 f***ing people made this thing. Stephen Colbert being one of them. Now, for those of you who don't know, Stephen Colbert is this, like, talk show host. I don't care. My mom is dating someone that like watches his show, and like a lot of times I find it really unfunny, but I mean, to be fair, late night talk shows are not my kind of show. Listen, I'm sure like to someone out there, like, this is the funniest thing in the world, okay? I'm sure there's someone out there that finds this show funny, and I completely respect that. Unfortunately, I have a strong distaste towards political humor of any kind. I mean, listen, this is the kind of crap that I find funny, so, you know, I'm not one to talk about, like, what's funny and what's not funny. But yes, this is a show from Stephen Colbert and 4 other people, and it is a very hard show to sit through. Again, as stated before, this had 3 seasons. It ran from 2018 to 2020. It had 46 episodes made. Yes, 46. Out of every cartoon that I've looked at on this series so far, this has the second most amount of episodes, only behind the Lil Sam Cat Show. And even then, Lil Sam Cat is different because, number 1, there are some episodes of Lil Sam Cat that are lost media, and number 2, these are short 3-5 minute long episodes, whereas these are 20-minute long episodes. And oh mama, this is a hard show to sit through. I'm just gonna say that right there. I want to start this off by saying, making a cartoon about, like, any president. This isn't just because, like, oh, it's Trump or whatever. This could apply to literally any president, okay? If this was a show about Biden, everything that I'm saying here would still apply. Nothing would be different. If this was a show about, like, Obama or whatever, it'd be the same f***ing thing. I feel like it's really stupid to make a show with, like, someone as president because, like, they're not going to be president forever. Like Trump isn't president anymore. He stopped being president almost 3 years ago now. The millisecond Biden became president in early 2021, everything that's in this show became outdated and irrelevant. So, like, it makes you question, what was the point of even making it in the first place? What was the point? And the funniest thing is that the show actually got cancelled when it was announced that Biden would become the next president. So there you go. There's even more proof that this whole show is just pointless from the start. Like, there's no point in making it. Even if Trump won the 2020 elections, that's just an extra 4 years and that's it. Once 2025 rolls around, he can't be president anymore. The maximum is 8 years and that's it. I mean, to be fair, it's a horrifying thought, the idea of our cartoon president still being on the air, still having episodes made, but it wouldn't matter. Sooner or later, everything that's talked about in this show, everything that's parody would become outdated and irrelevant. Whatever, like, big political stuff was happening in 2018 that's referenced in this show, it's long outdated now in 2023, 5 years later. Again, this is not exclusive to Trump. If this was a cartoon about literally any other president, it would be the exact same thing. I'm not gonna have a bias or whatever and be like, oh, you know, if this show was about Biden or whatever, then it would be timeless. I'm not doing that, okay? I'm not doing that at all. I also want to move on to the animation, which is, you know, like, adult animation, I'm starting to think was a mistake. I'm gonna start this off by saying that I don't know any of these characters' names, except for Donald Trump, of course. I don't know any of these people at all, but, like, I cannot ignore how ugly this show is. This is very much similar to The Prince, in that it's meant to be, like, a satire of, like, a political thing, and it also has, like, really awful character designs. It's some of the worst character designs I've ever seen in a show. What the are these character designs, bro? Like, how do you make an adult cartoon so ugly it somehow looks worse than pseudo Family Guy? Like, that's impossible, bro. How do you do that? How do you make an adult cartoon with an art style that somehow looks worse than pseudo Family Guy? That's insane. I try to be fair with the cartoons that I look at on this series. I try to watch as much of it as I'm able to, you know? Some of the shows that I've looked at on this series, I've managed to watch every single episode for them. This has the second most amount of episodes out of any cartoon that I've looked at on this series. Obviously, I'm not gonna watch every single episode of the show. I'm only gonna watch a couple episodes. My original game plan was that I was going to watch 5 episodes from each season. So 5 from season 1, 5 from season 2, and 5 from season 3. 15 episodes in total. I couldn't even make it past one f***ing episode. It actually is that bad. There's a small part of me that wants to scrap this video and, like, delay it and then, like, watch more of the show, but at the same time, like, I have a feeling it's just not worth it. Like, what I saw is basically what I get. I have a very strong distaste for political humor of any kind, and I think that contributes to just me not being able to stomach this show at all, but I don't know. I have to keep wondering, you know, how does it keep getting worse? How does it keep getting worse and worse? You know, you had Red Ape Family, you have The Prince, The Slim Shady Show, High Guardian Spice, and now this. You guys remember when I said the Lil Sam Cat Show was the worst show that I've looked at on this series? Good times, yo. Good times. This might change in the future, but for the time being, this might... I couldn't even stomach one episode. It's just... I've never watched something so unfunny before in my life. It's really crazy to me how we've been on such a really awful streak so far, and this just continues that. Some of you could say it's not fair for me to do this because I didn't even finish one episode. I watched like most of the first episode and then I just called it quits. But listen, there's 46 episodes of this show. I couldn't even bear to just do this. I knew early on into the episode I would only watch the first episode and that's it. But like I couldn't even do that. It was just too much for me to bear. I've never seen something so unfunny before in my life. Of course, there's always a possibility that in the future I would, give this another chance, and yeah, no, that's not happening. Why in the hell would I ever give this a second chance? Why would I ever reevaluate this? Oh yeah, and I just want to bring this up as well. I brought up how this show ran for 3 seasons from 2018 to 2020. The 3rd season was released in 2020, so that means it's gonna have a lot of this stuff. I love being reminded of a time when I was depressed beyond belief and I was genuinely angry. Like I hated the entire world and I genuinely believed that nothing in life would get any better. Thank you for that, Mr. Colbert. I truly love being reminded of that time. Bravo, Steven. If I couldn't even sit through the first episode before calling it quits, then I can't even begin to imagine what these episodes would have, what the season 3 episodes would have, the 2020 episodes. Regardless of how you feel about Biden, I'm just gonna say at least him becoming president meant that there would be no more our cartoon president. So you know what? Everyone in the comments say thank you, Brandon, for being the reason why we don't have our cartoon president anymore. I know this is like a kind of a half-assed video, but like I can't even be bothered to look at this thing. It's just so bad. Actually, like really wretched beyond belief. Like just these character designs say everything. I've never seen something so devoid of humor before in my life, seriously. Anyways, that's about it. If you somehow managed to enjoy this video despite it being admittedly half-assed, although that's not my fault, this thing really is that bad, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase. I hate Fairview. Fairview is the worst cartoon I have ever seen in my entire life, and it is quite possibly, no, it is the worst cartoon ever made. I have never watched something this bad before in my life. This is worse than the Red Ape Family. This is worse than the Slim Shady Show. This is worse than High Guardian Spice. This is worse than The Prince. This is worse than Our Cartoon President. This is worse than all of those. This is like the nadir of animation. This is the reason why animation isn't taken seriously. This is the reason why animation isn't considered a legitimate art form by the industry. If this is what adult animation is capable of producing, then you know what? I'm glad that animation is only seen as a dumb thing for kids. Let's keep it that way. I'm okay with the whole animation is only for kids thing now, because as long as it prevents more stuff like Fairview getting made, I'm down for it. This was a short-lived show. There were only 8 episodes made, and that's it. This show came out in 2022. It's been almost 2 years since it came out, and we've gotten no news on a season 2, so I think it's safe to say that this show has been cancelled. Out of the 8 episodes, I was only able to stomach 3 of them before I thought, you know what, that's enough. I never want to see anyone talk about how bad Teen Titans Go or Velma or whatever. I never want to see anyone talk about how bad those shows are ever again, because if any of y'all watched Fairview, y'all wouldn't be complaining about Velma or whatever. Y'all would look at Velma as like a masterpiece in comparison. The fact that a lot of like really offensively bad garbage cartoons don't have anywhere near as bad of a reputation as a show that would have nowhere near as bad of a reputation if it wasn't attached to a famous beloved cartoon is mind-boggling to me, seriously. Be honest with me. Would any of y'all care about Velma if it wasn't Scooby-Doo related? Would any of y'all hate on it? Because I'm willing to bet that nobody would care about this show. Nobody would like know that it exists. Nobody would hate it, that's for sure. Okay, let me just calm down a bit and try to give a bit of backstory on the show. So in the previous episode, I looked at Our Cartoon President, a show that was created by a bunch of people, one of them being Stephen Colbert, who you might know him as a famous talk show host. Some of you might be asking me, what does this have to do with Fairview? Well, you see, some of the people that worked on Our Cartoon President also worked on Fairview, including Stephen Colbert, and this guy named RJ, I don't remember his name. And I'm just gonna say, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, it got a hell of a lot worse. This has to be the worst cartoon ever made. There is no way there is a cartoon out there that is worse than this. This is the absolute nadir of animation as an art form. This show, more than anything else, is f***ing annoying to sit through. It has this really obnoxious aura to it. We've looked at different kinds of bad cartoons in the past. We've looked at funny bad cartoons, offensively bad cartoons, boring bad cartoons. This is none of these. Well, I mean, I guess you could consider it an offensively bad cartoon, but that's beside the point. This is more than anything else a really annoying show. This show has some of the worst voice acting I have ever heard in any cartoon, and I think that is the main problem with this show. Almost every character just yells. There's no moments where like the characters talk normally. Every character has to have like a really annoying, loud, yelling voice. I unfortunately cannot play any footage because of copyright reasons, but yeah, you just watch it for yourself and you'll see exactly what I mean. The art style is, listen, it's an adult cartoon. Of course it has a ugly looking art style. You know, it's not fair, man. How is it that the one time we get an adult cartoon that actually has a visually appealing art style, it gets cancelled? Like, that's not fair. How was this cancelled, but yet this managed to get 3 seasons? This is going to get 8 seasons. Like, what the f*** is wrong with y'all? Seriously. We live in the worst timeline, for real. The show is about 4 people. I cannot be bothered to remember their names. I know that's a common thing for this show, but this time I really genuinely cannot be bothered to remember these characters' names. The only things that I will tell you about them is that they are annoying as all hell. One of them is meant to be like a mayor or something of Fairview. I have no idea. They all are supposed to be like working together, okay? This guy right here, I guess he's like a coach or something, I don't know. He has a wife who is probably the most annoying character in all of animation history. Like, I get the voice is like, it's probably intentionally annoying, but I don't care. Intentionally annoying is still annoying. It's not funny at all. They also have like a son who looks like Jimmy from GTA 5, and then Jimmy over here has a friend who also has a really annoying voice. It's just so hard to watch this because of how annoying it is. The humor in this show. What humor? There is no humor. This might be the unfunniest cartoon. This is anti-comedy is what it is. If this was made to be like the unfunniest cartoon ever, then it succeeds in doing that. Something that I didn't bring up in the Our Cartoon President video, and I admittedly I should have brought it up, is that it's obviously, this is meant to be a satire, critique, whatever, of Donald Trump and his presidency and the many controversies surrounding him. And there's nothing wrong with that on paper. I'm not dealing with a political argument here. The way that it's done is just really poor. The thing is, like, it's just upfront about it. It's just like, hey, I'm Donald Trump. There's this terrible thing that I did. Laugh. That's funny, guys. There's no, like, subtlety or anything like that when it comes to, like, talking about how, like, Trump is bad or anything like that. It's just in your face, you know? There's no subtlety. It doesn't even try to be clever. It's just really unfunny. And something very similar to that occurs with Fairview. Of the 3 episodes that I watched of the show, I intentionally made sure to watch what I thought were going to be the most painful episodes of the show, and sure enough they were. I mean, who knows how bad the remaining 5 episodes are. I refuse to check them out. The first episode that I watched was about the pandemic. The second episode that I watched was about cancel culture. The third episode that I watched was about cryptocurrency. Yes, I did intentionally choose these episodes. I intentionally chose to go with the most painful episodes. The episodes that I thought were going to be the most painful. And sure enough, they were. The whole idea is that the character, like, go against, you know, certain good things. They support bad thing and whatever. Like, to give you an idea, the pandemic episode, the episode revolves around them wanting to do a Super Bowl party while the pandemic is going on, completely ignoring the social distancing stuff and getting vaccinated and whatnot. And then there's a character, the aforementioned wife with the annoying voice that is like an anti-vaxxer and whatnot, and she's just like openly an anti-vaxxer, and it's not done in a funny way. Like, yeah, I agree, anti-vaxxers are bad, but, like, if you're gonna, like, if you're gonna satirize them, at least do it in a funny, clever way, instead of just having the character be like, I'm an anti-vaxxer, and I'm stupid, isn't that funny, guys? Oh yeah, and speaking of which, the B-plot of that very same episode involves the wife trying to get Jimmy over here to act like a douchebag and stuff, a terrible person, similar to how she is, which, I mean, sure, that maybe that could work, but again, it's just so badly executed. She gets this guy to go around with Jimmy, and he tries, I wish I was joking about this, I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. He tries to get Jimmy over here to shit on other people. Yes, you heard that right. This is meant to be the first episode of the show. This was people's first taste of Fairview. This is also somehow meant to be funny. I gotta be honest with y'all, I'm not sure if words can do this justice. I'm not sure if I can be able to describe why this show is bad with words. This is something that, like, I feel like you gotta see it to believe it. This is like another rare instance where a show is so bad that you have to watch it yourself to truly grasp how terrible it is, because words cannot do it justice. They just can't. I'm just genuinely at a loss for words with this show. There is not a single good thing about it. Stephen Colbert and animation do not mix. It's just as simple as that. I don't know how to feel about his, like, talk show stuff. I'm sure, you know, there's an appeal to it. I'm sure, like, you know, there's people that love it and, you know, good for them. But Stephen Colbert and animation just don't mix at all. I know that this show isn't from Stephen Colbert. It's created by someone else who was also associated with a show that Stephen Colbert created. But even then, Colbert over here, he was heavily involved with this show. He was like a producer or so on the show, a co-creator. I don't know. He was heavily involved in this show. That's all that matters. Regardless of how you feel about his, like, talk show stuff, he should just stay away from animation. It's just not funny. I don't know why the hell we let this man cook not once, not twice, but 3 times. This third cartoon, I'm not going to be looking at it. Not for a long time, at least. I need to recover from Fairview and our cartoon president. I refuse to look at this for the time being. I hate this cartoon. I really, truly hate this cartoon. I hate this cartoon more than any normal person should ever hate a cartoon. I feel like I haven't described in enough detail why this show is bad, but again, this is something that, like, you have to watch it in order to truly grasp how bad it is. This show was so bad that it gave me a headache watching it. Just the mixture of the abysmal voice acting and the horrible attempts at satire, it's too much for me. I'm sorry. This is the worst cartoon I've ever seen, easily. I know I feel like I've been saying that a lot. It's like every few episodes a new show has been dethroned, but I genuinely cannot imagine things getting any worse. Red Ape Family, just a few episodes ago, was the worst cartoon that I had ever seen, and now here it is, almost out of the bottom 5. Isn't it funny how things just change like that? Seriously. I hate this show. I genuinely hate this show. I feel like words cannot describe how much I hate this show. I am personally offended by this show. This is the worst cartoon ever made. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I've never watched something so annoying, so unfunny before in my life. There is no way it can get worse than this. And I hope that I never have to sit through anything as bad as this ever again on the search for the worst cartoon. I can't even think of any jokes to make because I get angry thinking about this show. This show made me angry. I'm just done. Really. I'm just so done with this. I have to wonder, like, how was this greenlit? How did they look at this and they thought, yeah, this is comedy gold. The audiences will love it. It's just a mystery to me. A mystery that will most likely never be solved. And that saddens me. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I'm gonna start this off by saying that I understand the search for the worst cartoon is not meant to be for cartoons that I personally don't like, and it is instead meant to be for cartoons that are objectively bad, in which this is one of them, I'm afraid. But I'm sorry, I gotta make an exception, okay? I have a long history with this show, and you know what, I figure if I don't do this, then I'm gonna regret it for the rest of my life if I don't take this opportunity. Please, listen, just once, let me be biased, okay? Just this once, let me be biased. Actually, no, twice, okay? Because I forgot this thing existed, okay? Just only 2 times. Let me be biased. And this one right here, we could do it at a much later date. We don't have to do it right now. We could do it later on into like 2024, okay? Just twice, okay? 2 times. And that's it. Let me tell you all a story. Once upon a time, there was a channel named Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon first debuted on air in 1979. However, it wasn't until 1991 where it truly became what it is now. And it all started with 3 shows: Rugrats, The Ren and Stimpy Show, and Doug. The rest is animation history. Throughout the 90s and 2000s, Nickelodeon would provide kids with all kinds of great cartoons, many of which still hold up to this day all these years later. SpongeBob SquarePants, Hey Arnold, Danny Phantom, Invader Zim, Avatar The Last Airbender, The Fairly OddParents, The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, My Life as a Teenage Robot, the list goes on. Nickelodeon was the greatest in the 90s and the 2000s, and for a long time it seemed like nothing could stop them. And then the 2010s happened, and although the early 2010s weren't as bad of a period for Nickelodeon as people made it out to be, there definitely was a noticeable downgrade from the 90s and 2000s. There were still good shows here and there, but for the most part you had shows that weren't very good, to say the least. But even then, even during this time when the bad started to outweigh the good, there was still a little bit of hope that one day Nickelodeon could go back to how they used to be and start creating quality content again. And then everything changed in May of 2016 when a little show would be released onto the network entitled The Loud House. The Loud House is a show about a boy named Lincoln Loud who has to try surviving being the only boy in a family full of 10 sisters. Upon the show's release, many people praised it as being a return to form for Nickelodeon, the first great Nicktoon in a very long time, the show that will save Nickelodeon and bring in a new golden age for the network. And for the first time in forever, it was the first successful non-SpongeBob Nicktoon. Unfortunately, much to the dismay of the animation community, it would end up being the only successful non-SpongeBob Nicktoon. What many people thought would happen with The Loud House was that it would usher in a new golden age for Nickelodeon. Finally, Nickelodeon has a new good show. They have something that's actually good. So hopefully this means that we will get even more good Nicktoons. Finally, a new golden age could start. After suffering a slump in the early 2010s, it seemed that the remainder of the decade could be a return to form for Nickelodeon, and that they would go back to how they were in the 90s and 2000s. Nope. That ended up not happening at all. Instead of bringing in more great Nicktoons to air alongside it and SpongeBob, it would end up being the only other Nicktoon that Nickelodeon would air besides SpongeBob. And so begins the lowest point in Nicktoon history. Say what you will about Nickelodeon in the early to mid 2010s, like around 2010 to 2015, but at least there was a wide variety of shows that they aired. Yes, most of the shows weren't that good. There were a couple decent shows here and there, but the bad outweighed the good. However, at least it was variety. At least there were a selection of different shows to watch, even if most of them weren't that good. In the late 2010s though, the only Nicktoons that you could watch were SpongeBob and The Loud House, and that's it. There were no other shows that aired on Nickelodeon except for these two. Oh yeah, it's worth noting that around this time, Cartoon Network, another once legendary animation studio, was facing heavy scrutiny from the animation community for just constantly airing Teen Titans Go over and over and over and over and over again without airing any other show. Now some of you might be asking, why was the animation community okay with Nickelodeon milking SpongeBob and The Loud House, but they weren't okay with Cartoon Network milking Teen Titans Go? I don't know. No, seriously, I actually don't know. I can't even think of a valid reason. This is just straight up f***ing double standards. It's hypocritical. I remember back in like 2017, I would see memes and whatnot about how like Nickelodeon is doing better while Cartoon Network is doing worse, when the truth is they were doing equally bad. I guess the mentality is that milking two shows is better than milking one show. Like, I don't get it. It genuinely doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's extra funny as well, considering the fact that Cartoon Network would eventually stop milking Teen Titans Go. Unfortunately, much bigger problems would come up with Cartoon Network in the years to come, but there was a brief period of time, a brief period of peace and harmony between Cartoon Network milking Teen Titans Go and Cartoon Network being on the verge of death. Nickelodeon, on the other hand, it's just been the same old, same old. Ever since, I don't know, 2017, it's just been SpongeBob and The Loud House, and that's it. Basically, any modern Nicktoon that's not SpongeBob or The Loud House would just be largely ignored, not only by Nickelodeon themselves, but also from the animation community. Shows like Rise of the TMNT and Glitch Text that had the potential to become modern Nickelodeon classics in the vein of Danny Phantom or Avatar: The Last Airbender, they just became ignored simply because they're not Loud House. They weren't making money like Loud House and SpongeBob were. And so what do we get instead of these future classics? What do we get instead? We get even more SpongeBob and Loud House. We got Camp Coral. We got the Patrick Star Show. We got the Casagrandes. We got the Really Loud House. A f***ing live action version of the Loud House, which I'm pretty sure is something that literally nobody wanted. We got a Loud House movie that was really boring and generic. We got not one, but two live action Loud House movies, a Christmas movie and a Halloween movie. And yes, the Halloween movie came out recently this year. I bet y'all didn't know that it happened, but it did. You know, forget Spider-Verse, forget Barbenheimer. This was the big movie event of 2023. This is what y'all should have been hyping up for real. Spider-Verse and Barbenheimer got nothing on this. It just keeps on going and going and going. It's really weird to me how I never see anyone talk about, like, Nickelodeon's current state in the same way I see people talk about, like, you know, Disney is dying, Cartoon Network is dying. Like, it's really weird to me. I never see that at all. I see countless videos on how, like, Disney is dying and Cartoon Network is dying and all that, and I never see it for Nickelodeon. Like, I don't get it. Are you really okay with this? Like, y'all don't see a problem with this? This somehow isn't as bad as the Warner Bros. Discovery stuff with Cartoon Network or Disney's blatant neglect of their own animated movies, like, this is somehow fine to y'all? Like, be real with me. And you know, the crazy thing is that the stuff with Cartoon Network and Disney and whatever, there's like fairly recent stuff from like a year or two ago. Nickelodeon's downfall has been going on since like in 2017, 6 years ago, and I've seen like nobody talk about it compared to the Cartoon Network and Disney stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I spent a lot of time talking about like the Loud House and how it affected Nickelodeon, but I haven't spent as much time talking about the show itself. It's yeah, it's kind of crap, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get some positives out of the way. For one thing, I actually like the art style of the Loud House. I like the comic book aesthetic that it has. The art direction really does make it feel like a Nicktoon from the early 2000s. Like, I could see this airing alongside the Fairly Odd Parents or Chalk Zone or whatever in like 2003, 2004. There are little Easter eggs here and there in the show that I find really cute. Like, in one episode, there's a SpongeBob Easter egg. In another episode, there's cameos from characters from like different Nicktoons. And in one episode, there's even a reference to the infamous Lost comic from Ctrl+Alt+Delete. You know, it's things like that, you know, it adds a little bit of charm to the show. Unfortunately, it's not enough to save it. Now, I'm gonna admit that I have a little bit of a history with this show because around like 2017 or so, I just realized how trash this show was. And like back then, saying the Loud House was bad was a far more like controversial, unpopular opinion. Now it has basically become the norm. It has become the more popular opinion. Lincoln's a bland character, there's nothing really to say about him, and like the sisters are all like stereotypes, one-dimensional. I gotta admit, I have not kept track with the show at all. This is probably the first time I've done a search for the worst cartoon, and I don't even watch a single episode of the show at all, so I'm just going off of what I remember this show being like. And I do remember quite a bit, actually. For all I know, all these years later, these characters have actually changed and now they have more developed personalities, but I have no idea. I couldn't tell you at all. For all I care, they're just the one-dimensional stereotypes. You could just describe them with one simple short sentence. The bratty one, the dumb blonde, the edgy goth, that sort of thing. There is nothing interesting about these characters at all. It's really weird to me how a show with such a boring premise has lasted for this long. Like, think about it. Like, Danny Phantom, Avatar The Last Airbender, and Jimmy Neutron all had shorter lifespans than this show. And they all have way more interesting premises. It actually bothers me a lot that this is the 4th longest running Nicktoon of all time. Rugrats, The Fairly Odd Parents, and SpongeBob are the only Nicktoons to have lasted longer than this. That actually bothers me to no end. Oh yeah, the humor sucks for this show. Like, it's not funny at all. And it also reinforces the weird double standards that the animation community had with the Loud House when compared to other cartoons that they would hate on. This show has quite a fair bit of toilet humor. No, I'm not going to show any examples, just in case there are any weird people watching this, but it's just really confusing to me how like nobody has a problem with it. Like, people complain about like toilet humor in Sanjay and Craig, toilet humor in Breadwinners, toilet humor in Fanboy and Chum Chum, toilet humor in Teen Titans Go, and yet when there's toilet humor in Loud House, nobody cares. There are zero complaints. I just hear dead silence and that's it. In particular, there was a running gag in the early seasons of the show. I have no idea, admittedly, if they're still doing this in the show. If they're not doing it at all now, if they stop doing it, then that's a good thing, but at the same time, not really, because they shouldn't have done it in the first place. Like, they just really shouldn't. Lincoln has a best friend named Clyde, and Clyde has a massive crush on Lincoln's oldest sister, Lori, to the point where every time he sees Lori, he would nosebleed. It would be bad enough if this was just like a one-time joke, but no, they would do this again and again and again and again, and every single time it is the cringiest thing I have ever seen in my life, and yet somehow nobody had a problem with it. If this was in Teen Titans Go, y'all would be going ape over it. Y'all would be going ballistic over it, but because it's from Loud House, that somehow makes it okay. Like, what the is the logic behind that? Seriously. And of course, I cannot make a video on the Loud House without talking about the elephant in the room. The fan base. The Loud House has probably the worst fan base for any cartoon ever. Like, say whatever you want about, like, bronies or whatever, but, like, bronies are nothing compared to these people. Now, I'm not saying that every single Loud House fan in existence is like this. I'm sure there are normal fans. I'm sure there are fans that will look at the stuff that I'm about to talk about and be like, yeah, bro, that's cringe. I agree. I don't support that stuff. But there is so much garbage in the fan base. So much disgusting garbage that it's just... It's crazy. I believe there was a video that was made recently that talked about the show's fandom, and that got pretty big, and it honestly kind of inspired me to make a search for the worst cartoon on this. Truth be told, I had planned on making this video for a while, but I didn't know if I wanted it to be a search for the worst cartoon or not, and I decided, you know what? I might as well do it. I'm not gonna miss out on this opportunity. I don't even care what people say. Because some of the stuff that the fan base can produce, it just makes me think, you know what? Yeah, this is search for the worst cartoon worthy. I don't even care. So, for starters, going with probably the tamest thing that I'll bring up here, there is, for some reason, a really large amount of, like, edgy Loud House fan art that depicts all of the characters and whatnot in, like, sad, depressing scenarios. I don't want to show off any specific pieces of fan art because I don't want to, like, offend the artists in the event that, like, they come across this video. I don't want it to come off as, like, me saying, like, their art is trash or whatever. But it's just, I have to question the mindset behind it. Like, I have to question what drives people to draw these kinds of pictures with Loud House. Like, why is it Loud House specifically? I remember back a few years ago, there was this trend on YouTube, Sad Loud House, where basically people would upload these compilation videos that just consisted of Loud House, like edgy Loud House fan art. And these videos would get quite a fair amount of views. They'd get like 100,000 views or so. Some videos, I believe, got 1 million views. And I just have to wonder, like, why did these videos, like, get so big? Just why, though? There's nothing wrong with, like, making, like, depressing fan art or whatever, but, like, it's always Loud House, and I have no idea why. Like, I can understand it when it's a cartoon that has a more serious tone to it, like Steven Universe or whatever, but, like, this is meant to be a comedy. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. You ever think about how, like, you have these wholesome, family-friendly, happy-go-lucky shows, like The Loud House and that one dog cartoon that nobody will shut up about, and they just, despite their wholesomeness and whatever, they just get all kinds of edgy, depressing fan art and whatnot, fan fictions made out of them. And then you compare that to a show like Breaking Bad, which is like a dark, serious show, and then the fan base is just, they just put out stupid, goofy shit like this. It's a weird world we live in, seriously. Going on to something that is infinitely worse in every regard, you have I'm gonna try and be as vague as possible about this because I feel very uncomfortable talking about this. There's a subgroup of shippings that people like to do. I'm sure you know what shippings are. I don't need to explain what they are. People like to ship Lincoln with his sisters. There's a lot of artwork out there. I remember for some reason Lincoln and Lynn are like the most common one. I don't know why. That's like the most popular shipping. It doesn't matter though, because it's f***ing gross regardless. Not only is there a huge age difference between Lincoln and the sisters, but there's also... They're brothers and sisters, so, you know, even if they were, like, the same age, even if it's like, oh, they were both adults, like, no, it's still f***ing gross. Why would you do that? Oh yeah, I would also like to take the time to bring up how the creator of the Loud House, Chris Savino, is, not a very good person. One thing that makes it hard to look back on Nickelodeon fondly is just seeing the really terrible people that, like, have worked there. I mean, obviously, there are good people. There were good people. You have a Steven Hillenburg, you know, Steve Burns, you know. There are good people that have worked at Nickelodeon, that are associated with Nickelodeon. But then you have, like, really gross people like Dan Schneider and John Kay, who have done like really terrible things, and it also makes it harder for me to like look back at Nickelodeon fondly, like not just the shows that they made, but also the network as a whole. Sometimes I feel bad about like, you know, I get really nostalgic for Drake and Josh and iCarly and whatnot, and then I just remember like everything Dan Schneider did. For iCarly especially, sometimes I feel bad for like having nostalgia for iCarly because of the stuff that Jeanette McCurdy went through. Like, yes, I'm aware, you know, separate the art from the artist, but sometimes it's easy to do that, other times it's hard to do that. And with Dan Schneider, yeah, it's pretty hard. But anyways, because I don't want this video to get demonetized, I will say that Chris Savino did some really bad stuff. He was called out for it in 2017 and he was fired from the show. He was only involved with the first 3 seasons of the show, if I'm correct. It's also very much worth noting that prior to the Loud House, I don't know exactly when this happened, but this was definitely before Loud House, he had a series of comics involving a boy and his mom, who were both anthropomorphic cats, and the boy had like a crush on his mom. If it weren't for the allegations, I would just view it as like, you know, f***ed up dark comedy and whatnot, but like the allegations make it really uncomfortable, combined with this show and the fan base that it has spawned. And yeah, I don't want to talk about this anymore, I'm sorry. It bothers me that like Invader Zim gets cancelled and like this somehow becomes successful. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. How did this outlive Invader Zim? How did this outlive Danny Phantom? How did this outlive Avatar: The Last Airbender? It doesn't make any sense at all. Jimmy Neutron, My Life as a Teenage Robot. It doesn't make any sense. It's just a really terrible show. The show itself is not very good. The damage it has done to Nickelodeon cannot be ignored, and the fan base is just really f***ed up and disgusting. Again, I know that not all Loud House fans are like this, but still, it's really hard to ignore those that are like this. I'm sorry, but this is Search for the Worst Cartoon worthy, and I don't really care what people say. And you know what? Just because I feel like making people mad, I'm gonna rank this below Velma, just because I want to make people mad. Honest to God, gun to my head, you ask me which show I would rather watch, I'm going with Velma. I don't even care what people say. All I'm gonna say is, listen, this isn't even in the bottom 5, okay? Be grateful that it's not in the bottom 5. There are cartoons that I've looked at that are far worse than the Loud House, okay? Relax. Maybe at some point in the future I'll look at the Casagrandes, but I can't be sure of that. I need to slow down with Loud House. It felt good looking back on this old garbage again and remembering a time when people somehow thought that this was good. What a weird time that was, am I right? For the hell of it, at some point in the future, I may also make videos on the other Loud House related stuff. You know, the Casagrandes and the really Loud House and the 2 live action movies and the animated movie. I might as well do all of it. I don't even care. I might as well get those over with. I feel like they're very long overdue. Maybe in December I'll make a video on a Loud House Christmas. I don't know. I feel like that's way overdue. I just don't care. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all in the next video. Adios. I originally wanted to wait until early 2024 to do this, but eventually I decided, you know what, I might as well get this out of the way. I might as well get this over with. We do it now, and then we just never do it again. So yeah, we're gonna talk about it now. So before I begin, I just wish to say that if you have not watched the Loud House Search for the Worst Cartoon, the previous Search for the Worst Cartoon that came before this, I highly recommend you watch that video before you watch this video, because then it will make a lot more sense, everything I talk about in this video. For those of you that have already seen it though, let us proceed. So in the Loud House Search for the Worst Cartoon, I talked about how Nickelodeon had been milking milking the franchise ever since it first came out in 2016, turning it into another cash cow that they can milk alongside SpongeBob. And it's been like this since 2016. Literally nothing has changed at all. It's almost 2024. It's been almost 10 years since this show came out. No, I'm not sorry for making you feel old. And Nickelodeon is still like this. Just think, an entire decade that's just SpongeBob and Loud House and nothing more. That's insane for real. In addition to the original Loud House, we also got the Casagrandes, the subject of today's video, an animated movie that was released onto Netflix. Not one, but 2 live-action movies, and a live-action spin-off version of the Loud House, which again is something that I'm pretty sure nobody in the world wanted, and it just shows how creatively bankrupt Nickelodeon is. For today's video, we're going to be looking at the Casagrandes, obviously. Now, the Casagrandes was the first Loud House spin-off, the first thing to come out of Nickelodeon milking the Loud House, and to be honest, this is probably the only thing that, like, I'm okay with it existing. Out of all the Loud House spin-offs and whatever, all the milking stuff, this is the only thing that I'm okay with it existing. I don't mind it existing. If it was just this and the Loud House, I wouldn't have a problem at all. Like, that would be fine. The Casagrandes is a spin-off focusing on Ronnie, Ann, and Bobby, as well as their extended family, the Casagrandes, of course. The family was first introduced in the Loud House episode, The Loudest Mission Relative Chaos, and sometime around 2018, early 2019, it was announced that a spin-off series was in the works, focusing on the family, and this spin-off series would come out later in 2019. It ran for about 3 seasons, up until 2022, I believe, when it was cancelled. I have been aware of the Casagrandes' existence for a long time. I remember long back when it was first announced, I acknowledged it, and I'm like, oh god, I can't wait, more of the same crap as before. I was fully aware of it, but I never made a video on it. I never talked about it at all. In none of my Loud House videos did I ever talk about the show itself and what I thought about it. Because my initial thought was that this was just going to be the exact same thing as the Loud House. It would just be a carbon copy of the Loud House. You've seen the Loud House, you've seen the Casagrandes as well by default. There would be nothing to make it different or unique from the Loud House. And that means that whatever flaws the Loud House has, the Casagrandes would have them as well. Unfunny jokes, toilet humor, references to outdated crap, that sort of thing. And I couldn't even begin to imagine how terrible the Loud House fanbase would become once the Casagrandes came out. I just knew for a fact that everything that made the Loud House fanbase awful, it would extend to the Casagrandes as well. And then the show came out, and as time went on, there was just nothing. I basically heard nobody talk about the show. Whereas the original Loud House still had a lot of infamy and whatnot, people parading it around as a great Nickelodeon show, and there was a steady amount of hate for the show building up. I almost never saw anyone talk about the Casagrandes. I just saw nobody acknowledge its existence. And then it got canceled in 2022. And here I am in November of 2023 finally talking about it after 4 years after this came out. So after all this time, after my long history with the Loud House, I am finally talking about the spin-off series, the Casagrandes. And I kind of don't hate this show, honestly. It's not a good show at all, but it's just there's nothing in it for me to hate. It's fine. I know this might seem hypocritical for me. It's why do I hate the Loud House but I don't hate this? Well, I do have my reasons, and I'll get into them in a little bit, but this is just kind of average, honestly. I only watched the first 2 episodes of the show, and I know that I should try to be more fair with these shows. If you've been noticing, I've been kind of slacking recently with some shows that I've looked at. Our Cartoon President, I didn't even finish a single episode of it before making a search for the worst cartoon on it. Fairview, I only watched 3 out of the 8 episodes. I didn't even watch half of the show before I made a search for the worst cartoon on it, and I'm sorry, but I refuse to watch the remaining 5 episodes. F that, seriously. I didn't even watch a single episode of The Loud House to make the search for the worst cartoon on it, although, to be fair, given my history of the show and, like, a lot of knowledge, I have a lot of knowledge about the show, so there was no point in rewatching the episodes and seeing, like, oh, you know, maybe my opinion changed, or maybe it actually is worse than I thought. Nothing like that. But then this is just, like it's just really f***ing average. There's nothing in it for me to hate, and I do have my reasons. I gotta be honest with y'all about something. I don't know if I hate The Loud House because of the show itself, or if I hate it because of what it stands for. If I hate it because of the impact it's had on Nickelodeon. The fact that after The Loud House came out, Nickelodeon decided to just stop trying when it came to new shows and just decided, you know what, we have another successful Nicktoon for the first time in God knows how long. Might as well milk it alongside SpongeBob. And then just completely neglecting any other modern Nicktoon that had the potential to be like the next big thing for the network, like Rise of the TMNT or Glitch Tex. Nickelodeon used to be a network that was rich with great shows, cartoons, sitcoms, stuff like that. It was just a gold mine, a treasure trove of shows. And then you look at it now when it's just SpongeBob and Loud House, and that's it. That is literally it. And it's been going like this since 2016. There's no like other notable new Nicktoon that's come out since The Loud House. The Loud House has just completely changed Nickelodeon for the worse. The Casagrandes doesn't have anything like that at all. I feel like all of the damage had already been done by The Loud House, and so like there's nothing new that the Casagrandes could do. The whole like ruining Nickelodeon and whatnot, that was already done by Loud House. It's not like the Casagrandes would add to that at all. The fan base as well is another thing. I brought up in the Loud House search for the worst cartoon how the fan base of the Loud House is possibly the worst fan base for any cartoon ever. And when the Casagrandes was first announced, I was really worried that all of the stuff that made the Loud House fan base terrible would like extend to the Casagrandes as well. There would be a lot of like shippings between the Casagrande family members, similar to how it was with the Loud House family, but that never happened. I mean, I very much am sure there are like messed up, disgusting shippings between the Casagrandes, but like it's nowhere near as popular as when it's with the Loud family. In that same video, I also talked about how there was a lot of like really depressing, edgy, like Loud House fan art that depicted the characters in sad, serious situations, and it just boggles my mind that people would do this for like a lighthearted comedic show. And if it was like something more serious like BoJack Horseman or Steven Universe, then yeah, I'd understand, but I don't get it. It's always Loud House. I never see this for any other cartoon except Loud House. And yeah, some of the drawings, like they can be well drawn. It's not like the drawings themselves, it's not like all the artists are untalented or anything like that. The artists themselves are fine. It's just like I had to question like what the f drives someone to draw a picture of Luna Loud vomiting in an alleyway after drinking beer. Like, what motivates someone to draw that? What's the idea behind this image? What was the inspiration for drawing this image? Seriously. It's well drawn, the image, but like that's not enough. Like, I just have to question the motives behind drawing it. And as it turns out, nothing like that happened with the Casagrandes either. As far as I'm aware, not even the Loud House fanbase is aware of this thing's existence. This thing is just kind of fallen off into obscurity, never to be acknowledged again. And I think that could explain why I don't hate this as much as I do the Loud House. And I know how people are going to talk about how, like, oh, the fan base is cringe, I agree, but that's not a reason as to why the show is bad. That has nothing to do with the show itself, and you know what, yeah, that might be a valid point, actually, but again, the stuff that makes the Loud House bad, it's not here in this show either. Again, I only watched 2 episodes. I don't know exactly how many episodes there are of the show, but I want to imagine there are quite a fair amount of episodes. So for all I know, it's possible that there could be a running gag in this show that is just as bad as, if not worse, than the Clyde nosebleeding running gag from the Loud House. There was one fart joke in one of the episodes that I watched, and that was it for cringy humor. And when it comes to like how do you do fellow kids moments, when it comes to stuff like that, in the show, Ronnie Ann has like a friend who's Korean, I believe, and she's like obsessed with this fictional K-pop group, so that's how you know this was made in 2019, because it has K-pop references in it. Oh yes, reference a music genre whose artists are known for having extremely awful, toxic fandoms. Reference a music genre whose fans used to constantly disrespect deceased people by making tweets that are like, why stand this deceased person when you can instead stand this K-pop artist that is definitely not a corporate manufactured industry plant. Nah, for real, that actually bothers me so much. I don't know how, like, that didn't get more hate, for real. I know this is an old topic. I know they stopped doing this, thankfully, to my knowledge. The last time I saw anyone do this was with, like, Chadwick Boseman's passing in August of 2020, but, like, still, like, why the f*** did they do this? And, like, why did we just let them get away with doing that? Seriously. Genuinely disgusting, seriously. Aside from that, though, there's like there's nothing to say about the Casagrandes. It's fine. It's relatively harmless compared to the original Loud House. Again, you can make the argument that the original Loud House is relatively harmless as well, but again, the impact it has had on Nickelodeon, I think that plays a bigger part as to why I hate the Loud House, but I don't hate the Casagrandes. If it was just treated as just another normal Nicktoon, if it did what everyone thought it was going to do and unleash a new golden age for Nickelodeon, a new fresh batch of great cartoons, bringing Nickelodeon back to its golden days in the 90s and 2000s, then I probably wouldn't hate it at all. Instead, it went ahead and completely destroyed the network, and so now they only have to rely on 2 shows to generate any sort of money. Oh yeah, don't forget the occasional nostalgia cash grab, because there sure were a lot of people out there who had been wanting a new Rugrats cartoon, a new Dora cartoon, a new version of the Fairly Odd Parents that's live action. So many people wanted those to be made, clearly. Yeah, I just don't hate this at all. I feel like it's just an inoffensive spin-off series. Unlike the original show, I don't even know if this is really Search for the Worst cartoon worthy, because the 2 main problems I have with the Loud House, the negative impact it had on Nickelodeon and the cringy fan base, neither of them apply to the Casagrandes, surprisingly. It is just a really average spin-off. There is literally nothing to say about it. It's just it's whatever, you know? It's a cartoon that exists, okay? It's a cartoon. It is one of the cartoons ever made. I think we can all agree on that. Anyways, that's about it. I'm sorry for this video being kind of brief, especially compared to the Loud House Search for the Worst cartoon, but again, I really went into this wondering what it would be like, and I left kind of just like, it's okay, I guess. It's fine. I don't hate this. I'd probably watch more of this, honestly, compared to the Loud House. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being biased. Maybe it's because I'm watching it after all these years. If I watched this back when it first came out, I'd probably be more negative towards it, but I really don't know, honestly. I just don't know. I'd rather look at something that's like really awful next time. I'd rather look at something that's like maybe funny bad, offensively bad. This is just fine, you know? Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be looking at one of the big ones. One of the big, spicy Mamma Mias of bad cartoons. I am of course talking about the infamous 2003 cartoon, Ren and Stimpy's Adult Party cartoon. I'm just going straight into this just because, oh my god, you know, I gotta be real with you. I knew this was gonna be bad. I knew this was gonna be bad. I didn't think it was gonna be this bad, though. I knew it was gonna be a bad cartoon, but like, I had no idea it was gonna be this bad. I went into this thing blind, okay? I knew nothing about it except that it was a really hated, like, revival or whatever spin-off of Ren and Stimpy. And that's it. Nothing could prepare me for how bad it was. Like, what is this, bro? What the f***? is this? I originally thought that this was going to be a really hard cartoon for me to review because this is a very infamous show. Literally everyone has talked about it. Every cartoon YouTuber has talked about this. It's like this unwritten rule where it's like if you're an animation YouTuber, you have to make at least one video talking about how bad Ren and Stimpy's adult party cartoon is. It's, you know, it's like this sacred rule that everyone has to follow in the animation community. As I said before in a previous search for the worst cartoon, I much prefer looking at weird, obscure cartoons instead of the more infamous, easy targets, because there's more stuff for me to say. Like, to give you an idea, it's much easier for me to review, like, the Slim Shady Show compared to Velma, because the Slim Shady Show is a very obscure show. Literally no one has ever heard of the Slim Shady Show. If I went up to someone and I told them Eminem had a cartoon, they would be baffled by that. If I told them that that said Eminem cartoon is also one of the worst cartoons ever made, they would be extra baffled. Whereas Velma is like, everyone has talked about it. Everyone already knows why it's bad, so it's like there is literally nothing new for me to add to the discussion of why Velma is bad. There's also the fact that Slim Shady Show is genuinely much worse than Velma. Doesn't matter though, because Ren and Stimpy's adult party cartoon is easily worse than both of them. I thought that because this was like probably the most infamous cartoon I've looked at on this series, this might be the most hated cartoon ever made, it would be hard for me to review it because I have nothing new to say about it. As it turns out though, this show is so bad that at this point I genuinely don't care if I just state whatever like Mr. Enter or any other cartoon YouTuber had already said about the show. Because my god, nothing could prepare me for how bad this show was. Like, I'm being serious right now. I know I keep saying this a lot. I know it keeps changing and changing within the last few episodes, but this is the worst cartoon I've ever seen. I didn't, you know, like, I gotta stop saying, like, oh, it can't get any worse than this, because I said that in, like, a lot of the previous videos where I looked at, like, whatever I considered the worst, like, Fairview and all that. I keep thinking like, oh, it can't get any worse than this, and it does get worse than this, and it will get worse than this. This actually is as bad as everyone says it is. I'm genuinely surprised by that. I went into this curious and honestly pretty nervous as to like why everyone hated this show, and then like when I sit down and I watch it, it's just, oh my god, you know, like, I feel like it is very important for me to mention that I have never seen, well, actually, I watched a little bit of the original Ren and Stimpy when I was a kid. I don't really have a lot of, like, memories of it, but I did watch it. I have very few memories of it. It's not because, oh, it's an early 90s cartoon and, you know, it was before I was born, because I did watch 90s Nickelodeon quite a bit, you know. I watched Hey Arnold and Rocko's Modern Life and all that stuff. Ren and Stimpy, I just never watched that much. I don't know if it's like, did I like it? Did I not like it? I don't remember, but I definitely did watch it. And I even with this, and even with, like, the creator being a awful person, I still respect its importance to Nickelodeon history and animation history as a whole. I had no idea if like me not watching the original Ren and Stimpy would affect how I would look at like adult party cartoon. It's definitely still awful. I can 100% certify that adult party cartoon, even if like you've somehow never heard of the original Ren and Stimpy, adult party cartoon is still terrible. Ren and Stimpy's adult party cartoon is, as the name suggests, an adult-oriented version of the original Ren and Stimpy. Instead of airing on Nickelodeon, it aired on Spike TV. It only had 6 episodes made, and that was it. 3 of the episodes were aired onto Spike TV before the show got canceled, and then the remaining 3 episodes wouldn't be released until 2006 on DVD, where the show was marketed as Ren and Stimpy: The Lost Episodes. I wanted to try and sit through all 6 episodes. I only managed to tolerate the first 2 episodes and half of the 3rd episode before I decided, yeah, I'm done. I'm not watching this anymore. My god. I genuinely refuse to watch this thing a second time. I don't even care what people say. I'm gonna put as little effort into this video as possible, as little editing as possible. I'm not gonna show like screenshots and whatever images from the show itself, because number one, there is a lot of disgusting imagery in this show, and I'm gonna get into that in a little bit. There's a lot of really awful imagery, and it's not worth digging through the episodes to find the very, very, very few instances where there's like not disgusting imagery in the show. So instead, just have random gifs of animals and whatever, you know, that just treat this like it's an audio only review. Just do it like that. It's an audio only review. Ignore the visuals unless you want to see cute animals, and just leave this on in the background. Go and like play a game or something, do something else, and just leave this playing in the background, this video. What I usually do with a search for the worst cartoon is I watch the episodes of the show that I want to review, and then I start recording a little bit of audio for it, and then when it comes to like actually talking about the show itself, like what happens in it, what happens in a specific episode, I rewatch the episode, also to get screenshots or footage from the show. I rewatch episodes and whatever to do that. I am not doing it for this one. I could do it for literally all of the cartoons I've looked at before this. I am not doing it for this one. That. Now, I'm sure that literally every cartoon YouTuber has already talked about this, but you know what? I don't even care. I don't care if this comes off as like unoriginal, cliche. I don't care if it's just the same thing that like Mr. Enter or whatever Saber Spark had already said about the show. Any cartoon YouTuber, I don't know. I don't even care if I'm just saying the same thing that they've said about the show in the past. I'm just gonna say this right now. The imagery in the show is really gross. Now, I know that Ren and Stimpy, the original Nickelodeon show, was known for its very, like, wacky, exaggerated, like, surreal humor, and I'm sure it was funny there, but in this show, it's just like, oh, you know? When I first went into this show, I thought it was gonna be, like, full of, like, edgy, offensive humor and whatever, really, like, poorly done black comedy akin to like the Slim Shady show or something like that. And yeah, there is a little bit of that in the show here and there, a lot of very poorly executed dark humor, but there's also a huge amount of toilet humor as well, an excessive amount, far more toilet humor than any show should ever have. And it gets to a point where it's just like, it's just trying way too hard. Like, it's just forcing it. It's like, yo, look at this toilet humor, whatever. Isn't this funny, guys? It's like, it's just forcing it. It's trying too hard. I thought this was just gonna be full of like edgy, offensive humor, but like, nah, it's just full of like toilet humor, excessive toilet humor. It's ironically enough that makes it less like mature. I wouldn't. It would be actually insane if like the original Nickelodeon version that's meant to be for kids, that ends up being like more mature than this version that's supposed to be explicitly for adults. The first episode of the show involves Ren and Stimpy living inside of someone's like mouth, like a homeless guy's mouth or something like that. It's never explained. I guess it's just because, you know, it's wacky, it's funny and whatever. I really don't feel comfortable when it comes to like talking about the jokes in this show, because I don't want to risk demonetization. There is a lot of like gross out jokes and whatever, and this is like, it just goes on forever. It just goes on for a long time, and it never ends. In addition to the fact that there's just too much toilet humor, like way more toilet humor than there needs to be. A lot of the jokes in this show just go on much longer than they need to be. Like they could be cut out for like a few seconds, and like they could still be funny. They could probably be salvaged. I don't know. You keep running a joke for like a good like 20 or so seconds, and it like eventually it just stops being funny. For the first few seconds is funny, but then eventually it wears out its welcome. It's like, okay, just give me the punchline already. Eventually the two of them move into this like vase that's like inside of a bar. I have no idea. There's like a whole like dinner scene with the excessive gross out humor. And like throughout watching it, the only thing I could think of is like, what the is this? Like seriously. And that's it. Most of the episode is just this like dinner scene, and that's it. There's basically like almost no plot in the first episode. I'm aware of the episode Ren Seeks Help, the second episode of the show, the only other episode that I was able to complete in full. And yeah, it's a terrible episode, but like at least it has somewhat of a plot. It has a really up plot, but it has a plot at least. This first episode is like, what happens in it? Like, what is the plot? There is no plot. Most of the plot is just this f***ing dinner scene with gross out humor, and that's it. Eventually, though, they get kicked out of the bar, they get kicked out of the vase, whatever, and then they end up back inside the homeless man, and again, they end up inside the homeless man's mouth. I just don't know, honestly. I cannot stand to talk about this show. It's not because, like, oh, it's infamous. It's just because, like, I never want to engage with this show again. I'm so sorry. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you've already, like, heard a lot of, like, how bad this show is. This is easily the most infamous cartoon I've looked at on this series, and god damn it, does it deserve that reputation, because holy shit, this actually is really hard to sit through. Each episode is like at least 20 minutes long, and it's not even consistent with the length, you know? The infamous Ren Seeks Help is like 23 minutes long, and then the episode after that, Fire Dogs 2, which I watched like half of it, and then I decided, you know what, I'm done with this show. I cannot stand another second of it. It's 27 minutes long. It's almost 30 minutes long, and I can't even begin to imagine how long the other 3 episodes of the show are. Like, just no. I cannot watch this. I refuse to finish this. I know this feels like a very like lazy video and whatever, but like I cannot touch this thing again. I refuse to touch it again. I initially thought that this was tied with Fairview for being the worst cartoon, because you know what, who said there couldn't be 2 worst cartoons ever made? Who said there could only be 1? You know, there was never any sort of rule that like, oh, there cannot be 2 worst cartoons ever made. There can only be 1. And so I had this tied together with Fairview. It's just like, this is just so much worse. I feel like this is a bit of a cop-out, because I'm putting an infamous bad cartoon as the worst cartoon I've seen on this series and the worst cartoon ever made, when like previously I put like obscure stuff like Slim Shady Show and Fairview and whatever as the worst, you know, Red Ape Family. But I genuinely cannot stress enough how terrible this show is. I don't even want to get into the whole thing of like, oh, it's mean-spirited or whatever, because as I've said a couple times in previous episodes, I have a stronger tolerance for black comedy than other cartoon YouTubers. Of course, the black comedy in this show is really poorly executed, but, you know, I'm not going around being like, oh, it's so mean-spirited and whatever, when, like, my bigger problem with this show is just the gross out moments and less like the offensive, edgy humor. In fact, I expected it to be full of edgy and offensive humor, when that wasn't really the case for the most part. I mean, that's how it was for the infamous Ren Seeks Help, but for the most part, for the other 2 episodes that I watched, well, 1.5 episodes if I want to be accurate, it's just gross out humor, and that's it. Toilet humor, excessive like gross out imagery, and that's it. And I cannot be bothered. I am so sorry, but I genuinely hate this show. I wouldn't be surprised if this turned me away from watching the original Ren and Stimpy. I'm sure the original Ren and Stimpy is a great show. I'm sure it is a classic, but holy hell, this actually is as bad as people said it was. Y'all were not lying, for real. Oh yeah, John K as well. I gotta be honest, in addition to this thing's existence, the fact that John K is a terrible person also kind of makes me not want to give the original Ren and Stimpy that much of a chance, because I just know it'll make me feel uncomfortable because of these 2 things. I mean, to be fair though, from what little I know, the original Ren and Stimpy ran for 5 seasons, and of the 5 seasons, only the first 2 seasons had John K's involvement in them. Seasons 3 to 5, like, he was fired from the show. He was fired from Nickelodeon, and so he wasn't involved at all in seasons 3 to 5. I have no idea. I'm really hoping that this isn't an instance where it's like, oh, the show became bad after he left or whatever. This isn't going to be like that. I really hope this is not one of those shows. I'm hoping maybe this is going to be like, it's equally as good without him in it, or like it's actually better without him in it. I'm so sorry for this like kind of rushed video. It's not, I guess it's rushed. I don't know. It's just, I cannot do this. I hate this show. It actually is terrible. I'm actually offended by how bad this is. This actually is as bad as people said it was. Y'all were not lying. I tell you what. I know it's like the popular opinion and whatever, but it actually is. It truly is. This is the worst cartoon ever made. Fairview was like, for a while I had this tied with Fairview, but like just barely. this is worse than Fairview. Just barely. Fairview still comes dangerously close to being the worst. I originally had both shows tied, and then now it's like, nah, Ren and Stimpy is worse. I'm sorry. So yeah, I cannot be bothered to talk about this show anymore. And I got a f***ing headache right now, okay? I really don't want to talk about this show anymore. I'm so sorry. If you enjoyed this video, despite the rushed, like, feel of it, because I genuinely don't want to talk about this show anymore. I don't want to acknowledge its existence anymore. I just want to move on from this as fast as as fast as I possibly can. I can't even speak correctly. I can't even speak words correctly now. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be really f***ing appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Going into a cartoon for this series is always an experience, because lots of times the show ends up being different from what I expected it to be initially. Sometimes though, there are moments where a show ends up being exactly how I expected it to be. I go into a show expecting it to be funny bad, it ends up being funny bad. I go into a show expecting it to be offensively bad, it ends up being offensively bad. But more often than not, some of the cartoons that I look at on this series completely defy my expectations, for better or worse. I went into Slippin' Jimmy expecting it to be a funny bad cartoon, something that I could be able to enjoy ironically because of its connections to Better Call Saul. It ends up being a very generic, mediocre at worst show that honestly wouldn't be hated if it wasn't attached to Better Call Saul. I went into The Adventures of Kid Danger expecting it to be a generic superhero cartoon, and although it was like that sometimes, for the most part it was just a really absurd, surreal show that I honestly kind of love. I went into High Guardian Spies thinking, this can't be as bad as people said it was. This just looks like a really mediocre show. And that's how I felt about it at first, and then it just kept on going, and it's just the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life, seriously. Finally, I went into Velma expecting it to be the big bad of cartoons, the most awful, atrocious thing known to mankind, a complete insult to the art of animation, given how everyone has treated the show. And while yes, Velma is not a good show at all, it is also not the worst thing I have ever seen. Listen, Velma is a trash show, but like, compared to some of the other horrors that I've sat through on this series, Velma is nothing. Velma is a f***ing masterpiece. If any of y'all watch the Slim Shady show or Fairview or whatever, y'all would look at Velma as a masterpiece. Y'all would look at Mindy Kaling as a f***ing animation genius. Seriously, that's how bad some of the stuff that I look at on this show is. And today, we have another cartoon that ended up being much different from what I expected it to be. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, a series where I try to find the worst cartoon ever made, because trust me, it's not Teen Titans Go. Okay, let me just break this down for y'all. This is meant to be a Christmas special. Yes, a Christmas special that's being released while it's still November. I had 2 Christmas specials planned for this year. One of them I was going to release in early December, and the other one I was going to release exactly on Christmas Day, on December 25th. It turns out this video is going to be done much sooner than I expected. Very similar to how Velma was. Velma was supposed to come out exactly on Halloween, on October 31st, and it ended up coming a few days earlier than that. So yeah, here's the Search for the Worst Cartoon Christmas special, before it's Christmas, before it's even December. This is Santa Inc. This is a mini-series, an 8-episode mini-series from yours truly, HBO Max. This show came out in late 2021, and upon its release it received a lot of negative reviews. This has a 1.7 out of 10 on IMDb, and so naturally it got me thinking, holy shit, this cannot be that bad, can it? What is this gonna be like? I mean, looking at the pictures, I thought, hey, the art style looks really good. I think it has a cute looking art style. So I have a lot of videos that I want to finish before 2024, and I figured, you know what, I might as well get this video out of the way. I might as well do this one first, and then we can worry about the other videos later. So I decided to sit down and watch the first 2 episodes of Santa Inc. I do plan on watching every episode though. I think this is the first cartoon I've looked at since the Slim Shady show where I'm pretty confident I'm gonna watch every episode of the show. I don't think there's gonna be a moment where it's gonna be like, you know what, I'm done, I call it quits. And that's because I don't really hate this show all that much. I take it this show is going to be another Velma situation where like it's made out to be much worse than it actually is. I don't find this to be a good show. I don't find it to be funny, but again, this is far from the worst thing I've looked at on this series. It's really unfunny, but that's like its biggest problem. You know, I gotta ask something. Out of the 3 HBO Max cartoons that I've looked at on this series, somehow The Prince is the least hated one of the 3. I mean, there's still a lot of negative reception and whatnot towards The Prince, but not as much as these other 2 shows. I remember back in December of 2021 when this show came out, everyone was angry at this show. Everyone was angry at Santa Inc. And then Velma has already cemented itself as one of the big ones for bad cartoons, one of the big boys of bad cartoons. And then The Prince is just not as hated at all. It has a significantly higher score on IMDb than Velma and Santa Inc., which just doesn't make any sense at all, because out of these 3 shows, The Prince is the only one that's like, yeah, it actually is as bad as people made it out to be. I just don't get it at all. I'm gonna start off by saying that I really like the art direction of the show. I like the stop motion animation. There's a lot of stuff in this show that I find honestly kind of cute, and I know that this is an adult cartoon. It's not meant to be like cute and whatever, and I get it's probably like something where it's like, oh, it looks so cute and adorable, and then it's like it's full of like edgy, offensive jokes and whatever. The characters swear a lot, and that's funny, guys, haha. But still, the animation, it looks really good. I could tell a lot of effort was put into this in terms of animation. There are visual ideas that I honestly find kind of charming, like having a stun gun or whatever those things are called be Christmas lights, having the pool table balls, billiard balls, whatever, be ornaments. You know, that's just it's cute, it's charming. I like that. Little things like that are just kind of adorable to me, I'm not even gonna lie. So the show is about this female elf who wants to become the next Santa Claus. She wants to become the first female Santa Claus, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe she's Jewish as well. So like, she wants to be the first female Jewish Santa Claus, and honestly, I have a feeling this is just hated because like, oh, it's woke or whatever, in which like my god, man, I really don't roll like that if this is why people hate the show. I agree with the notion that like it's not funny. Most of the jokes are just swearing and that's it. Excessive swearing doesn't make something funny. I'm gonna admit that at the time of recording this, I've only seen the first 2 out of 8 episodes. So there's a very good chance that if I watch the remaining 6 episodes, I could grow to hate this show more and more. Don't be surprised if this is like with like the High Guardian Spice episode, where my opinion on the show becomes gradually more negative as the video goes on. In addition to the constant swearing in the show, there's a lot of like dark jokes and whatnot in it, which I will say again, they're not executed properly, but again, I cannot stress this enough. I have a stronger tolerance for black comedy than I do other cartoon YouTubers, so maybe that's why. And I've just seen so much vile shit on this series that honestly this just kind of like, I'm just desensitized to it. I'm just immune to it. I gotta be real with y'all, I expected this to be far worse than what it actually is, because I do remember seeing videos and stuff about how like this is like a really bad cartoon and it has a 1.7 out of 10 on IMDb. It's one of the lowest rated cartoons that I've looked at on this series, so it's kind of disappointing that I sit down and I watch it and it's like, it's not even the fact that like I'm not angry watching it, it's the fact that like there's nothing really to say about it regarding why it's bad. The most that I could say is just it's not funny, and that's about it. Very disappointing how the 2 holiday specials for the Search for the Worst Cartoon end up being very disappointing. Not only do they end up coming out way before their respective holidays, but they also just end up being like, there's nothing for me to say about it. But it's different as well, because with Velma, there was nothing for me to say about it, because literally everyone has already talked about Velma and why it's bad. Whereas this is like, this is not an infamous bad cartoon, but it doesn't give me anything to work with. Like, there's nothing in it for me to, like, truly hate about it. Except that, yeah, it has unfunny humor. It has to rely on swearing. Swearing is funny, guys. And I think the production value might actually prevent me from really hating this, because it's clear that there was talent, there was effort put into the animation of this. I know that stop motion is a really hard animation style to do. It's much harder to do than CGI and 2D animation, and you know, it's weird to me to think that, like, I have never seen like bad stop motion. Like, you guys ever just think about that? We've seen like bad 2D animation, we've seen bad CGI, and then like when it comes to bad stop motion, there's just nothing. I would have thought that because stop motion is a much harder art form to do compared to bad 2D animation or bad CGI, there would be a lot more bad stop motion. Or maybe it's because it's a much harder thing to do. That's the reason why there's no like bad stop motion out there. I don't know, it's something that I thought about while watching this. Much like with Velma, I could definitely see why people would hate this show, but like, it doesn't do anything for me. I'm hoping like whatever criticisms come from this show are like actually valid, and it's not just stupid shit. Like, oh, they want a female Santa Claus. That's so woke, guys. Oh my gosh. Because I gotta be real with y'all, I'm getting sick of looking at these cartoons that, like, people say they're bad because they're woke, and then, like, the fact that they're quote-unquote woke is, like, not the problem at all. I felt nothing watching this show. It's extremely mediocre to me. The only really big criticism I could say about it is that it's not funny at all. The premise is just whatever. Like, okay, there's an elf that wants to become Santa Claus. Like, okay, sure. And she's a woman elf as well, so it's like the first female Santa Claus. Like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. I don't really feel anything watching this. This is exactly like with Velma, where it's just, I feel nothing watching this. I'm gonna rank this higher than Velma though, probably, but I feel like the two are just kind of tied for the most part, but I'd rank this slightly above Velma. I'm not sure. I'm sorry for the admittedly underwhelming way that this video turned out, but in my defense, there's literally no material for me to work with this show, especially coming off of Ren and Stimpy's adult party cartoon, which is like, that had a lot of stuff to say about it. And I thought this was just kind of like mediocre. Well, maybe not mediocre, but like, it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, you know? I didn't get angry watching it. I'm admittedly getting kind of like sick of looking at these nothing burger cartoons. It's like, it's either nothing burger cartoons like this and the Casagrandes, or it's like genuinely vile stuff like Fairview and Red and Stimpy's adult party cartoon. I need another funny bad cartoon, okay? I need another Nutshack. I need another Adventures of Kid Danger. I need something that's funny in how bad it is. I need another one of those, please. Here's hoping that in 2024 we get to find a funny bad cartoon. But for the time being, though, we'll just stick with this. The first and most likely only Search for the Worst Cartoon Christmas special. And not only is it coming out, well, it's still f***ing November, but it's also honestly underwhelming. But that's just because there's literally no material for me to work with when it comes to the show that I'm reviewing. There's literally no material. I would also like to announce that this is the final Search for the Worst Cartoon of 2023, and the next Search for the Worst Cartoon won't be until January of 2024. So be sure to, you know, stay tuned for whatever I have next. It's going to be a big year. There's a lot of different shows that I have planned to review. Hopefully they'll give me more stuff to work with than with Santa Inc. And yeah, that's pretty much it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios.